All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I am your host, Keith. And today my guest is, to be honest, my absolute favorite musician on the planet Earth. So it's a very big deal to me. He is a singer, a songwriter, a producer, um, and man, I don't even know what else to say. Please welcome John Easdale to the podcast. Thank you so much. From Dramarama, of course.
Thank you, Keith. Thanks for having me on the show, man.
Awesome. So when there's someone who comes on the podcast who I have kind of a personal history with, I like to sort of set up my relationship, if you will, with them. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try not to be too long about it, and then we'll get into the talk. So in 1991 or 92, somewhere around there, I think it was 91, I was very into hard rock. Music was changing a little bit though, and I was up one night watching Night Flight, and this video came on with a monkey carrying a phone on a pillow,
Huh?
and it was it was Haven't Got a Clue, and I was blown away. Like there was definitely hard rock elements, but it was had like a cool Stonesy vibe, and I went out and bought the tape and immediately ordered all the CDs from the when I switched over to CDs, I ordered all the CDs from the local record store, and they came in. I bought Hi-Fi Sci-Fi on the day it came out, and I got to see you guys on that tour. Um, you played with Slim Dunlop in Ithaca, New York, at a club called the Haunt. I was sitting at the door drinking with a buddy of mine, and you walked in, and I jumped up and said, "Hi, I'm Keith." And you said, "I'm Johnny." And I said, "I know." And then I had you sign my jacket. I also got to meet Chris that night and Clem Burke. I sat at the bar with Clem Burke, which was mind blowing. I mean, I've liked Blondie since I was a kid. Um, and when I went back and got the previous three albums, it turned out like I knew anything. I knew 70s TV. I knew It's Still Warm. There were songs that I had heard on the radio. And I was like, I know this song. And they turned out being the singles. So obviously I had heard them. Last Cigarette, I had heard them somewhere in my consciousness. And obviously anything was huge and still continues to get radio play today. Um, but the coolest thing about that show, after the show was over, um, I saw you again to say goodbye. And the first thing was you apologized for your voice because you said you had a sore throat. And I thought that was so, I was like, what rock star apologizes to a fan for his voice? And I was like, no, dude, you sounded amazing. And I said, thanks for playing. And you said, thanks for coming, Keith. You remembered my name. After meeting me, going and setting up, playing a whole show, you remembered my name. And that, dude, I don't even know. But I was so excited for the reunion. I was happy that I got to see you guys on your last tour. I didn't know it was going to be your last tour. But I was so excited for the reunion, and I bought Everybody Dies. I ordered the solo record from Egbert off the internet. Um, I tried to get your songs played on WICB, which was the college station in Ithaca. I called them every day, and I was like, "Look, man, John Easdale has this amazing record. Will you please play some of the songs?" And some of the DJs were like, "I think we have it here in the studio. I'm going to play it," but it never came on. At least when I called, but I called constantly. I was like, "Come on, man, you got to play this record." And then Up to Here a few years back is brilliant. I think it is. I mean, vinyl's always going to have a special place for me because it's the album that really introduced me to you guys like over 30 years ago. But uh, uh Color TV, the album that Up to Here comes off of, is just it's a perfect record, man. Like it's so good. Um, so that is my history. I'm sorry that I was gushing so much, but thank you, man. Thank you so much for the music and for being so cool when I met you. And yeah, that's yeah.
Well,
Well,
thank
great.
you, Keith. As Bob Hope used to sing, thanks for the memories. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I'm really proud of color TV. All too often, bands come back and make a new record, and it's just not what you want it to be, so hopefully that was we accomplished that, something that stands up next to the rest of the body of work. So I appreciate you saying that.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I mean, honestly, the reviews on Color TV were so good. Like, I don't think I didn't read anything negative, like to be completely honest. Every review that I saw of the album was so good. I mean, it was so I think you guys did your job. So,
A guy, someone wrote, I think it was in the Rolling Stone, maybe it was the Trouser Press book of, a guide to new wave bands or something.
yeah.
He said that we were relegated to the critical acclaim ghetto, which I'll take it. It means a lot when people write nice things about
Yeah.
the albums. It's definitely cool. But yeah, no, it's yeah, a point of pride for me that Color TV came out,
Yeah.
and yeah, thank you, man.
Oh, you're welcome, man. So, Um, I know I kind of explained the podcast before we came on, but like in emails and things. But what we sort of do in the podcast is we kind of talk about your journey as a creative person. So if you don't mind, let's roll it back a little bit. And what was it that got you interested in making music?
Oh, I think, it started very, very young. I was 4 going on 5 when the Monkees TV show came on the air, and
Sure.
I was a little too young for the Beatles when they first came invaded America, the whole original English invasion. I was a little too young for that, but the Monkees, I was the perfect age, and it was the perfect TV show. It was like a live action cartoon, and they
Yeah.
they played rock and roll music, and those were the first records I bought, and I was hooked from there. Honestly, I never expected to, do it professionally, I would say. I mean, it's kind of like, when you're in junior high school and high school, you like to play football, but you never, you're not good enough to get in the NFL or whatever. I just never thought that what we were doing, was ever going to amount to anything other than something that I love to do. So, imagine my surprise 40 years later, 42 years after starting the band, 42 going on 43, that we're still doing it. You and I are talking. We have, you know, all these albums, and we're still playing concerts, and hopefully we'll have another record soon. Um, but yeah, it's kind of like I still have to pinch myself every once in a while because I'm surprised. But yeah, that was, we when we started the band, or even before, I was in a bunch of bands, all through high school and everything. And yeah, I started writing songs just, you know because I did. I don't know. I knew you couldn't get nowhere playing covers in bars or whatever. So I started writing songs. There was a lot of new. We I had been the guitar player in our band, Mark, who's also listed as Mystery Boy on the early records. I've known him since I was 2 years old, and he lived not next door, but the next house over. So we have a very similar background, a shared history, and grew up listening to all the same music, a lot of it which came from his older brothers and sisters. Uh, and so that was our background. The Monkees, obviously, like I said, first band, but then the Beatles came soon after, and the Stones and the Who, and all that 60s stuff, and then Bowie and stuff, the British uh, glitter rock, I guess they called it, and then punk. And so it all kind of put it all together, and you get where I'm coming from as a songwriter. Um, a friend of mine, Chris Carter, who was the bass player in Dramarama when we first started out, he owned a record store with another guy I knew, Tom Mulaney, in Wayne, New Jersey, which is where we all grew up. And I started hanging out there, and they were selling 45s by, independent bands like REM and a band called the Bongos from New Jersey. And so people were making their own records. Um, uh, Punk and new wave was had started to take off. This was like 79, 80. And so we were like, oh, we can do this. We can, we were selling a lot of weird 45s, and some of them really weren't very good. So we were like, we could do this. So that's what we did. We went in the studio. We started going in I guess 1980, and basically we did more recording than we did playing live at first. Played a few clubs, put together a 45 EP, a 7-inch, and then after that we put a 12-inch that was called Comedy, and then those were reviewed in a magazine called Trouser Press that was out at the time, and that made it over to a DJ in France who got the record and then hooked us up with a label in France called New Rose, and they put out our first album, and that made it back across the Atlantic to a guy in California named Rodney Bingenheimer, who's a DJ, and he started playing it on his Sunday night radio show in Los Angeles, and then that radio station started playing it, anything, all added it to their regular playlist, and so we found out about it, and we came out to California to just on vacation to see what was going on, and we were on the radio and we were playing concerts, and we stayed, and we've been doing it ever since.
Awesome. So I remember reading that Rodney thought you guys were actually a French band, right?
Yeah, there was really nothing on the album that other than the address of the French record label. So yeah, he thought we were French. There was nothing that indicated we were from New Jersey. A friend of a friend of ours told our friend, said, "Hey, Rodney Bingenheimer is playing your record on the radio in Los Angeles," and so we contacted him and told him we were from New Jersey, and yeah, he encouraged us to come out to Los Angeles.
Awesome. Yeah, and Rodney had really good taste in music. Um, like I've got some of his compilations, like the K Rock compilations, and there's pretty good stuff on there, like Gleaming Spears and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
and you guys fit in, with that kind of music. So
he was instrumental in discovering a lot of bands. Um, now there were DJs all around the country that were playing the same records, but Rodney being in Los Angeles and having a station like K Rock had a really good, place to get the credit for being the guy to introduce them, even though there were other DJs playing it. But he gets a lot of credit for introducing the world to, even, going back to Blondie and the Ramones. And actually, I think he was the first guy to play Van Halen. He played them off a cassette back in '76 or something before they were signed. He played everybody first. He was pioneer, and yeah, if it wasn't for Rodney, I don't know we'd ever gotten out of the garage.
oh man, that would be a shame. Man, I remember it's crazy to me that you didn't have confidence in your songwriting and stuff because um I worked at a restaurant once. I used to constantly tell people like this guy's lyrics are so clever, but you can relate to him. He makes these pop culture references that like no one makes, and I had a guy who I worked with who thought Neil Diamond was the greatest songwriter of all time. And I love Neil Diamond, I'm not going to lie. But I said, man, you got to check out this tape. And I made him a tape of your stuff. And he came back and, like, the song, I mean, he was hooked on your songwriting. Just like, I feel like anybody who listens to the way you play with lyrics, but at the same time, it's still relatable. Um, I don't know. I feel like you're really, really good at that. Probably better at that than anybody I've ever heard, to be honest. So
You know, I'm not ashamed of my abilities. I think it's a combination. I mean, I was always, kind of confident in the sense that I could do it. But New York radio was really not
mm,
very, at least commercial radio didn't play a lot of cool music, at least what I thought was cool music. Even bands like the Ramones and Talking Heads and stuff that were from New York and were started out in the CBGBs, they had to go outside of New York to get recognized before, New York radio just didn't play that kind of music. And then there was MTV, and they didn't play that kind of music really either, at least early on when we were starting out. So I just didn't have confidence that we would ever, that anyone else would ever want to put it out, that we'd ever be on a label or that any radio station would pick it up. That's why we went in the studio and paid for it and went to the record factory and had them press our own records. It was like if we wanted if we wanted this to happen, we had to do it ourselves.
right, and that's kind of the music industry now. Um,
Yeah, it's gone back
Everybody's making their own stuff, you know?
a lot. Well, it's a lot easier now that you have, what you can do with the technology involved in computers and, online distribution. You used to have to go to a studio and pay a lot of money to work in the studio. I mean, to open a studio, to open a recording studio, you had to spend, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just to get the equipment and now you can do it all on a laptop. So
Yeah.
it's a big difference. And I often say it used to be maybe 100 bands selling 1 million records every year. Now there's 1 million bands selling 100 records every year.
Yeah, yeah. I do remember in kind of the early days of the internet, Ice-T had decided that he was going to put his albums out on his own. And he said that the first time he did it, he sold like a third of what he would have sold with the big machine behind him, but he made more money off that one album than he had all his other albums combined. So when the money's going directly into your pocket, I mean it's easier, I guess, to recoup. So
Yeah, no, well, that's a lot to do with it. And we're very fortunate because we owned outright the first two albums that we put out, one of which included anything, and everything we've done since Hi-Fi Sci-Fi is ours all completely. Now, being on a major label, you only get a small, tiny percentage of the income, of the revenue. You get a royalty.
yeah,
So yeah, when downloading was big, yeah, all the money went into our pockets, and so yeah, we made a lot more money at that
that's
point
awesome.
off of
That's
those
awesome.
off of those songs than we did off of the songs on say vinyl or Hi-Fi Sci-Fi
Sure,
or
sure.
those three albums.
So I want to go back a little bit because you talked about knowing Mark since you were two. Um, so if people who are fans of the band kind of know the story of Jesse somewhat, like the legend of Jesse anyway, he just sort of disappeared after the third album. Went off to uh, India or somewhere to make some honestly really cool records and do a spiritual journey, I guess. But and then Chris, after Hi-Fi Sci-Fi, I mean, he's got the Breakfast with the Beatles and all the radio stuff going on. But you and Mark and Peter have been making music together for 40 years. I mean, that's huge. Like, if you could just talk about that a little bit, I mean, because that's really rare. Like,
Well, we all knew each other. Like I said, I knew Mark since I was an infant. When I learned to dial a phone, I learned his phone number, and that was probably the only phone number I knew uh, until for many years to come. Um, uh, Peter, I met like junior high school, so we were early teens, and we jammed a little bit, all through growing up. We graduated high school all the same year, and yeah, we're just we're just buddies and we're friends, and you know it, we, I mean, I'm still friends with Chris too, and I would still be
Sure.
friends with Jesse if he was still around. Jesse passed away a
Yeah.
number of years ago. But but yeah, we found Jesse. He was drumming in a band at a high school battle of the bands. When we first started out, I played the drums in the studio, and
Yeah.
when it came time to put together a live band, um, we had our very first drummer, who's on the first 45. Uh, he was another guy we graduated high school with, and then when we went in the studio, I played drums again, and then we found Jesse, like I said, at a high school battle of the bands. He was from the same town we were, and that's the kind of that's how we got together. Like a club, and
Yeah.
we're all still, we're all still friends, and we all still get along. We never had auditions, just like people to try out to be in the band, except to fill the drummer's throne, because we had a whole bunch of drummers. We were lucky to get Clem back in the day, and then I was lucky to find Tony Snow, who's been playing with me since Brightside, in '98. So, and Mike also, they're both on Brightside. So, the new guys in the band have been with me for 26, 27 years.
Right.
You
Right.
know,
So they're only new because the other guys have been there for so long, you know.
yeah. But
Um,
it's definitely, I'm proud of the fact that when we go play, uh, Peter and Mark are still there, and Tony and Mark too. We're all good friends. We all get along. That's almost as important. The fact that you can all hang out in a van, and
mhm.
for a 7 hour drive, and not want to strangle each other.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I think is really cool about Dramarama, especially seeing them live and seeing you guys live and getting to watch it happen, is like the guitar interplay between Mark and Peter. Um, because neither one of them is really a rhythm guitarist. Like they both play rhythm and lead, like they switch back and forth, and that is a really cool thing to watch on stage. Um, I just
Yeah, no,
it's unique, you know. Usually there's one guitar player who does one part, but they react off each other. It's really cool to watch.
yeah, and I think that comes around about they've always that's the way it's always been. Marky's a little bit more animated on stage, and
Right.
but Peter is just solid and plays the tastiest leads, I think. And they complement one another. They're both very different kinds of guitar players, but they're also both unique. Not everybody sounds like they don't sound like everybody else, or anybody else. Peter sounds like Peter, and Mark sounds like Mark. Mark don't sound like Peter. Peter don't sound like Mark. But they know how to play off each other, like you say.
Yeah. And honestly, like another thing that was to me unique for a rock band at the time, like was Chris's bass. Like anything is kind of built around Chris's bass line. And you guys
Mhm.
have other songs that are built around the bass, and that wasn't something that a lot of people were doing in rock music too. So I mean, it's it's really cool that you guys had so many unique elements that you didn't hear. You know, "Ain't It the Truth" dude, is built on the bass. You know, or at least to my
Yeah,
ear, it is. I don't know if I'm, but
no, there's a lot of songs that start with the bass and then everything comes on top of it. Anything. I've got Spies. Ain't It the Truth? Prayer also on the it's you start with the bass, and the song starts like that, and then everybody else comes in, follows it. It's
yeah.
absolutely true.
Something just kind of hit me just now for some weird reason. But one of my other favorite bands is Bang Tango. I have no idea if you know who those guys are. They're a funk metal band. they
absolutely.
also build a lot of their songs around the bass and have two dueling and working together lead guitar players, at least during their heyday.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess there's like similarities in the music that I like that I didn't really put together until just talking to you about it. But
Yeah,
but
that's
but you could kind of Dramarama and Bang Tango probably have more in common than people would realize at first listen. So that's kind of cool.
cool, man. That's neat.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we actually we did a thing once long time ago, back in the 80s when Clem was no, probably early 90s, right around the time of the LA riots. So whatever year that
Mm.
was,
Yeah.
we went down. They were opening up a Hard Rock Cafe in Mexico, in Tijuana, and we all like took the train together, Bang Tango and us, and we got to know one another. So yeah, that's really neat.
That's
That
really cool, man. What a cool connection. I'm glad I brought it up. That's awesome. Um, so I guess some of my little fanboy questions. I mean, I do want to find out like about the journey in LA and stuff, but um when uh when you guys released What Are We Doing Here? How come the date is wrong?
it was based on a concert we did. We did an Earth Day concert,
Yeah.
uh, and that was one of the inspirations for the song. We did this concert, and everybody was giving speeches, and it was all about being green or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think they called it being green back then, but yeah, it was all about, it was the 20th anniversary of Earth Day, or that was the reason for the concert. But
Mm.
it was on the 21st, and then when the concert was over, there was like tons people just like got up and like left all their trash laying around. I mean, there
Oh
was
man.
of garbage, I was kind of struck by that, and
Yeah.
at the same time, I was also a new father.
Mm.
My first daughter was probably about 1 year old when I wrote that song, and I was thinking about the future, and what are we going to leave for our what are we going to leave for our next generations to come. That's a weird song for me because I don't, as much as I can tell you where the ideas came from. I don't. It's not one like that I really worked hard on, or that I feel like uh, a sense of ownership of parental ownership. There's other songs that like, yeah, like I don't know where that one came from. It's kind of weird. We don't play it a lot, and it's one I feel weird about because I'm not a. I even say it in the song. I'm not a protest singer, and I don't want to. I don't write songs that send messages or try to be um, tell people what to do. That
Right.
everybody else has to come up with that on their own. I I
Yeah,
I I make comments and stuff, but I don't. I'm not a flag waver. I'm not a. Yeah.
sure. Well, I think like I mean there's an alien kind of in the song, you know? So that's how I always pictured it was it's like an alien talking to you, looking at the planet. So that's a really unique way to come at the issues. But yeah, I mean definitely there isn't a whole lot of political stuff in your guys' music. Maybe Up to Here. Uh, there's some statements in that, but for the most part, I mean, it's relationships and rock and roll, and that's cool, you know. Um,
Yeah. As I get older, I think I write less about. I'm I'm in a much better place now. As far as stability and just
yeah,
everything's cool. So I don't have as much anger and I'm not as unsettled.
sure, yeah. I've written probably 300 songs, and I was super prolific in my 20s and 30s, and now it's just like every once in a while something will hit, and I'll write it down, but you have to pull songs out of me now, where before they used to just kind of flow out because my life was so insane. I guess.
Speaking the words I could have said the exact same words. It's absolutely true. It's a lot more of a, I wouldn't say a struggle, but it's just not as it doesn't come as easily as it once did. It used to
Yeah,
be just like turning on the faucet and the water would pour out. Now it's kind of like the water pressure is way down and just a trickle.
yeah, yeah. So, once you guys got out to LA and you decided to stay, I mean, that's huge. Like, um, what sort of influenced that decision? Was it that, you guys started getting gigs and stuff? And what was that like? Like going from New Jersey to LA where there's kind of the big Hollywood machine happening, the
Well, we were in on the East Coast. We really weren't making any big waves. We played a few shows and we were trying, but the scene in New Jersey wasn't what wasn't anything great. And even in New York City, where we could get a couple of gigs, but it just we were beating our heads against the wall, and it wasn't it just wasn't happening. But I think that's pretty typical. And when we came to Los Angeles, we were already on the radio, and
yeah.
we played two shows the first week we were out here, and one we were opening it up for the Psychedelic Furs at this big old amphitheater, and then another one we sold out the Roxy on the Sunset Boulevard, and we were like, oh, we got to, and we were on the radio every 2 3 hours. It was like almost like a dream. It really was. I couldn't we couldn't believe it. It was like you won the lottery, and it was unbelievable. And still to this day, I'm kind of just incredulous because we didn't
Yeah.
have people making it happen. It just happened by itself. It was the songs and the music that made it happen, and not some promotion machine, not some record company spending money to promote it, or it wasn't anything other than the music, So it's really neat the way everything happened organically.
Yeah, and I remember kind of in the early 2000s, there was sort of a reawareness of the song Anything Anything. Uh Rockstar Supernova. I don't know if you were familiar with that show, but okay. Toby from Juke Cartel played the song, and it was the first time I'd ever heard anyone but you guys play the song, but he played it as one of his, audition songs or whatever to try to get in the band. And I was just like, this is anything. And then Lucky Boys Confusion covered you guys, and people started playing the song live, and I felt like and then of course Everybody Dies came out, and it was just so I feel like there was a big resurgence on interest in you guys in the early 2000s. Did you notice that too, or?
Well, it was weird because I don't know if it was nostalgia for the '80s or what, but yeah, it was. We were never, in the top 200 albums on Billboard charts or whatever. We were on the modern rock chart a couple of times, but nothing. We never sold millions of records, and we weren't in. But when like the '80s nostalgic started up, and they started playing our records on the oldies stations, whatever. And VH1 did this show called Bands Reunited, which got was the reason we got the band back. We reunited. It wasn't just like we said, oh, we should just go do that. No, it was that show, which was the basis was the concept was they would like just show up and with a camera crew wherever you might be. I was in my garage. The
Yeah.
other guys were at their day jobs, and they would just show up and say, "Hey, you want to get the band back together?" And we all said yes. And that was Jesse came back, Chris came back. Um, it was kind of surreal, just kind of like the same as when we started out in California, it was kind of surreal. It wasn't anything, wasn't my idea. Wasn't it just it was somebody, it just happened. And that's how we got back together and we played a concert in Los Angeles out here, and the reaction was just so overwhelmingly positive. We were like, oh, maybe we should do this. Everybody Dies was originally going to be my second solo album, even though it had Peter on it and it had Mark on it. I had actually recorded some of the songs in New Jersey with Peter, and then I was recording with Mark. I never stopped working with Mark, and so when once that happened, then it was like, okay, this is we're going to call it a drama mama. You know, even the bright side is me playing on a lot of the songs. It's just me, although Marky's on there on a couple of tunes. You can tell the difference who's playing lead guitar. But I play drums, I play bass. That one was way more of a solo album. Everybody Dies was more of a, it was a solo album, but I started thinking more along the terms of a band, not necessarily drama. But it's me writing songs. Like it's just the natural progression. So that's how that happened, and then we've been doing it ever since. In addition to just doing our own thing, we also have gotten on this 80s nostalgia thing where we play concerts, in big arenas and stuff. Uh, Again, we're playing with all the bands that we're playing with all had like top 10 singles. And it's just because, like, I guess it's kind of like a cult underground, anything just has a life of its
Yeah.
own. And again, there's nobody promoting it. It's not even on a major label. It's just the strength of the song, which is a
Mhm.
beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Talking about that, behind the music, or not behind the music, I'm sorry, reuniting the band.
Hmm.
Um, One of the things that I can get kind of emotional. And one of the things that really struck me about that whole thing was when they were driving Jesse to the reunion and they asked him why he did it, and he was like, I love John. Uh, Dude, that was heavy to me as a fan. And and yeah, I mean that was just that to me, that was like the moment in the whole episode, other than you guys actually playing and seeing the crowd get so excited about the songs. So that was really cool, man.
Well, I've always been, the de facto leader of the band because I write the songs and I tell them what it's supposed to sound like for the most part. It's like, you do this, you do that. But I've never been like a taskmaster or like someone like never yell at anybody. And I never, it's more like, attraction rather than promotion. It's like,
Sure.
come on, I got this big old van. Come on, everybody want to go for a ride? I'm driving. I'm the driver, but other than that, it's a team, you know,
Yeah.
and, and that's the way I treat everybody. And that's the way I treat, like, you told your story at the beginning of the show. That's the
Yeah.
way I treat people I meet. You know, I I don't believe a lot of show business is smoke and mirrors. I always say it's just a lot of artifice. There's a lot of make believe and a lot of they try to make stars out of people and they're just everybody's just the same, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
For all the same chemical makeup, and the way show business works is they try to build this persona and this image and larger than life and put them up on a pedestal, and you know you never really do get to talk to them. They keep them tucked away in the back, and you see pictures of them getting out of limousines or walking on red carpets or whatever. But it's not, and it's not because the musicians or the actors or whatever wouldn't be nice if you did get to talk to them, but it's all the handlers, all the machine behind it that prevents you from getting to them because they don't want you to know that they're just like everybody else. They want to build this image of this person who's so special and so magical and unique and different, you know. Um,
Yeah.
and I think it sometimes it backfires, and then those people, you know, become victims of that. You know, some of the biggest stars are have the saddest stories, whether it's, you know, Kurt Cobain or Michael Jackson or Prince or whoever, you know, and you never know how messed up things are. Elvis is a perfect example, you know. You never know how messed up things are until they die, and then all the stories come out. It's like, oh yeah, oh
Yeah,
okay.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like to me, when I met you, you were exactly what I wanted you to be, man. So
I
if
just said,
if it's right to have those kind of expectations, you know what I mean? But I just like you had an aura about you, but you were a guy, you know, and it was awesome. So
my mother raised me with good manners, and you know, so that's part of it. But also, yeah, like before a show, I hang out. You know, you see me walking around, and after a show too. You know, I don't try to be, you know, I don't try to hide, and I don't try to be something that I'm not.
yeah,
I'm just everybody else. I came from the audience, and you know, I'm just like everybody else, and that's
yeah,
that. I wish everybody. I guess it wouldn't be the. I don't know. It's funny because sometimes, you know, being a big fan of music and whatnot, sometimes I can get, you know, I buy into the illusion myself, and I'm
sure.
surprised when I find out that's not the reality. But
Yeah.
yeah,
I,
it's fun.
I mean, you had, you know, Benmont Tench and Clem Burke on your albums. That must have been something, you know, in the studio and then even going on the road with Clem. That must have been as a music fan. I mean, geez.
I went to see Blondie when before after Parallel Lines, but before they were really big. They went to see
Sure.
him in New York, and I went, you know, typical teenage, you know, Debbie Harry fan. But I walked out of that show, big Clem Burke fan. He's just such a great drummer, and I was
Yeah.
just blown away. He was just he was like Keith Moon, you know, just blew
Right.
me. And then, oddly enough, or you know, again, organic moments. We didn't call Clem. Rodney said, "How about Clem?" Because Blondie wasn't working at that time, and Clem was kind of floating around. He was in a couple other bands too, but he was available, and we were like, "Clem Burke," you know. Oh, it was almost like, you know, Wayne's World. Like, we're not worthy. Oh no, we can't play with a guy like that. He's too good, you know. But he was willing, and it worked out really well. And he was with us for a couple of years till the band broke up, you know. And we're still friends too, you know. He and I are you know, still
Yeah.
still still hang out, you know, still talk, and happy to see one another. And it's I really I don't like to leave any damage in my wake. I like be able to look in the rearview mirror, and it's all clear and good, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And the drums on Hi-Fi Sci-Fi, like the introduction to Hey Betty and stuff. Oh my Lord. They're so huge, man. Um, and you can, you know, it kind of brought you guys a different sound almost, even though it clearly sounds like Dramarama, but the drums on that record are so big, man.
That was the product of having Clem in the band, and also I
Sure.
think when when we were making it, that was the first record we made after the explosion of grunge, and you know, all of a sudden hard rock was back in style, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, so we were able to play on that, you know, a little bit more. We drew on that a little, I think, a little bit more for that album.
Yeah. Like Bad Seed and Prayer. Um,
Yeah,
big heavy songs, man, for sure.
yeah, got to do a little bit more hard rocking on a couple of those tunes.
Yeah. So when you guys took Slim Dunlop out with you. Was that your decision, or was that a record company thing, or how? Because for people who don't know, he played in the Replacements,
Yeah,
which the Replacements are a huge influential band. Um, and it was really, really cool to get to see him. They were playing his stuff on the radio back home in Ithaca. I don't know if it was because he was going to be coming with you guys and they were kind of trying to hype the show, but they were definitely playing his stuff. So how did the decision get made to bring Slim out with you?
that was one of the few times when we were actually even able to uh, exert any influence on who was playing with us, who we were touring with, and he was with us for that whole tour. Um, a lot of times, well, for us anyway, we were never that big of a band or that big of a deal that we would have, any say in who went with us. And a lot of times it was the agency's choice and whatnot. But I do remember that time being involved in having Slim with us and say, so yeah, that was a wonderful experience, and it was he was just a totally cool guy.
Yeah, and he had like a really cool, like bluesy, stonesy rock album out at the time. So
That's a
it was
great record.
fun to watch him play it.
Yeah, no, he was
Um,
cool.
yeah.
Very nice
So
man.
so since the beginning, either you and Chris produced all the music. As a young band, like, was there pressure to bring in outside producers? And what made you guys decide to do that on your own? Like, because that's kind of a rare thing, especially back then. There was always producers getting brought in.
Yeah, well, we started it all ourselves in the basement. Actually, in the basement of the record store where that Chris owned. We started recording in the basement there, and then when we went in the studio, we were calling the shots, and so that just like proceeded through our 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 first album, and then I mean, we didn't know how to, work the board or set up the microphone. So we were always at the mercy of an engineer. So all of our albums, once other people were paying for the record,
Mhm.
then they insisted that we had some kind of an engineer who would be like a co-producer. So uh, every album, well, Wonderama Land and Vinyl both benefited from having guys who were amazing engineers and also the producers as well. Val Garay did Wonderama Land and Don Smith did Vinyl,
Mhm.
and you know uh, we benefited also because those guys were able to um, bring in other people to play on the record. Particularly Don brought made it able for us. We had Jim Keltner play drums on one song, and
Mhm.
uh, Benmont
Yeah.
and Mick Taylor from the Rolling Stones is on that record. We also, because we were on a major label at that point, we we spent more money on that record than we did on the first three albums put together. we
Sure.
probably we probably spent more on our catering budget, than we
Yeah.
spent on the first three albums put together, because we were doing it all ourselves and paying using our own money to pay for those records. So those records weren't very expensive, and in vinyl, we spent a lot. We were able to spend a lot more money. Now, having said that, afterwards, you owe the record company all that money, so
Yeah.
it's a double-edged sword. But
Yeah.
but but I think particularly vinyl and hi-fi sci-fi, the money is on the record. You can hear it when you listen to it. We spend it wisely to make those records.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, hi-fi sci-fi sounds huge, and vinyl just has like this really cool swagger that maybe wasn't on the other albums as much. There's like a real like a Stonesy vibe through the whole album, I think.
Don Smith, who was the engineer and producer who worked on that album, he had worked in the past with the Stones and with Keith on his solo albums, and also with the Heartbreakers. So he had that connection, and he had that experience, and he was able to bring that into the studio, and he was just a really cool dude. He's since passed away, but yeah, I think that record is one of our best, and certainly one of our
Yeah,
best sound.
yeah, absolutely. So speaking of production, this is another sort of fanboy question, and I feel like the answer is probably going to be no, but there is a band called Greta, and they were a hard rock band. Their vocalist is has kind of a similar vocal style to you, but if you put it in like a more metal context, um, and the album is produced by John Easdale. Their album No Biting. Did you produce that album?
I did.
Oh wow,
I
that's
actually,
awesome.
I actually recorded their demos that they got signed off of.
Oh,
Uh,
that's
from,
so cool. I thought for sure you were going to say, "Oh, it's a different John Easdale," because
no,
there's no like you can't. I literally bought it because your name was on it, but then I never could find any information about you being involved. So I just thought maybe it was someone who just happened to have your name. Okay, so continue the story. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no. Again, I'm not the kind of producer who knows how to work the board. I don't know how to set up mics. I'm not an engineer, and so when it came time to make, I recorded the demos with them, and I was the producer of the demos. And when it came time to make the album, again, I was asked to be the producer, but I also co-produced it with a brilliant uh, engineer named Sylvia Massey. She's just
Mhm.
the
Sure.
most talented women in one of the most talented engineers in the business. And she recorded like the first Tool record, I want to say, and she's recorded. She's just amazing. Um, Now, what happened? It just so happens that right around the time that was right I want to say that was right after Hi-Fi Sci-Fi had been recorded,
Mhm.
and uh, I went to New York, and we were recording the Grid album. I went to New York for a promotional tour, early promotional tour for Hi-Fi Sci-Fi. It was this springtime. I want to say it was March, and I. Long story short, I got addicted to crack cocaine. Um,
Oof.
and yeah, and it kind of I just kind of went off the deep end between March and June. I just disappeared for the most part. I mean, I was
Right.
I was around, but I wasn't around, and so I wasn't able to do any promotion for the Gret album, or for that matter for the Hi-Fi Sci-Fi album. And actually, when Hi-Fi Sci-Fi came out, I was in the Betty Ford Center in uh,
Mhm.
in Rancho Mirage, California, out by Palm Springs. And luckily, it was a short little run. It didn't last long, but up until that point, I was drinking and smoking weed, and yeah, I would snort coke or whatever sometimes, not all the time, but you know, I had been doing that since I was a teenager. But all of a sudden, I became full on junkie, and I spent a lot of money, and I just really just I messed up really bad and had to go to
Yeah.
rehab. And so that's why I wasn't more a part of the promotion of the Greta record. Now, odd side note, Paul, the singer for Greta, he had been sober for a number of years when we were making the record, and then once they put the record out and he went out on the road, he went off the deep end, and he needed to go to rehab too, to the point where he wasn't able to complete the tour. And for some strange, odd reason, I don't know why the record company decided to do this, but Paul was the singer, he was the songwriter, but they decided to put somebody else in his place. So they finished the tour with a different singer. You
Oh,
know,
that's weird.
it was really weird. And
That's strange, man.
yeah, but no, I love the songs on that Greta record. In fact,
Yeah.
Paul, Paul passed away oh, I don't know how many years ago, 5, 7. I don't know. Time goes fast now, but
Sure. Yeah.
and I was able to get up with the other guys in the band and sing a couple of the songs on that album with them
Awesome.
at his memorial. And
Oh man.
no, that Greta record is really good. It's called No Biting.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I bought it because it had your name on it and couldn't find any information about you being part of it, but I guess that's you just explained that. So that's I mean, do you mind talking a little bit about mental health and stuff like that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Think I think it's real important, and I wish more people were more forthcoming about it. And well, it's like anything, it has a stigma,
Yeah.
and because some people who do bad things might be struggling with mental health issues, then all of a sudden it becomes a stigma. The same
Yeah.
same with alcoholism or drug addiction. Uh, once you once you admit you have a problem of some sort, then all of a sudden you're a leper. You get sent to the leper colony, and everybody else who has may have those same problems, whether it's mental illness or alcoholism or drug addiction. They can continue to drink and do drugs and just be crazy, and because they've never sought any kind of help, they don't get put in the leper colony. um, it's a shame, and it's weird because there's a lot of people struggle with mental health and addiction, and sometimes they go hand in hand. But mental health is something that's just far too people are, don't talk about it, and people don't,
Yeah.
and so it gets a really bad reputation, and everybody's like, oh, and it's a lot more common than people realize, I think. And
Yeah.
I've struggled with depression or bipolar, for a long time. I've had, I mean, some of my manic episodes have been, you know, incredibly productive, but
Right.
they're also kind of dangerous. Uh, and the depression is really debilitating. You just don't want to get out of bed. So it's real. I encourage people to seek help and go see a therapist. If it's real serious, talk to physicians, psychiatrists. Don't be embarrassed or ashamed, because this is nothing to be ashamed of. It's a really common thing.
Yeah. I think I remember in the liner notes of Bent Back Tulips, they mentioned there was something mentioned about you checking in somewhere. Um and at the time I was struggling with some stuff. Like I had just gone to college, but I had gotten off of drugs, and getting off of drugs triggered OCD and anxiety really, really, really bad. And so kind of to see that someone who I really, really admired had similar struggles to me, like really helped, to be completely honest. And I didn't get things fixed until I was in my 30s. And fixed is a relative term, but I ended up, getting institutionalized. And the first time was in a state hospital, which was one of the worst experiences of my life. I mean, I was in there with murderers and stuff. And I had anxiety issues. But the second time, the place where I was getting counseling, it was a private facility, and they actually got me on good meds, and got me feeling better than I ever really have. And I've relapsed a couple times. I mean, it happens, but right now I'm 50, and I think I'm in the best place mentally that I've ever been. So it's cool,
That's fantastic,
yeah,
and I'm very happy for you, because that's seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength, I think. you
yeah,
know
for sure. Yeah,
but it's Yeah, my first time that got me put in the hospital was right around the time after it was in between Box Office Bomb and Stuck in Wonderland, and we had just gotten back from a tour of France, and we were broke, and we really had nothing going on, But
Yeah.
and my soon to be wife was pregnant with our first
Mm,
child, and it all just kind of like came crashing down, and I went nuts, and I didn't sleep for like a week, and I wrote
mhm.
half the songs on Stuck in Wonderland that week. But I was
Yeah.
also I didn't sleep either.
Yeah.
I was just like I said, manic, and it's scary, and I ended up in the hospital, first in jail for a night or something, then in a hospital.
Yeah.
Uh, it's weird because then years later, I I started being on medication or whatever, and when I got arrested for another relapse years later, because of my medication, they put me in the psycho ward of the county jail in Los Angeles, because of my medication, not because I was
Right.
really, didn't I don't think I really belonged there, but you know,
Sure.
it was
Sure.
it was my prescriptions, So
Mhm.
it's weird, it's scary, but it's like I said, it's more a sign of strength to seek help. I really believe,
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
just learned not yesterday, but the day before, a very good friend of mine I used to work with, um, he had not sought help, and he never did get his act together, and he ended up being homeless, and
Mm.
uh, and then he died on October 1st. He was living
Oh,
on the streets, but his brother didn't find out until November 12th or whatever. They were his his body's somewhere in the morgue in Los Angeles, and nobody knew who his next of kin was or how to contact them. So they finally tracked down his brother back
wow.
east, and we just found out about it day before yesterday. And when you hear it, when I think of something like that, and it's sad and it's scary, and at the same time, I like kind of thank my lucky stars that that could be me real
Yeah.
easily, you know,
Yeah.
so I'm really thankful that I was able to, you know, turn it around and not end up where he ended up. And I'm sure that was definitely a distinct possibility, especially like at that period when the
Yeah.
Greta, right before Hi-Fi Sci-Fi came out, and when the Greta record came out. And if you listen to Hi-Fi Sci-Fi, if you see this, the
Oh, yeah.
song, some of it is kind of, a preface to what was happening. I didn't realize when I was writing the songs, but I was getting to the end of that trail, and it came out in my songwriting. But when we were recording it, I had no idea that that was the case.
Yeah.
It's only in hindsight that I could look back and say, "Wow, don't feel like doing drugs." That's an interesting.
Right. Right. Or like, right on, baby, baby. I mean,
No,
there's
there's a bunch.
definitely a narrative, man, that goes through it for sure. But I think all your albums kind of have a narrative in a way, which is cool. Like they all sort of have songs that make sense together. Uh, like they almost tell a story the way that they go together. So that's really cool.
That's I've always thought in that, you know, in that term, in terms of trying to create like a book of short stories, but
Yeah.
kind of that thematically can link,
Yeah.
um, color TV in particular, like, because it's the most recent I can think, it starts off, I'm kind of, I'm trying, trying to get clean, and then, by the end of it, I'm settled down, and I'm living happily ever after, and
Yeah.
it kind of, that's the journey of that album. So,
It's
you know,
awesome.
It's interesting because the love songs I write now are a lot more, happy love songs than
Sure,
not so
sure.
happy songs.
Yeah, I remember Incredible, and I was like, "This is the happiest song I've ever heard on a Dramarama album." Um, but there's definitely some really optimistic songs on Color TV too, which is it's cool, man. I I feel like the albums are almost like having a conversation with you, even.
Yeah,
So it's cool, you know.
there's definitely some autobiographical
Yeah,
thing in all of them, in all of it. I don't, I can't, you can't take me out of it. I'm not that good of a writer that I can just write about other stuff. I mean, some
yeah,
things, poems or pretty words put strung together, but almost all of it has some basis inside me and so in my head.
yeah. Well, I mean, anything, famously is about the dissolution of your first marriage, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah. By the
yeah,
time it was recorded, that marriage was over.
yeah. And that's your biggest song, man. So it's right out there for everybody, you know.
What's really funny though is like people will come up to me and say, "That's our song, man. We played that at our wedding," and I'm like,
Whoa.
That song doesn't have a happy ending. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but good for you.
right, right. So we're a little over an hour, man. So I'm gonna throw a couple more questions out there, and then I'll let you go, dude. I don't want to keep you here all day, but um,
It's all good, man.
awesome, brother. So how do you guys pick the covers? Because every album has some really cool covers on it. A lot of them introduced me to songs that I had never heard. Um,
Well, I'll tell you how that started. At first, we wanted people to notice us, and we were huge fans of Lou Reed and David Bowie, and so if someone did a Bowie song, we'd hear about it. When Bauhaus did Ziggy Stardust, we knew about. That's how we heard Bauhaus. You
yeah,
know, and and so we were like, oh, let's do a Velvet Underground song on our first 45, and then people who like the Velvet Underground, maybe they'll listen, they'll hear about us. It was very calculated in that sense that we were trying to appeal to people who might not know who John Ron was, but they know the Velvet Underground. Hey, these guys do a Velvet Underground song. Let's check them out. And I think that was even, what got us in that magazine I told you about, Trouser Press.
yeah,
That was the first thing that got people to pay attention. So at the beginning, that was the idea. Then after that, when we pick songs, we try to pick songs either by bands that maybe somebody didn't know about. Like we did a New York Dolls song when the New York Dolls had been almost completely forgotten. Um, and tried, and the same thing when the Faces, we did a Faces song, and it was at a point where all the Faces records were out of print. Rod Stewart was a huge star, but people were forgetting about the Faces. This is the 80s or 90s, the early 90s. So we would try to get people to, hey, look, this is band, the New York Dolls. Hey, the Faces. Hey, and even when we would pick a song like by the Rolling Stones, um, we would try to pick a more obscure song. We wouldn't try to pick the most well-known song by any given artist. Try to find a cool song that was a little off the beaten path. Not
yeah,
not 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 from the greatest hits album. And even on Color TV, we picked a Bob Dylan song that uh, I think might be on one of those like uh, bootleg series compilations, but not really on it. It's not from any of his albums. Yeah, we always try to find something that's a little bit, left of center.
yeah. That's awesome. Um, I Ooh La La is like everywhere now.
I know,
It was
but I
it was
find
in
no,
Daisy Jones and the Six, and
yeah,
like
no, it
yeah,
is. It's a commercial for some for some prescription medicine. It is. It's everywhere. Or
Yeah,
maybe for insurance. I don't know what it's for. But no, it was forgotten. It was out of print. You couldn't buy the record. Nobody knew, very, I mean, only people knew it, but it wasn't what it is now. And same with
right,
Velvet. The Velvet Underground was not as mainstream as they are now. When we were in 1986, they were like, oh yeah, that's Lou Reed's old band, but
right.
they weren't as acclaimed or well known as they've become. And certainly we can't take credit for any of that, but it's just weird, in that
Yeah,
sense, we were a little ahead of our time. Same with the Dolls. The Dolls were, we were hanging with Sylvain and Arthur in L.A. And Sylvain's actually on the Hi-Fi Sci-Fi, and uh, Sylvain, the New York Dolls were just, again, their records were out of print,
yeah,
and people remembered them, but they weren't being celebrated. And now they're well known as, the godfathers of punk rock in a lot of ways.
yeah. When I was a kid, I found a New York Dolls album at a garage sale. I just remember it being really pink. I don't remember like which album it was or really what songs were on it because I was so young, but I I liked Van Halen, I liked Foreigner. So I saw these long-haired guys and I was like, let me check this out. And I got it for like 25 cents. And I kept that album for a long time, man, but I honestly I mean, maybe which one of their albums was bright pink, but I can't. And it had like a black and white picture of the band on the cover, I think, and it was bright pink. But that
Mm-hmm.
was the one that I picked up at a garage sale as a kid, and then heard you guys play Private World, and somehow Personality Crisis had stuck with me. I knew that song,
Mm-hmm.
so
It's
um,
great
so
album.
yeah, I
But
mean, but
it's just called the New York Dolls. That's their first.
probably yeah, that's probably what it was. But
At the time, men wearing makeup, it was really, outrageous in 1973.
oh
Uh,
sure,
and, and at the same time, those guys weren't, effeminate in any way. They weren't like,
right.
limp-wristed characters. They were tough New York
Yeah,
dudes, but
I
they
mean,
were
even in makeup, Buster Poindexter looks like he could hit you with a right hook. I mean, he just looks like a tough dude.
they were tough guys for sure.
Yeah,
David
yeah,
Johnson, Johnny Thunders, they were great. Um,
yeah.
it's funny because New York Dolls, they had their look. Aerosmith, if you see old pictures of them, they were just, your typical hippie denim
Mhm,
wearing thing. Uh, After the New York Dolls, they shared a management company in like 1973, and
mhm.
not only did Steven Tyler steal David Johansen's wife, but they also stole like their look. All of a sudden, they
Yeah,
got all damned out. They started wearing like leopard skin prints and all these, you know, the look of Aerosmith completely changed like in 73, 74. They stole the whole New York Dolls thing. It's very
that's
strange.
wild, man. And I mean, Hanoi Rocks is direct lineage of New York
Oh,
Dolls, and they influenced so many LA bands in the '80s as far as look.
oh
Um,
God, the
yeah,
Poisons of the world and so many of the others. Yeah.
yeah,
Even
yeah,
even Guns N' Roses was
right,
almost there, but there was a lot of bands like that at that point. When we first moved out to LA, the Sunset Strip was just loaded with that kind of stuff.
right, right. And that's kind of what I was into as a kid. But I also grew up on AM radio,
Hmm.
so I mean, I love John Denver. It's like there's a if something was good, I would gravitate to it regardless. But then by high school, it's like you kind of listen to what's cool, and that's what was cool, like guys in leather wearing makeup playing, But I also bands like Junkyard and Bang Tango and bands like that maybe weren't the most popular out of that. I gravitated towards the bands that played bluesy and funky stuff as opposed to just like the party bands that were on TV all the time. Like I never really got into that too much. So, but I did fall into the hard rock teased hair thing for a while. You know, it was just kind of what was there. And honestly, you guys were probably the first band that I really got into that didn't have that image as a teenager. Like seeing that video on Night Flight really like, you know, and then there was other stuff happening, Nirvana and Pearl Jam and all that stuff. But like,
Mhm.
I kind of credit you guys for getting me out of, and I still love that music. Like, don't get me wrong, but kind of turning me towards a different direction, like Buffalo Tom and bands like that, man. So it was really cool.
Neat.
Yeah, yeah. So I feel like I have more questions, man, but I've been kind of smiling this whole time. This has been such a cool experience, man. And you guys are out there, you're still playing all the time. What do you guys have coming up? You said there might be new music, which man, that would be amazing. But
I'm hoping to get us into the studio before the end of the year.
awesome.
Uh, I've been working on stuff, and we'll see what happens. This election, the outcome of this last election is hopefully will do some inspiring, and that's as much as I want about that. But
Yeah,
at least about the election. But we'll see. We'll see we'll see what happens. And I mean, the last time we started recording, and it was almost 10 years before the record came out. So you never
right,
know.
right, right. Yeah,
It's just it happens the way it happens, and when it's done, it's done. So
for sure. For
I
sure.
mean,
And I mean, it's cool that you're kind of at a point in your career where you can do that. You know, you don't have like a record label pushing you to get stuff out. You can like when you when you feel like you've got something completed and you've got the quality, you can just give it to the world. So that's really cool.
yeah, no, we're very lucky. I think of myself as a very fortunate person for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So, it's funny, like I don't want to get into politics either, but the last show that I did, it hasn't been released yet, but I had Rags Morales on. He's a comic book artist. He's literally my favorite artist. So this has been a really cool couple weeks. Like I got to interview my favorite artist and my favorite musician back to back. So this has been really cool. But he went on like a 20-minute rant about the election, kind of out of nowhere. So people
Mm.
are definitely affected by what happened. I mean, my idea right now is just to kind of keep my head down and power through it, you know, and hope that nothing terrible happens. So
And today I was talking to said, at this point he's just going to be an ostrich and it's just going to bury his head in the sand. I'm
yeah,
concentrating on my family and my pets and
yep,
music and things that make me happy. Because
yeah,
being sad and
yeah,
angry, it's no fun being sad and angry all the time. So it's
for
going to
sure.
be
Yeah,
it's good.
last time he was in office, I literally got upset about every single thing that he did. And I'm not going to let him affect my life like that this time. You know, it's just,
My
yeah,
last man episode was triggered by him, and I went nuts. I really
yeah,
did. I went absolutely overboard. Um, didn't end up in a hospital or a prison that time, but I did scare my family. That's for sure. Uh, yeah, no, you can't, and it's we're all gonna get through it one way or
for
another.
sure. Yeah,
That's
definitely.
the deal.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, thank you so much for having me on. I do appreciate it, man.
Oh,
And
yeah, of course, man.
when it comes up, send me a link or something so I can put it
Oh, of course.
on the Facebook or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
Just
Um,
stay off that too, but I'll still use it for professional reasons. But
yeah,
I'm trying to avoid. Yeah, I'm avoiding the news and social media and just everything. I'm just gonna, you know,
sure.
try to
Yeah, I
try to.
remember oh, I'm sorry, man. I keep, now I feel like we're having like a regular conversation. I keep on
No,
interrupting, but,
no, no.
um, right. But I remember a few years back when I added you, you were really active on Facebook and it was really cool, like talking back and forth with you about things. And you've kind of petered off a little bit now, and I get it, you know. I don't use Facebook much as I used to either. So, um,
Yeah, especially Yeah, no, I found myself being dragged into arguments
Sure.
and things that I really just I had too much negative energy, so I have kind of stepped back. Plus, I think I that whole the Zuckerberg universe is kind of scary.
For
They
sure.
get they get to learn too much about me,
Yeah.
and beyond that, the way I feel about other people's opinions, I gotta believe that other people feel that way about my opinion. So like, why
Mhm.
bother?
Yeah, for sure. All right. So there's one question that we ask everyone, regardless of what the other questions are during the course of the podcast. So I want to steer it to that real quick. Um, you've obviously had personal turmoil. You moved yourself across the country. You've released a lot of albums. You're kind of at a point where, I mean, you still go out and you play, but you're kind of at a point where you don't have to make music. What is it that makes you or drives you to continue to put stuff out into the world and to create and make art?
Well, to be honest with you, I think, even if we never ever got out of the garage or got out of the basement or whatever, I would still be doing it just for my own satisfaction. And it's in my blood, it's in my soul. Um, Beyond that, though, it's really neat and really just totally gratifying that there's people who actually want to see us play.
Yeah,
The idea that people will reach into their wallets and actually buy a ticket to watch us, play music is incredibly cool. And I think it's easier to win the lottery than to get to do what we've gotten to do, and especially for as long as we've gotten to do it. So as long as people are willing to come see us, I'll get up there and do it. And you know what? I still really do enjoy it. And I like it, makes me happy, and I see that sometimes it makes other people happy to see it, and that's the greatest gift in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's just incredibly cool. And once it stops being fun, or once we start not being able to do what we do, at the level that we do it, then it'll be time to call it a day. But I don't think. Luckily, we haven't quite gotten there yet. I'm getting older. Everybody's getting older, but you could look at the Stones and see Mick Jagger. He's 80, right? And
yeah,
he's kicking ass, man. And I went to see Bob Dylan this summer, and he blew me away. Willie Nelson, he was 91, he blew me away. It
yeah.
can be done. So there's hope for the future.
Absolutely, man. All right, John, thank you so much. This this has been one of the coolest experiences of my life, man. Just getting to talk to you. Um, I really
You're making me
appreciate it, man.
you're making me blessed.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
so much. It was my pleasure.
Awesome, man. All right. Well, you take care, man. Have a good
All
one. Oh, and I need to close out the podcast. Jeez. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I want to thank my producer Tyler and Emmy Studios. I've already thanked him a few times, but I want to thank John Easdale for just being a fantastic guest and yeah, this has been my pleasure. Make sure that you guys tune in next week to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Hey, everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and today we have a writer of comic books such as The Last Ride of the Four Horsemen, The Vicious Circus, a few others. Mr. Kevin Laporte, how are you?
I'm
Welcome to
good.
the podcast.
Appreciate
Awesome.
you being on.
Oh, of course. So before we get started on the whole meat of the podcast, I did want to say I have read some of your comics and I definitely enjoy them.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. What got me first introduced to Inverse was actually the wrestling comic books.
Okay, square
Um,
circle.
yeah, and also the encyclopedia, the wrestling encyclopedia got a lot of attention. So when I heard about that, I went on and kind of checked out some of the other stuff and supported some of the Kickstarters. So, and just being like a comic book fan for 40 something years, obviously I picked up some of the stuff and it's good stuff. So
Well,
it's
thanks
pretty
a lot.
cool.
I appreciate it. We had a lot of fun doing this wrestling comics. I kind of miss it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
stopped doing it a few years ago. It was taking up so much time. It was kind of cutting into my own creative output for our own titles. But we did it for 5.5 years, almost 6 years,
Yeah.
and
Right.
got to meet a lot of those wrestlers, live and in person, or at least talk to
Yeah.
them on the phone a few times. But it was really cool to meet Nikolai Volkov or Rocky Johnson,
Sure.
have meals with those guys. It was a ton of fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, I liked the Bruno Sammartino one. I thought that it was super thorough, like really well done for a comic book, and the Rock and Roll Express ones were really good. So yeah, and then of course like the encyclopedia, I didn't even know a second volume came out. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to pick that up because it's
Yeah,
sold out on the website.
I
But
can get
yeah.
you a copy. Just email me after.
Oh,
I've got
awesome,
more
dude.
collections laying
I,
around.
I appreciate it. Yeah, but the first volume was really good. I really enjoyed it. So cool. All right. So now, first question here. What was it that got you interested in writing? Either just in general, specifically comic books? How did that all
No,
come about?
my mom really pushed me on reading from a very early age. I'm a child of the 70s, and uh, at that point, Hardy Boys books were kind of vintage, but she had a whole set of those things that still exist today. They keep getting passed down to nephews and nieces. But I read all those Hardy Boys books, and then uh, a lot of other things, fables and things like that through the school libraries. But then I discovered spinner racks and convenience stores and the Hulk, and I really identified with that character for some reason as a kid. Loved the
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk comics. Still read them to this day. And then I just started writing some of my own little stories in high school and middle school. And then I discovered Chris Claremont's X-Men, and to me, still kind of the pinnacle of superhero comics, and Watchmen in mid
Oh
'80s,
yeah.
and still to me the height of what can be accomplished in comics. And all that made me really want to write my own stories. And I started writing comic scripts as early as like my junior, senior year in high school, collaborating with friends who were artists and things like that. And none of that really went beyond a few pages, but it was still really fulfilling. And then career, grad school, marriage. So I didn't actually write another script until I was 39, 40 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so there
Wow.
was a couple of decades difference there. And my partner, Amanda Rachels, is an artist, and she asked me somewhere in 2009 to write like a sample script so she could submit some art samples to some sequential pages to some of the comics publishers. And I wrote a little Doom Patrol script that we had fun with, like 6 or 8 pages. And we enjoyed it so much, we decided to keep making our own comics rather than submit anywhere. And we are still doing it 15 years later.
Awesome. Awesome. So, is Inverse actually your guys' publishing company?
Yeah, it's just the two of us. Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
We co-own it, and we of course have creative partners and
Sure.
writing partners. Our partner Erica Heflin's been heavily involved throughout for the past 10, 12 years. And we have some local artists that we've worked with throughout most of that time. And over the years, we've made friends with artists in other countries and collaborate with them on a regular basis. So we have a tight core,
Yeah.
but the everyday staff is me and Amanda.
That's awesome. So what was the process like as far as getting that whole thing started? I mean, securing printing and distribution, and I mean that must have been insane.
It still is insane because it's constantly changing. I mean, we have never done direct market stuff with our books. We've never gone to comic shops outside of a few local shops that used to carry our stuff.
Yeah.
And uh, so distribution has really been through Kickstarter and our website and conventions, which we don't do a whole lot of anymore.
Right.
So it's been kind of hand to hand from us to readers throughout that time. And you know, it's tough to consider doing diamond because of the investment and the risk that's associated with it, and
Sure.
kind of the state of the direct market is pretty volatile right now.
Yeah.
State of distribution is crazy since Lunar got involved and Penguin Random House took over Marvel, and
Right.
it's just all so dispersed. It's kind of gone crazy.
Yeah.
But, at the front end of it, in 2010, when we first started making Clown Town, which became Vicious Circus, we didn't know anything about printers. We didn't know anything about formatting books, and we learned all that through trial and error.
Yeah.
Even today, it is a challenge to find a good printer that's reliable and consistently reliable over years. And we're constantly bouncing between printers to find ones that are going to deliver a great product and also deliver that product on time. And with concern for our needs as a publisher, especially one who does mostly crowdfunding, so that we can get those books to our backers on time. And I think we're in a comfortable place now. But we've been in a comfortable place before, and it got uncomfortable after a little while. So, it's just a state of affairs after COVID and some hurricanes and things like that. Different printers have run into trouble getting paper.
Right.
A couple of years ago now, it seems to be resolved. But there's always something. You just never know.
Yeah, I remember I backed a local writer. She wrote a book about like a kid and their dog, and I just thought it was really cute. So I backed it. But yeah, so she you know, I was really patient with her, but there were people who were on her Facebook just tearing her apart. Like, when are we gonna get our book? And I'm just like, man,
Yeah.
this is, you know, she's doing this herself. Like, give her a break, you know?
Yeah, we ran into
So,
the same types of problems, especially about 2 years ago. And it wasn't the printer's fault, but the ones
right.
we were working with at the time just weren't very forthright with us about what the actual issue was and how soon they really realistically saw it being resolved. And so
Yeah.
we kept making promises to our backers that we couldn't keep because they still didn't have paper. And it wasn't really the fault, but they weren't being as truthful with us as they should have been about the fact that they didn't foresee getting paper for quite a while. So we
Wow.
did our Christmas special for Vicious Circus for 2022 in February, late February of 2023, which did not feel good, but it got done. It was just 2 months late, which is something we've never done before.
Sure, sure. I mean, you guys have actually had quite a few successful campaigns on Kickstarter. Like, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we've since 2011, I think was our first one. We've had, including the Squared Circle stuff,
Right.
86, something like that, Kickstarters. Yeah.
And they all got funded, or?
Everyone that was a comic book got funded. And we tried
That's
again
amazing.
one time, and that didn't go quite as well as we liked. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but we learned, yeah, but all the comics have been funded.
That's awesome. The idea of games is so cool, but like now people just play stuff on their phones. Really. You know what I mean? It's a lot harder to get people to sit down and play a game. Like,
Yeah.
even I have friends who are super into Pokemon, but they don't even really play the Pokemon card game anymore. They play it on their phone with
Pokemon Go.
other people.
Yeah.
What's that?
They're playing Pokemon Go.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Or even like, I mean, one of this guy who I used to work with played like the Pokemon card game, but he played it on his phone and he could play it with people who weren't even sitting by him. You know, you could just play it. It was just,
Yeah.
it's
In
a
person.
really weird world, you know. But
It is.
I appreciate the fact that like there's independent publishers who are keeping comic books alive. You know, the physical comic book that you can hold. I think that that's important. You know.
And with Kickstarter, it's really thriving. The
Yeah.
market for Kickstarter has changed, and it's kind of depressed for mid-level indie creators like us. And there are a lot of people that do this the same kind of way that we do right now.
Yeah.
In fact, I noticed the other day that Kickstarter is up to 350 comics projects this week. and that is a crazy
Wow,
number.
in
I
one
remember
week.
like
Yeah.
125, 140 was a lot. And so a
Right.
lot
Right.
of people have discovered they can make comics via crowdfunding. And I think it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
It's great to have a lot of people making comics and that there's a healthy population of creators out there, but it's cutting into the pie for everybody. Which is,
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have uh like you guys, and I mean Cosmic Times has been out for a while, and I love Martin's books. Oh my gosh, dude. They're so good. It's just like there's a lot of there's a lot of people who are going to be loyal to the ones that they always have been loyal to, but at the same time, if a concept grabs you, you might, if you have to make a choice, you might try out the new thing just because it looks interesting. I mean, you never know how all that's going to go. The
yeah,
crowdfunding is
yeah.
so yeah. What do you think has led to your guys' success? I mean, 86 successful campaigns is a lot.
Stubbornness, refusal
Yeah,
to quit.
yeah,
Honestly, I enjoy making comics so much. It's something I wanted to do since childhood. Now that I legitimately have done it for a decade, it's meant so much to me in terms of just my identity as a creator that it's not something I could quit doing if I wanted to. If I didn't push them out through Kickstarter, I just make them, print them, and put them in a box here at home.
right,
It's
right.
something I love doing, and I can't
Yeah,
stop. And
yeah,
we've done it in a reasonable and pragmatic way that's manageable, so that we can keep doing it. That's the honest truth. We just love making comics and telling stories, and these are genuinely our stories that are not influenced by editors or companies or CEOs or boards or anything like that. And I love it. We've got books planned for the next 2 or 3 years.
awesome,
We're that far out, and I actually have our Kickstarters planned through 2026. So
awesome.
we're it's not just what we're doing now. We're just trying to struggle our way through the current book that we're either crowdfunding or creating. It's like I know what I want to be doing in 2 years from now, and I have a
Yeah,
roadmap for that. And it's a passion for it. It always has been. It's why it's been kind of easy for us to bypass the direct market road, which would require us to kind of scramble to get things sold, and rather than kind of taking our time and getting it right. Um,
yeah,
and I think that's the secret to us being able to our longevity of doing this, is doing it because we love it, and being as joyful about getting these books in our hands as I hope that readers are. Because when I get a book back, whether I wrote it or Erica wrote it, it's like brand new to me, because it's been maybe 3 weeks or a month since I actually sent it off. I'm already working on the next Kickstarter, and I haven't thought about that story. And to open it up and see that story realized, like I pulled it off of a spinner rack as a kid, is a really great feeling. That's a huge motivator for me.
yeah, definitely. Um, so I saw that most bios on you describe you as a horror writer. Um, do you think that's fair, to call you a horror writer? Because I think some of the comics aren't necessarily horror. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I tended to skew that way, especially early on.
Mhm.
Vicious Circus was originally a horror book, but we veered genre-wise with that book into a lot of different spaces.
Yeah,
It's still at its heart. We're crowdfunding a Halloween story right now. Definitely a horror story.
nice.
All of those Halloween books are, but the Christmas one has more slasher elements in it, but it's also a more hopeful, joyful, maybe a little Pollyannish type of story. And I just sent a 12-page story to the printers that was co-written by my 10-year-old daughter, which is definitely horror for the first 3 pages and then not for the rest of it. And that was her idea. I just did the
Yeah,
scripting. She did the actual storytelling. So it's gone all over the place. And then you mentioned Last Ride of the Four Horsemen. That
yeah,
originally was a horror idea that really became a steampunk, Wild West, Weird West type of adventure story.
sure. Yeah,
So
yeah,
even though I think things started off that way, it's definitely gone a different direction. And I don't feel like I have to make things horror, but I like to have weird, unsettling elements to it. So maybe that's
sure.
what uh, framed as horror.
Yeah, that was actually other than the wrestling comics, the last ride of the Four Horsemen was the first one I picked up. So then like when I saw people were calling you a horror writer, I was like, well, that's not really horror. Like so I was just kind of that's where yeah.
where we're at with it
So,
right now, it's definitely not horror. It's
yeah,
definitely crazy, Weird West steampunk adventure story. Yeah.
yeah, which is awesome.
It's been
Um,
some,
so the imprint Flatline, um, what was the decision to create that imprint?
well, Inverse Press was a name for a company that I had to come up with on the spur of the moment, sitting on Amanda's bed in her room in 2009 because we needed to put something on the book. And I just pulled that out of thin air without much thinking, without considering marketability or whether it was intriguing to people. And so after COVID, we really had a good run of Kickstarters where we were seeing growth. We were seeing growth at conventions. And I thought we need an imprint name that's a little more of a draw.
Yeah.
And Flatline not only describes kind of the, skewing towards the macabre or the weird, and the horror for our books, or just the outright violence in the books, because the adventure stories are violent by their nature.
Right.
But also a line of comics. So Flatline Comics is kind of where that came from, and I really love it. Our logo guy Gavin Michelli really did a killer job with that logo, and I love putting it
Yeah,
on.
it's good.
That's how they came about. We were doing Squared Circle at the time, and I really
Mhm.
differentiate the different books we were doing, the stories we were telling versus the bios for the wrestlers we were doing.
Gotcha, gotcha. It's funny because my son, he's 9, he'll be 10 on Halloween, but he really likes Reacher. We've watched that together and he loves watching that. And last night we watched the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare together, and Reacher's in that. But it's a little bit more of a realistic kind of thing. And in his first fight, he's covered in blood afterwards. It was just like I was like, he doesn't usually have that much blood on him in the show, does he, buddy? And Case was just like, yeah, not really. But it didn't phase him much, so but I just thought about that when you said, there's violence, and yeah. Um that was like a World War II story. So
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, Alan Rickman, or I think that Richmond, I'm not 100% positive what his last name is, but yeah, he was in that fight scene. He looked just like Reacher, just with a lot more blood. So I was like, all right. So, who influences you as far as your writing? Is it comic book writers, writers outside of comic books?
Probably a little bit of everything, including musicians. Definitely Claremont in that way of making disparate characters into family. And Alan Moore, just in terms of how complex he can make a story, but yet make it read in a simple way that,
Sure,
that
sure.
evoked emotion.
Yeah,
Tolkien, for sure. I read Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit when I was probably 8 to 10 years old.
right.
Definitely influenced my storytelling and my interest in writing. But even lyricist, Marilyn Manson,
Okay.
uh, Prince,
Yeah,
you know, lyrical storytellers,
awesome.
Johnny Cash,
Oh
things,
yeah,
just master musicians, people who could write songs, just in terms of the tone of the things that I was interested in writing. Robert Smith from The Cure,
yeah,
so forth. So not just writers per se of stories, but musicians, directors, David Fincher,
okay.
Seven, Fight Club, so forth.
Sure.
Ridley Scott, Blade Runner, Alien. I mean, just math.
Yeah,
Those are definitely heavy influences on the things that I like to consume, but also in terms of atmospherically, the things that I'm trying to produce.
awesome. So, do you listen to music while you write, or do you kind of have to have a silent
I'm one of those people.
atmosphere?
I can't concentrate in silence. I have to have
Okay.
sound. And if I'm
Yeah.
writing, typically I'll listen to something like an ambient version of an album that doesn't have the lyrics. Not always, but are movie soundtracks that are awesome.
Yeah.
The old Alien soundtrack or the Conan the Barbarian soundtrack from the early 80s, things like that that have an epic feel because of what I'm writing. But yeah, I have to have background noise to kind of support the thought process that goes into writing, and then it just flows. That and a little caffeine, and things start to happen.
Right on. Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Johnny Cash because Delia's Gone is probably my favorite Johnny Cash song. It's kind of later in his career, but I love that song so much. And he's not really known for like murder ballads, but that murder ballad that he did is awesome. I mean, I just love that song.
Well,
And
that whole period when I think Rick Rubin was doing the producing for him, and
yeah, yeah,
he covered "Hurt," the Nine Inch Nails
right,
song.
right.
It was like this
Yeah,
renaissance for him right at the end of his life, and it's
yeah,
well deserved. It was a great period.
yeah, for sure, for sure. And I like how the music is kind of upbeat. It's got like a swing to it, you know, and he's talking about
Very
murdering his cheating
thorough.
wife, you know. It's just like, man, it's it's awesome. Um, when you tell stories, do you like to put sort of different elements into it, like make it seem almost like a cheery thing, even though it's horror? Because I'm fascinated by stuff like that, like different tones, like in a
If
story.
you
I think that's pretty amazing.
if you don't, it gets predictable and boring.
Sure.
And as I mentioned, especially with Vicious Circus, we've produced so much material, hundreds of pages at this point. For indie folks, we put a lot of books out for that story.
Yeah.
But I found that it was important to me to change the mood of those stories over time to keep the clowns consistent in what they do. They're anti-heroes that kill abusers rather than killing children.
There you
Um,
go.
but to like I mentioned the difference in the Halloween stories and the Christmas stories. The Christmas stories are more hopeful,
Okay.
whereas the Halloween stories are more brutal
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
spooky feeling.
Yeah.
Um,
Sure.
but also just changing those up from being straight slasher types of stories into stories not with a hard moral necessary because that comes through in the actions of the characters, but having more humor,
Yeah.
more warmth at times, not just between the human characters, but between the killer clowns and the human characters that they're protecting. But adding those elements in so that the horror, when it happens, really stands out from the normal human interactions that you're seeing between the characters. And it means more when you give a damn because the
Yeah.
characters act like people that are relatable, likable, and identifiable.
Awesome. So, when you write, obviously it's kind of hard. Well, maybe it's not hard, but do you draw at all from personal experience when you're writing any of this stuff? Or is it all just kind of in your imagination?
A lot of it's imagination, but definitely I draw from personal experience. In my previous life, before I retired, I was a psychotherapist and a mental health executive for the state of Alabama. And for 16 years, I worked at the state psychiatric hospital, which was,
Wow.
an asylum.
Yeah. Yeah.
And worked with a very violent population of schizophrenics, very difficult group that wasn't very responsive to treatment. And
Yeah.
I saw a lot of things and experienced a lot of situations that
I
most
can
people
imagine.
won't ever see. And so I think
Right.
those things are heavy influences and just things, weird situations I've seen throughout life.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
Yeah.
definitely that all influences things. Just working in mental health in general, though, you see so
Awesome.
many things and the things that people go through and uh, how people are victimized when they're in vulnerable situations, and that's kind of where Vicious Circus came from. It's a revenge uh, fantasy for people who don't have anybody else to stand up for them. And here come these supernatural clowns who, in the most violent, brutal ways possible, defend the innocent.
That's that's awesome. You know, it's funny because I had read that you were a former mental health professional, but I didn't even put together that you could be using that in your stories.
Yeah,
That's
and it
crazy how that
wasn't.
comes together.
Yeah, it wasn't like I was just doing normal therapy with people who were just having
Right.
adjustment problems. We saw, I mean, people died where I worked, and it
Right. Sure.
was a wild place on a daily basis for 16.
Yeah.
I was happy to become a paper pushing bureaucrat in year 17 for 3 years. I had a little
Indeed.
break from the intensity.
Yeah,
it was difficult. Yeah.
yeah. So a lot of times when we're on here, just certain subjects kind of veer into my personal life and I reveal things. So I'm going to go ahead and I suffer from OCD and anxiety and things like that. When it was first really starting to get bad in my late 20s, I was put into a state facility and that place was insane. Like it it was rough. When I actually started to get to a place where I could recover, I was at this place called Meridian, and they put me into like a private hospital that their company owned, and it was like it was very rigid schedule, but it
Yeah.
was like being at a place where they actually wanted you to get better. The
Sure.
state hospital, it was kind of like, I mean, we were in there with murderers and you know, someone with anxiety issues. I was in the same ward as people who had killed their entire family. Like that, it's legitimate. Like,
I'm not going to help your anxiety to be in those places.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I get what you're saying, man. There was a lot of unpredictability. Obviously, I didn't sit down. Well, I did do group with some of those people. So I did get to see like a glimpse of some of their minds. And it was, man,
Yeah.
it was something. Yeah.
It's a tough situation, and it's worse now than it
Yeah.
was back then because they've closed a lot of those places, and there's no places for those extremely disturbed people to go and actually get help. Because I mean, the cases we work with are people who were resistant to meds, and
Right.
so they were just floridly psychotic, and they needed to be somewhere where they couldn't hurt themselves or hurt others. And now there are far fewer of those places, unfortunately, and they needed to be better places, and that
Right.
goes without saying. But and certainly people with anxiety problems shouldn't be put in those same wards with people
Yeah.
that violent. But
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it happen too from the other side of the desk.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. They were just like, you don't have insurance? Okay, here you go. And they just put me in this shoo. Like, yeah. This place where I definitely should not have been. Um,
Absolutely.
yeah, it was like people who they were literally like people who were in recovery and had relapsed like alcoholism
Yeah.
that were in there with us. Like it was any mental health issue that you could think of, from murdering your family to I pace a lot. We were all in the same
Well,
place.
there
It was,
together. Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty nuts.
Wow.
I had a discussion with a friend of mine just the other night who said that he thought that some of the stuff that happens in Arkham Asylum was a bit too extreme. And I was like, well, you know, Arkham Asylum, A, is supposed to be hell,
Yep.
and B, maybe you should visit a mental institution sometime because it's pretty extreme in there. So
Especially in a time machine before the 1970s, because
yeah,
it was. I worked with some people. I was around early enough in the 90s to work with people who worked there at the same hospital in the 50s and 60s.
right.
It
Sure.
was a little more Arkham Asylum like before the Justice Department got involved.
Right, right,
Uh,
right. I mean, they used to drill into people's skulls and stuff, you
absolutely.
know? Just
Yeah.
craziness, man. Relieve some
Yeah,
pressure, maybe they'll get better. Like, I don't know. It just
we were doing
nuts.
just a ward cleanup before an inspection from the federal government in 2010, and somebody
Yeah.
came across an electroconvulsive therapy kit that was just in a drawer in our building in the 2010. Like,
Wow.
how the hell is it still here? Because they had
Yeah.
things like that since the 60s.
Right. Maybe someone was keeping it just in case. I don't know.
That building wasn't even built until 1981, so I don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah,
That is wild, man.
always something though. Never
Yeah,
boring.
for sure. Yeah, for sure. So, what's your current Kickstarter that you've got going on? Just
It's the fourth of our Vicious Circus Halloween specials.
okay.
It's the last one that I plan to do. We've done four. I'm super proud of them. I think it's maybe my strongest writing in comics, and in just my personal opinion. It's four different one shots, totally unrelated stories, but each one happens on Halloween, involves the clowns of the Vicious Circus. They're all different tones, different focuses. This one is about a high society masquerade that requires a almost not exactly human sacrifice for admission, but close.
Okay.
And clowns descend on this place to mete out justice to the one percenters that are doing these horrible things just for social status. It's drawn by Oscar Pinto, who's done all four of these things, and like a almost Bill Sienkiewicz style of art, just an amazing artist. He was in DC's Joker the World. He did the Joker story for Mexico last month.
Okay, awesome
work. And so I put together a collector box to have all four issues in it for people that didn't have the previous issue. So it's a 4-issue set, but there, for anybody that got the other three, this new one is in there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Super proud of this.
Very cool. Very cool. And do you have any? Well, but is there anything coming up that you can talk about?
Oh yeah,
like
in the indie world, we can't keep things secret for marketing, or nobody knows it exists.
Right.
So, the next thing is the fourth Christmas special.
Okay.
That we'll be launching that at the end of November and finishing up about mid-December, hopefully getting that out to everybody by the end of the year. And after that, the next issue of Last Ride of the Four Horsemen, I think, is probably January. The artist only has 5 pages left to draw, and it looks amazing. Mark Antiana from Chile is the artist on that book, and just doing amazing work, beautiful work. So that's the next 3 months. We've got the Halloween book for Vicious Circus, the Vicious Circus Christmas, and then the Last Ride of the Four Horsemen Tribulation 2.
Awesome. So I want to talk about a couple things that kind of sparked in me when you so my current favorite artist is Rags Morales. I used to love George Perez, but he's passed on since, recent, like a couple of years ago. But Rags Morales is just such an amazing artist. And I used to also, when I did wrestling stuff, because I'm a comic book fan. The people who listen to this regularly know this, but I used to be a pro wrestling promoter.
Okay.
So I would get like my DVDs or stuff that I put up on streaming. I would get the covers drawn by this artist named Jesus Soria from Mexico. And I think it's interesting that you are also working with Hispanic artists. Like there's something passionate like in their art. I don't know if it's specifically like being raised down in South America or Mexico, but sometimes I feel like there's just something special that comes through, like the colors that they use is just more vibrant, and I don't know.
They're given more freedom to focus on art as just in a particular country.
Sure.
Because here, I don't know how valid our economy treats artists. I'm totally ignorant about how it's treated in other countries too, but that's just one consideration in my head, is that maybe art is given more value in other countries than it is. So those folks are focus on it more,
right,
not as a career, as a valuable pursuit.
Sure.
Other than,
and I think
not being a lawyer or a financial advisor.
Right. I think even culturally, like if you look at things like how Western civilization views funerals and things like that, and then you look at like the Day of the Dead, it's more vibrant. Like it's more alive, even when they're celebrating people passing. It's just a different.
Yeah,
I think that comes through in their art. Like that's just my maybe. You know what I mean? I just definitely. I love Rags. He's so good, and Jesus was so good, and it's just yeah.
Absolutely.
I think there's emotion to Rags Morales' art that not a lot of people can capture. So there's my little Rags Morales, the great artist rant. So before we go, one other thing. Well, let's find out where people can find you, actually.
Most of what I'm doing right now is on Substack. KevinLaporte.substack.com.
Right.
We're on Facebook at Flatline Comics. Patreon. We do a lot on Patreon under patreon.com/Vicious Circus. That's a Vicious Circus specific Patreon, where everybody that's in there gets an exclusive comic every year and a collector box. And then of course, advanced previews before anybody else gets to see things for Vicious Circus. But those are the most common places. Like I said, very heavy into Substack right now. It's just a really great platform that produces a lot more interaction, a lot more responsiveness, not just from the people who read it, but from me, because I actually see that they responded.
Right.
Substack's great. It's been a great innovation for writers and creators.
Yeah, I actually started out on Substack. A podcast that I listened to is on there.
Cool.
And then I found that there was other artists who I was into their work. I follow you on Substack, so
Yeah.
that was actually how I got a hold of you to get on the podcast, was through the Substack. So and the last thing, this is kind of what we like to ask everyone who comes on. And you touched on it a little bit, but with all the ups and downs and successes and all the different things in the world of entertainment and of creating, what is it that keeps you creating? What is it keeps you that keeps you writing and putting stuff out into the world for people to consume?
Getting it done. I finished a script yesterday that had given me hell, to be honest, for about a month and a half. And I thought it was garbage when I first wrote the idea down and started outlining it. And I was ready to give up on it. And then something sparked in one page, just how the structure of it, the rhythm of it started. And I had it. I had it and it worked. And I was thinking, no, this is a great idea. It's not the wrong idea. And it's that sort of epiphany in the creation of the story, in the realization that there's something here that matters, that can be an idea that people will either enjoy or get something from, because I do. And that's what motivates me, is when I hit that point in a story where I'm having aha moments, and I feel like those aha moments are going to resonate with readers as well. And it's the enjoyment of storytelling to myself that I then reflect onto the script, or if I'm writing something prose, that gets onto the page, that makes me enjoy it. And I mean, I still read a lot of comics from other people, and I feel that from them. I can tell when they're enjoying it, because when I see that moment in a comic that I wrote, or that I read rather, then I know that they went through what I'm going through when I'm writing a script. And that's what motivates me and keeps me doing it, is that feeling of, oh hell, that's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's the kind of thing I need doing it.
Nice. I did I won.
It's just as rewarding seeing somebody like Oscar or Amanda, or Marco return a page that I scripted and make it look about 1,000 times better than I imagined it. That's also very, very reinforcing.
Sure. Yeah. So one thing that I did want to mention, because you didn't, inverse.com, is that the website?
It would be inversepress.com or flatlinecomics.com. Yeah, I appreciate it. I did leave
Oh,
that one.
no problem. Because I know that if people want to buy back issues and stuff, they're gonna hit that up.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure people know where to get the comics from if they missed the Kickstarter.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. I got you. All right. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for coming on. As always, the conversation goes in interesting directions. And I enjoyed it, man.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So my name's Keith. I want to thank Tyler Martin, our producer, and Emmy Studios. He's the guy who makes this all happen. I'm just sitting here talking and having fun. And I want to thank everybody who listens. We keep on growing, and that's what's important. The more people who listen to this, the more motivating it is to do more conversations. And this is something that I really want to do. So thank you. Thank everyone so much. And we will be here next week with more Most Excellent Entertainment. Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host Keith, and with us this week is musician, amazing singer, Jasmine Kane.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great to be here with you. Yeah, it's awesome. We're sitting actually on our bus in Valdosta, Georgia. We broke down here yesterday.
Oh man,
So we're just kind of like stuck for a couple of days. But
that sucks.
yeah, it does. We're
Jeez, is that interrupting the tour at all? Like, are you missing dates because of it, or?
luckily I finished what shows I had in Florida already.
Awesome.
I was on my way back to Nashville and I've got some time until my next one. So I guess if you're gonna break down, this is the best time to break down. Not that I wanted to, but this is
Yeah,
definitely better than it could have been. We could have had the whole band with us, and it's not. It's just me and my husband, and we could have had the trailer with us, and we don't. So it's not the extra weight and the place to park. So it actually it always works out somehow, kind of.
yes. So just a little vacation in Georgia, I guess, while you're waiting to get it fixed.
Yeah, a stress vacation.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I went to see Blue October and the Damwells one winter. Like it was a pretty bad storm going on. And the Damwells were driving from New York City to Indianapolis, and they were driving in two separate cars, and one went off the road, and they didn't make it. So
Yeah.
they ended up doing like a two-man acoustic set, which was cool. I mean, at least the singer got there. If he hadn't got there, there wouldn't have been much of a show at all. But
It's kind of mandatory that the singer make it.
yeah, for sure. They're just like, hey, we're gonna play instrumentals with a drummer and a guitar player or something.
Right.
But
No,
yeah, that's
we do acoustic tours all winter long, so it's not that's what we were down in Florida doing. In fact, we'll be back in Florida in January and February for our acoustic, we call it the acoustiki tour this year. And we're on our way up to the northeastern states to do 12 days of acoustic Christmas tour coming up. December
awesome.
5th is our first date.
Awesome. Very cool. So what I kind of do on this podcast, I don't know if you had a chance to check anything out, but we talk about sort of like the musical journey of the journey in general of the creative people, but with you would be a musical kind of thing. So what was it that got you interested in making music?
Well, I think it's like anything, we grew up in rural South Dakota, and there wasn't a whole lot of things to do in the wintertime. So everybody picks up a hobby, right? Like
Yeah.
you'll learn, my brothers were like making saddles and leather and boots and things like that, bridles, halters, things like that. But my older brother got a guitar one year, and he was my hero. He was, the only older brother I have. I have two younger ones. And I just wanted to be like him. So he would play this guitar, and I was just like, that's so cool. I just want to play guitar like my brother. But he doesn't want to teach his little sister how to play guitar like it. So he taught me piano instead. So I was the keyboard player,
Nice.
And then when my younger brother decided to start playing drums, then we started a little family band. But I started playing acoustic guitar what I could, and some piano and stuff like from age 4. So I've been
Oh, wow.
playing most of my life, and my dad taught me all the chords he knew, which was 2.5, I call it, because the third chord was just kind of some made up thing that he just was like close enough. Until I saved up my $1.97 to go buy my first chord chart when we went into town, so then I could teach myself the rest of the chords. But it's kind of funny. I mean, we were our own muse because we didn't have any entertainment, and this is pre YouTube and all that. People didn't have computers. So, and for us, we didn't have TV either. So it was just kind of like whatever entertainment you wanted to have was up to you.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know that you may have kind of had your heart set on guitar, but they always say that if you learn piano, you can play anything.
I think piano is my favorite instrument by far, but I never learned how to play it. I never really did learn properly. We had one lady out there that was just like a chain smoker that knew how to play piano, and she would come over to the grade school there where all grades, kindergarten through 8th grade, all are this like 2-room schoolhouse. And there was a piano in the basement of it, and anybody that was wanted to take piano lessons, she was willing to teach. And so my mom decided she would invest in some piano lessons for me. And so I took one lesson and she sent me home to do some homework, but I play by ear. So everything that
Mhm.
she played for me, I just remember what it sounded like. And I went home and I just learned how to play it like it sounded. And then when I came back for my next piano lesson, I was playing notes that were on the next page. I hadn't flipped the page yet, and I got in trouble. So as she was as she was reading me the riot act for not paying attention, I felt something around my ankle, and I looked down. It was a rattlesnake, and I kicked it off my ankle and took off running, and I never went back for another piano lesson.
Oh,
That
man.
was it.
I guess that was the sign, right? Get out of there.
It's like,
Jeez.
give me a sign. Is piano for me? No, no.
Rattlesnake, yeah.
Yeah, rattlesnake says no. So
Yeah.
yeah, I ended up playing guitar most of the time until my older brother quit the band, and then the bass player we had at the time was actually a really great guitar player, and so he ended up playing guitar, and I ended up playing bass, and that happened literally overnight. We had a 2-night show going on, and my brother just played the first night, and then uh, did not play the second night.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So I've always wondered about this because I've been in bands. I don't play an instrument. I just sing and write melodies. But a lot of times it seems like Paul McCartney is a famous example. He was a guitar player who switched to bass. Um,
Well, he
but
played piano too. I mean, he plays
yeah,
everything.
oh yeah, yeah. He was an amazing. He
Yeah,
is an amazing musician in general. He's a great drummer, honestly. Like he can pretty
yeah,
much do anything. But but originally he was a guitar player. He was going to play guitar in the Beatles, and then they needed a bass player, so he switched to bass.
right.
Um, and everyone's like, "Oh, they're both guitars," but if you watch the techniques and how you play them, like
That's so
very, very different. Yeah. So what is that like switching to a different instrument? I've always wanted to ask people that. Like people always act like the transition from bass and guitar and back and forth is easy, but I would think it's really not.
depends on whether you decide to use a pick or your finger technique. Because,
Okay.
if you use a pick when you play guitar, then obviously moving to bass, you're basically doing the same thing with your right hand, but the strings are spaced farther away, so it might take you a while to like feel that out and feel where the spacing is. But for people like me that play bass with their fingers and don't use a pick, then you go to a pick when you play guitar. Switching back and forth for me, it's the whole hand movement, which is this kind of loose wrist kind of
Right.
waving technique versus set, very straight wrist, thumb
Right.
and finger picking only. They're so different. Not only that, but like learning to sing along with playing an instrument. When you're playing guitar, you've got like your whole arm is your rhythm, and so like it's a lot easier to like sing along with yourself when you're playing guitar. But if you're just sitting there very stagnant and you don't have any movement to your body and you're playing bass and you're trying to lock that in because you are the rhythm, you've got to be locked in. And then you're trying to sing like syncopated odd things on top of that. It just doesn't always work. And there's a reason why there's not a whole lot of lead singers that are bass players. They do not
Yeah.
go, not at all.
Yeah. I
Shout out
mean, getting
Doug Pitt.
getting lean,
Yeah,
you know.
all those guys that
Getting
can master it.
yeah. Yeah, it's just it's like you said, if you're not using a pick, it's like you're playing in a completely different direction. You know what I mean? It's just a different, yeah.
Yeah. No, nowhere near the same. So one of the bad habits that I have, and I'm again an unschooled everything. So again, one of my bad habits is I'm very percussive player because it's the only thing that I feel like gives me a rhythm to be able
Mhm.
to lock in. So a lot of times when I'm playing bass, you'll see me like slap the back of the strings, which is a terrible habit. You should not do that. But I do that. That's my timing. That's my timer. So like, if and like right now I don't need it. I have a drummer that is just locked in and I don't ever have to worry about where he's at. But if I'm ever playing with somebody that might be a little bit shaky or unsure about what's coming up next, you'll see my hand slapping the back of the bridge back there, and it's a sound man's nightmare. They hate it. I hate it. I'm sorry that I do it, but it's just a
Right.
bad habit I can't break.
Well, I remember when I saw, and in this, um, I may not be. I was in the crowd, so I may not have been seeing it correctly. But it seems like Flea slaps the bass with his thumb all the time when he's playing. Like he's
Well,
constantly, like,
there is
you
a
know,
slap bass technique, but what I'm
right.
doing is not playing an actual note. Yeah, there's things that you can do, but like for me, it's not so bad live. You don't hear it as much, but in a recording
Mhm.
studio, if you're doing
Sure.
that, that's where all your pickups are. So they can hear you smack the back of that pickup and it comes through the recording. And so it messes up your recording. They basically just have to edit your tracks in between your notes because you're slapping the pickup and it's making this weird noise. So that's
Gotcha.
don't do that. I have to be very aware when we go into the studio not to do that. Otherwise, I will mess up every track. Not from
Yeah.
playing the wrong notes, but because my stupid hand won't stop beating on that pickup. So, oh well.
Nice. So I've been listening to your music to get ready for the podcast because basically I discovered you guys through an ad when I was playing a game,
Okay,
and then I really liked what I heard, so I got a hold of you pretty much immediately,
nice.
and
Yeah.
and kind of went through the catalog over the last week to get a little familiar with what you do. And your music is kind of you go in a lot of different directions,
Yeah.
which I think is something that you couldn't really do uh, when record companies were kind of pushing everything towards radio. You know what I mean? Like you had to have a sound. But from what I was hearing, like you guys play almost industrial
Yeah.
music, hard rock. There's power pop, like Cheap Trick and the Knack kind of influences in there. I mean, it's just like, and there's modern hard rock, kind of like Daughtry-ish and Hailstorm kind of stuff, but then also like classic hard rock. It sounds like Guns N' Roses and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
sort of all over the place, but I think like the unifying stuff in the music is your voice. First of all, it's
Absolutely.
always you.
Well, I mean, the
And,
thing is that no one told Sheryl Crow for all her albums that it had to sound the same. So, I
right.
mean, that was an inspiration for me. It's like, well, if she, this person, she was signed to labels until she
Yeah.
started her own,
Right. Right.
and maybe that's the reason why, maybe the labels were wanting her to be more, have more continuity in her album. And she was like, no,
Sure.
but I don't know any music lovers that just listen to one style of music all the time. I don't know
Right.
anybody that just is like, I only listen to classic rock or I only listen to new rock. Anybody that listens to classic rock probably heard a little Southern rock, outlaw country, stuff like that, some blues. Like everybody, I'm saying like they like a plethora of kinds of music. So why are we as artists confined to a certain style to make everybody have to listen to that style of this whole album? There shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Shouldn't
Yeah.
the genres shouldn't even matter. Like you said, you have to find the thing that makes it you. And for me, that's the voice. But
Right.
lots of bands have made it their own by other sounds like the guitar tone. Like when you hear uh, you know, Cheap Trick's guitar tone, it's Cheap Trick, right? So,
Yeah.
and certain other things, like when you hear a drum sound, like when you hear Vinnie Paul's drums, that's Pantera
Mhm.
or Damage Plan. So you know from the sound, there's something about it that you can always pick out, and that makes them their signature thing. Or maybe
Yeah.
it's like a lot of programming or something that they do in their music. Like there's always some sort of programming thing that happens in there that it just as soon as you hear it, like when Sleep Token takes the stage and they start their intro track, you're like, that's Sleep Token. There's no question,
Yeah.
they haven't
Yeah.
even said a note yet. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of like there's always something about a band you have to figure out how to make it your own signature. But people have been doing that for years through all kinds of other things rather than sticking to a solid genre. So
Yeah. I also think even with kind of like the power pop stuff, which I think is kind of my favorite style that you guys do. I love like
fine.
the energy and
Yeah.
there's sort of a bluesy undertone through all your music too. Like I definitely hear like an old school blues influence in pretty much everything that you do, which is really cool. I
That's the
love,
vocal style, I think,
yeah,
because I was like, you sing blues first and then you
right,
learn how to, do guttural scream, and then you learn how to do no vibrato pop, power pump pop, and stuff like that. So but you always start with blues. You start
yeah,
with soul music, and R&B. And that's always going to be an underlying tone for me because that's where I started.
Awesome. So when did you actually start singing? Because you talked about playing bass and playing guitar and keyboards and stuff. When did you move to the front? Like when did that happen?
Well, as long as my older brother, the star, was there, I was not going to be up front. That was not going to happen. And he's
Right.
still the star. Like every time we're around, it's just like he's got that thing, the it factor. But he's quit music. He doesn't perform anymore. But I didn't really get to move to like a front position or even a feature position really until I left high school and left my family band. Um, and then I started on a hillbilly bluegrass music show 7 nights a week. And I would have features, like I would have certain songs that I would sing. Most of the time I was a yodeler, if you can believe that. I yodeled like old cowboy songs and stuff like that. So
Right.
um it was on the Mountain Music Show in Custer, South Dakota. And it's so funny now that I think about to it because there's still old videos that surface of people because they sold the video every night of like after the performance was over, there were
Mhm.
videos for sale. Like you could
Oh,
buy them
nice.
out to watch, to take home the show you just watched. And it was on VHS, which is
Man.
so crazy back then. It was on VHS.
Right.
And so you could buy it on your way out and so every once in a while somebody will upload some of these songs from that there. But I would get like a few songs a night that were just my feature, and then I'd do some duets and some other things like that, some comedy bits here and there. It was a variety show, so we kind of did a little bit of everything, kind of like hee haw a little bit, you know.
Sure.
And so that was the first time that I was really like I was standing on a stage and I was a feature. So they taught me a lot on that stage about how to work the stage and how to be that, even when I wasn't playing an instrument, which was a whole nother thing because I never sang and played an instrument at the same time on that show. And
Okay.
honestly, it wasn't until quite a while after that that I was, and I'm not even sure if I still know how to just properly front a band. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's always been a collective thing for me. Like the other members of the stage were every bit as important as me because we were a
Yeah.
power trio. I can't handle all of that and play the bass and sing and be stuck to this microphone. And
Yeah.
the other members they got to put in the work too. So I always tell them like that when they come in, they're always worried because in Nashville, it's a big no to outshine, like to try to upstage the singer. You always let
Mhm.
the singer have the floor, and then like you kind of stay in the background. So anyone I've ever hired from Nashville to perform with me has always been really scared, a little skeptical, to like step outside and like absorb spotlight. But I'm just like, no, I need you to. I challenge you to try to get that
Yeah.
spotlight. Just go out there and like get all the get all the attention you can. When I can hear I
Oh,
can Kevin's over here sneezing, talking to his
oh, geez.
like I can
Well,
hear you.
that was the first time. That was the first time we picked him up. So was so everything's good. Um. Oh, geez. Now, okay. What was I gonna? I forgot the next question. Um. But I think. Oh, yodeling. I was gonna just mention that I just entered. We'll cut that little bit out there in the middle. But but yeah, I actually just introduced my son to yodeling. He's 10. Yeah,
Oh,
I,
okay.
yeah, and he we watched a couple of videos and he was just like he was captivated. He's like he's going so fast. Like this is amazing.
It's
It's
incredible.
really
And I
an
don't think
awesome
it's
skill.
something you can learn. I think you're either born kind of and you can get it and you understand it, or you don't. I don't think it's
Yeah.
something you can teach somebody's voice to do. I don't know. I've never heard anybody that like was a regular singer try to learn how to yodel and actually master it.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's
But
it
my
seems
dad
like
told me if I learned how to yodel and if I learned how to play the banjo, I would be the coolest kid in school.
nice. Awesome. Was he right or no, yeah.
No, I was definitely not the cool kid in school.
Imagine just like walking in and yodeling and
Yeah, all my friends were so impressed. You know,
right, sure. Yeah. Yeah. It was funny because one of the videos that we watched, the guy had no setup or anything. Like the crowd is just sitting there kind of eating dinner, and he
yeah,
just walks out and just starts yodeling.
yeah,
No introduction, nothing. He's just going. Like
yeah.
it's
They don't
crazy.
even really use a mic a lot of times.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't have one unless it
Yeah,
was, like a boom mic or something. But Yeah, he was
Yeah.
just going, man. It was crazy.
Wow.
Um,
That's impressive. It really is. I
yeah,
haven't
for
done it in
sure.
a while, so I've probably lost it a little
A little
bit.
rusty. Yeah. So did you kind of always know that you could sing? Or did you sort of develop into a singer over time?
Well, like I said earlier, we didn't have TV growing up at all. We had
Yeah.
radios on everywhere we went. So I was always singing along with the radio no matter where we went. And I think my mom was probably a pretty good singer. You never really heard her sing, but I think she probably could. Um probably sing really well. And I don't know, it was just kind of I think I already knew. Like my mom said she knew, you know,
Yeah.
because she told everybody when I was born that I came out screaming and then shortly after singing. So I think I've always been that way. And like I said, I
Yeah.
was playing guitar at 4, so I was already teaching myself how to like play chords and play along with it. And I'd sit there and listen to the radio and see if the 2.5 chords my dad taught me were anywhere near the ones they were playing on the radio, if they sounded the same, and just go from there. And then after I got my chord chart, look how I was unstoppable because then I could play along with all the country songs on there.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Um, so one thing that I personally like, I have almost 5,000 CDs. And they
Yeah.
kind of go from every genre. Like I listen to classical music all the way up to like, the
Mhm.
heaviest rock.
Yeah.
Um, but I was wondering like because you still release physical media, and to me that's really important. Like if I'm gonna follow a band, it's harder for me to be interested in them if they don't have CDs or albums that I can like hold in my hand and listen to, uh, not just on my phone because you know. So
Well, a lot of people
yeah,
feel that way, which is why, and especially I tell people this all the time at shows. Not only do my new CDs, the Attitude is Everything, not only do I release it in vinyl and CD, but both vinyl and CD come with a download card in it. So no matter what, you're still getting that download if you wanted to put it on your phone and be able to utilize it immediately. But like they're not putting CD players in computers anymore. They're not in cars anymore. Um it's harder to play stuff on a compact disc format now. And that's why everybody's just downloading. But we had so much pride in our collections when we were growing up. It was like our vinyl collections and our CD collections are before that our cassette collections. And I mean, if you go back into my parents' like closet of probably 8 tracks for days back
right.
then. But and they loved that. They loved collecting them. And many of them were signed. And I think that that's the other thing is when you're at a show and you're meeting the people, you're meeting the artists, and you just saw the show and you're like, wow, that was mind blowing, cool. I want something to take with me. Here's their music, can you
Yeah,
sign this? Yes. And then you have something that's signed that you experienced right there firsthand. And even if you never open that CD again and you just download it on your phone, you've got it. And you've got the
yeah,
signature and you've got the media. And it's just like having something in your hand to walk out with is important, I think.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have been trying to buy a component stereo like I had in the '80s, and it's ridiculous. Like I can't even find parts for it. So
Oh no. Yeah.
you can get. I got like a little $30 boombox from the Dollar General, and that's what I listen to CDs on right now. But I'm still on a quest to get a better stereo.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
I
it's so funny to like have seen primary media formats go from like I mean we had a car on the ranch and it was something that we bought at like an auction sale, but like it only played 8 tracks.
mhm.
So, you got to have your 8 tracks in the Ford LTD when you go out to the field and you put those in and then like, you buy your first car and it only has a cassette player, but we had the Walkmans with the cassette with the cable
Yeah,
that came out, right? Okay,
yep,
so
yep,
you
yep.
plug that into your Walkman and you can play it or you can play your cassette tapes that were in there. And then they graduated to CD players. And then you got all your CDs like in the visor, your like book that you open up and you got them all in there. And so then we got really fancy. We got the 6 CD changers so you can listen to 6 of them at a time. We were so cool. And
Yeah,
uh now we have none of that. And
right.
I think it sucks because
Yeah,
what do kids collect? What other I mean, they collect t-shirts, bandanas, and things like that, clothing stuff, but like clothing ultimately gives up. You know what I mean? Like CD formats pretty much forever. And I don't know. And vinyl, obviously it's lasted all these years. So,
Yeah.
and it's making a bit of a comeback right now just because of its cool nostalgia. But yeah, I feel kind of bad for people in this day and age and they look at us like, oh God, these old people that had all these older things or whatever. But like, there's gonna come a time and when you're trying to explain to, your kids or your nieces and nephews or whatever about like some band you saw back in, this time and how rad they were, and you wish you could play them their songs, but
Yeah. Yeah. My son, like I said, he's 10. And I started out introducing him to the first band that he really, really liked was Kiss. And
oh
then we kind of moved into like the Beatles and stuff like that. But now that he's older and he kind of discovers music on his own, everything that he learned is through like TikTok dances and stuff.
yep,
And
yep.
I mean, he loved Michael Jackson for a while, and I think he still does. But like, he just he doesn't have as much interest in the
It's
CDs and
more
stuff as I
more
do.
about the 30-second dance than it
Yeah,
is about any of the music, really. And
yeah,
it's yeah, it's just a different generation, it's a different thing altogether. But the one thing I've learned is you either jump on the train or you get left behind. So
for
uh,
sure.
we're constantly trying to come up with new ways to do that as well and just make it fun.
Yeah,
Because ultimately that's what it just needs to stay fun. And if they've got
yeah,
something that they love and enjoy and it involves your music, then more power.
for sure, for sure. I mean, the one thing about Casey, that's my son, is when he finds a new song on TikTok or whatever, it'll always be the TikTok song to him. But he also finds out who sings it, and like he'll watch the whole video and stuff like that. So it
Yeah.
for him at least it does lead to more than just a dance, and I hope that's my influence, But he had a buddy over, and I had some of my CDs out, and he's 10 going on 11 and did not know what a CD was.
Oh,
And
they have
Casey
no
had to
idea.
explain it to him. Casey
Yeah.
was like, "You play music on that." He's like, "There's music on there, and you put it in a radio, and you can listen to it." And he was just like, "What?" So
That's amazing. And
yeah.
just look at people like rotary phones. Like
Oh
kids have no
yeah.
idea what a
Sure.
rotary phone is. I mean, this is mind
Yeah.
blowing. I'm just like, wow, that was.
Rotary phones were very
How
hard to
are we
win
gonna?
radio contests on. That's that's
I bet, because you had to time it right, so you're on
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
number.
yeah, yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
yeah, so you're like, you already got the number all dialed in, and you're waiting for the last number. They're like, okay, caller number 3, and you're like, you hit the last one, and then wait for it to tick, tick,
Yeah.
tick, 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 all the way back
Yeah.
down. Yo, you're
And
caller
then if
number
it's
1.
busy, you have to, dial the whole thing again. Once I got a push button phone, I programmed the radio station numbers into my phone so I could just hit like one and then I'd call it. Like, so I won a lot more contests after that.
Brilliant.
But
Now you've given away the secret. Wait,
yeah, well,
you'll
geez,
never win again.
if there's even radio station contests nowadays, it's, but, oh,
It's
geez.
over now.
So
You've given away the secret.
yeah, oh well.
Time to pass the torch.
Yeah, people listen to the radio from all over the world now too. Like, so there's this band called Dreamwife over in the UK who haven't done anything really in America, but they're an amazing punk band, and
Okay.
it's 3 women. They actually put the band together as an art project while they were in college, and then just continued playing. And I was listening one night to a radio station out of London, and they were the guest hosts that night, and their
Oh,
debut album was coming out. And I've gotten every single one of their albums since, and no one knows who they are. I'm just like, Dreamwife, man, they're so good.
I mean, you're turning people on to new stuff too, so that's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, word of mouth works pretty good when you're trying to get
Mhm.
the name of your band out there. Like, some friend comes and sees you, and you've got a new friend, and now they go tell 10 of their friends, and it's that's how it works. Because you're not gonna
Yeah.
build the same relationship with a TikTok video. You're not gonna have a conversation with them. You're gonna, you're just a flash in the pan for 30 seconds, and it
Right.
catches, and then that's that's it, really. Um,
Yeah. I mean, live shows are really important with connecting with fans.
yeah. And like I feel like that's the biggest thing I think that people are missing right now is like the live shows are just so great. Like I can't tell you how many times people come up to the shows and they're just like, man, I haven't felt that young. Like I haven't felt that much energy and fun, and like I'm laughing and I'm crying and I'm dancing with people I don't even know, and now we're friends and I'm gonna go to their house for lunch tomorrow. Like, it's
That's
the
awesome.
community and the network that you build by just going and being there is just so great. And I mean, I'm broke down in Valdosta, Georgia right now, and there's like 10 people that have contacted me that live here. They're like, "Hey, you want us to pick you up and take you go eat somewhere, or you want to go hang out somewhere or get drinks or whatever?" And we're like, "Hell no, we're gonna have to pay for this bill. We can't go anywhere."
Right, right. Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's the community that you build on the road though is really cool. Like I
yeah,
know Ani DeFranco. I'm from upstate New York, and I
oh,
remember she kind of like built this whole community in upstate and Western New York, and then it sort of just expanded all over the world. And she could go to different places, and instead of when she was kind of struggling, I mean, she's obviously not anymore, but she could go to different places, and like fans would put her up and like feed her and
yeah, we
and give her a place to crash. I mean, that's wild. Like,
we did that for 20 years, basically, just
yeah,
like hanging out at a friend's house, and it was fun because like it meant so much to us because it was saving us so much money, but it meant so much to them that we would come hang with them at their place.
yeah,
And it was like it was such a mutual thing, and like you said, we built like long lasting relationships with these friends that we'll have forever.
right.
We're always gonna
Yeah,
have,
for sure.
I'm never gonna have a time where I don't come through Valdosta and be like, "Hey guys, I'm
Right.
at Whiskey River, come have a drink." It's like you
That's
never know.
awesome.
Like it's
Yeah.
it's cool. It's really cool. And the most interesting phenomenon of this, I because I know a lot of people when I first started out, they would always mention Anna DeFranco to me. That was a common person that I heard. They're like, "Have you heard of Anna DeFranco?" And because it was a
Yeah.
similar, we're doing a similar thing. We're building our following up a similar way. And I was like, "Oh, absolutely." So but that was one thing that I remember hearing her name like a lot when I first started because we were doing the
Yeah.
same. And I put up a live feed today on Facebook and told everybody what we're dealing with and what we're going through and the stress of it and the uncertainty of it and how we just don't even know what we're going to do because it's such a
Yeah.
massive thing to deal with. And you got an hour and a half to figure it out. And the
Right.
support that you get from him, not only in just words of encouragement and like just get up and keep trucking, but then they start like sending you, a few bucks here and there, and just try like, "Hey, anything we can do to help? Like, can we send you food? Can we do this? Can we do that?" And it's just like it's overwhelming, honestly. And it's it I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful for them. I don't even know what I do. I don't even know how I got here, but here we are.
Right. Right. Yeah, and that's another thing too, like the community that you can build online now. Um, and you can meet people who love the music that you love in Sweden. I mean, it's
Oh,
crazy like how you can build like this worldwide community. And I know you have a Patreon, which
yeah,
is a
yeah.
really cool way for artists and fans to connect with each other and for you to support the bands that you love like on a really grassroots level. Like, you're giving them like some content and things like that, and they're repaying it with a few bucks, and it's a really cool thing that builds relationships. So
I I'm really lucky to have this. And I know that like if I wouldn't have started in the day and age that I did, it probably wouldn't be like this because
right.
that was just the way of doing it then and it's not now. So now you make your TikTok campaign or your challenge and you get it out there and then, people submit all their videos and use your music clip to do it. And then your name kind of catches on, but like nobody ever really knows anything about you. And I think
Mhm.
that's just tragic.
Yeah, for sure.
'Cause I don't
Definitely.
get to know anything about them either, you know?
Right, right, right. Yeah, I just interviewed John Easdale,
Huh?
who he's my favorite artist of all time. I love Dramarama so much. And like I I don't know if I could have done that um 20, 30 years ago when they were hot, and I was super into them. Like I don't know if I could have like, yeah, it would have been, geez, 30, 40 years ago, actually. but to be able to sit down with him and like make that connection through the podcast, and I have his phone number now, I mean, it's a really cool thing to like be able to talk to your heroes. And
Yeah, and they just
yeah,
respond differently because they just like it was part of the deal. Like now, you see people getting like freaked out because like they get famous overnight from these TikTok things, and then they just are like, "What the hell? What the hell?" I don't want these people around me, and they get this anxiety, and it's just like, when they start isolating themselves, which then puts them in a depression, and then it's just like a total like circle of hell, and
yeah,
because they didn't build themselves like well I mean they built themselves, they were doing the same things that we were doing, but just like it's when it hits so hard for them
yeah,
that it's like you go from like playing clubs of like maybe 10 people to like now you're selling out Madison Square Gardens, and you're like what is happening, you know
right, right.
and there's no in
Yeah,
between, no building
the
of it in between.
Yeah, the fame cycle is so different now than it used to be. I mean, it was quick in the 90s, like now it's like, geez, you can literally be famous for 2 months and then no one hears about you again. And then it's like, how do you deal with that? Like there's millions of people one second, and then 2 months later, like you're just back to your normal life. So it's really important to build a fan base, I
And I
think.
think when you're deciding what kind of an artist you want to be, you have to keep that in mind. Like, how long do I want to do this? Am I in this for the long run, or am I just trying to be that flash in the pan and get my money and get out? Like, is
Right.
this what I want to do for the rest of my life, or am I just trying to make that money and then get out? And I opted for the long road because I this is just always what I wanted to do, and
Yeah,
I just did it this way. And we didn't have the same tools available to us,
sure.
then as we do now. But I could still do that most likely if I wanted to be that flash in the pan and disappear and whatever. But I would always have my fan base to come back to because you built it and they're gonna be there no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. So, I want to talk a little bit. I know first of all, thank you so much for even coming on, because you've got a lot going on, obviously.
No, I don't because I can't go anywhere. I am
Okay, okay. Well, okay, cool. I just figure, you're waiting for repairs and whatnot. It's got to be,
shop closes in like 19 minutes and I ain't going anywhere today. So
okay, right on. Cool. So, I want to talk a little bit about the newest album. So I kind of listened to the songs in a mix. Like I listened to the Spotify mix, but I noticed with the newer stuff, it seems like that's what incorporated the electronic elements and kind of the industrial stuff. um so yeah, if you just want to talk a little bit about working in that style and what the new album's like and whatnot, that'd be cool.
yeah, so obviously we cleverly, and I can thank my husband Kevin for this. He does all of our graphics and stuff. We were trying to come up with a name for this album because we
Right.
did a lot more programming on this, and we were basically writing the song and recording it in real time, like as it was being written, like the parts they were coming up with, they were going down like immediate, and then we come back and we layer on and we do final vocals and all those things. But like a lot of the parts that we initially wrote when we were writing the song, they stayed on. So we were building from the ground up right from day one. And I really loved that technique. That was new for me because usually you get a song and you kind of play it out for a while and you decide what you want to put where, and then you get in the studio and then you just build it from scratch. But it takes so much more time and money and to do that. That's two things we didn't have. So the fact that we were using all the parts that we just wrote right there on that same day, it's like, oh, that's done. The drum loop is done. The keyboard
Yeah.
pads are done. Like everything's done. We even like we have these beats, hand claps, whatever it was. It's like, oh, it's done. It's already on there. We don't need to fix it. It's already there. So that was kind of interesting. The album title that we ended up coming up with was "Attitude is Everything," and we cleverly capitalized the A and the I,
Right.
everything, because everyone right now is using AI to write their songs. And in fact, I just recently got a message from a friend of mine in Florida who's using AI. She doesn't play an instrument, but she's a singer, and she's using
Mhm.
AI to write her entire song. And
Wow.
you type it in there, you just like, I'm looking for a female pop punk vocal, I want it to use these words and generate a song in this style. And you give like 2 or 3 bands as an example, and you hit generate, and it gives you like 2 or 3 song sample choices. It's like, here's a song using your words, and a female vocal, so you can get an idea of what it sounds like, and a melody and instrumentation and the whole nine. And then all you do is fly that in, and it separates it by track. You take out the lead vocal and you sing, and you got your first song. It's crazy.
That's
Which I'm glad that people that don't play an instrument have a way to like be creative and write music without having to commandeer, the assistance of, 4 or 5 buddies that may or may not have time to do so. But like, it's kind of insane. Like, how are we going to keep up with that computer? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, yeah,
they can churn out a song a day, and they
right.
do. They do. They put out a
Yeah,
song a day. But we as artists, we're writing something, a thought process, something that has to be perfect. Like, I want the words to specifically say something that puts you in a mindset, or like, or takes you down a path of something that, you're all in on. And I don't know if AI is going to be able to accomplish that. It'll be interesting to see. I'm curious about that. But
yeah.
that was the whole reason why the more industrial sound, the more the more programming and stuff on this album, was because even though we still kept it true to our roots and writing stuff like grassroots like we do, we're not using AI to generate this. uh we still had to play on it because this is the generation of AI music.
Yeah.
And so that was the reasoning and the choice of our album title. And that was our first, well, I ended up, it was supposed to be our first single, but it ended up being our second single because Victory got so much attention with this hockey sports season and football happening at the same time, that Victory was like immediately picked up by the Nashville Predators for all their hometown hockey games. Pittsburgh Steelers, all of Ohio State University. It was pitched to like ESPN and ABC Sports. And so it was just such a huge anthem rock, sports song, that we were just like, well, we have to release this first. The timing is perfect. So we did that first. But Attitude Is Everything was our second single. And if you watch the music video, we also did our first ever animated music video.
Nice,
So
nice.
the music video itself is all using animation. It took us about 6 months to complete.
Oh, wow.
It's quite a lot longer process, and it's because it's all line drawn. They line draw every single one of those characters and then make them move. Like, it's not, it's crazy.
Computer
A
generated,
lot
yeah.
of takes to do that. But the one cool part about being able to do that was that our Patreon members on our higher tiers, I was able to make them characters in our music video, robots, because they're all robots. So I could use like things I know about them, because I get to know the members of my Patreon, especially on those tiers a lot better. And they tell me what they do and whatever. And so like each of their robot characters was designed around how they are, who they are, what they do, which was pretty cool.
That
So
is really cool.
now they're
Yeah,
in my music video.
that's awesome. That's awesome. Victory is a really cool song. I thought it stood out. So I'm not surprised that people picked it up and started using it for sporting events and stuff. It's definitely got
Oh
a
yeah.
really like energetic feel to it, and anthemic, so, or
We have
anthemic.
a couple of other versions that we were looking at doing,
Yeah.
because we've got, there's just so much potential for that song to do so many different things. And it's like, so we are working on like alternate versions of the song,
Okay.
and we
Cool.
want to do at some point in time. But
Yeah.
it's the number of ideas that come through us are many. The amount of funding that we have to do said ideas is minimal.
Yeah, for sure.
That
Yeah,
keeps
you could always put out like a maxi single once you get the different versions done. I remember the
yeah.
old
No,
CD singles.
yeah,
Those
those
don't
were,
even exist anymore. But
no, they were on cassettes too. You remember
yeah, yeah,
that?
singles. Yep, I remember
Yeah.
those. Yeah.
Oh,
So Wasted Rock Ranger by Great White. For the longest time, you could only get that song on the cassette single, and I bought Once Bitten, Twice Shy just to get that song.
oh,
This is
no
the only way
way.
you could get it. Yeah.
Oh my
So
gosh. That's
yeah,
so funny. It's so funny, right? You got to do it
yeah,
for the song. They knew how to
yeah.
market that stuff too, but so much better back. Oh,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
there was a T-shirt for a song that you could basically only get, but they played it live all the time, so it was like, and Once Bitten Twice Shy was such a huge song, so I mean, people were buying it anyway, but they didn't release that song on any kind of media until they did like a greatest hits CD that it was on, but it was like years later.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's kind of how I felt about our song on Attitude Is Everything, the song called Stupid Pop Song.
oh, that song's so good. I
That's
love that
something
song.
I wrote as like a joke. Like I was just like, this is ridiculous. I'm just gonna make fun of the fact that I'm writing all these pop songs now because I always swore, pop song. I'm never gonna write a pop song. It's just,
Right.
there's no substance to it. There's no this, there's no that. And I was always so like against it. And then
Yeah.
I'm watching everybody else just like do it and doing it in a much better way, like with actually much more content and something to say. And I'm like, well, I guess just because it always has been that way doesn't mean it has to stay that way. We can still write a pop song and make it like cool. So I'm like, I can't believe I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna write a whole pop album right now. And this is crazy. So I
Yeah.
was like, okay, what do you guys want to write? Like, I don't know, let's write another stupid pop song. Let's go.
That's
And
awesome.
that was it. And it was just making fun of all the earworms that get stuck over
Yeah.
all the years, the Britney Spears songs and the,
Right.
Spice Girls and,
Yep.
Billy Joel. My husband hates the Billy Joel years what was the album that went downtown? Uptown. Well, Uptown Girl. That's
Really?
yeah, after when Uptown Girl hit, he thinks Christy Brinkley ruined him forever. And
Oh, I love the 50s style that he was doing during that time. But
yeah,
I
he
honestly,
was
Stormfront, from
so
Stormfront on, I
yeah.
was just like, ugh. I'm kind of getting into that stuff now that I'm older. But yeah, I hated We Didn't Start the Fire. I know that people loved that song, but I was just like, it's like the end of the world as we know it, but
Yeah.
without the cleverness. Like he was just, that's how I felt anyway.
It
And
was
I just,
exactly like the end of the world as we know,
yeah,
but it was and it's just so linear. It's like
yeah,
that one note is like dun 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 dun
yeah,
dun.
yeah.
Like, oh my
I
God, I
just,
can't take anymore. It's like a hammer on
right.
your forehead, like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I
but people love it.
started watching The Boys,
Oh
and
wow, yeah.
Huey is a big Billy Joel fan, and they go on a road trip, him and Starlight, and they play We Didn't Start the Fire, and they're singing it together, and it's like really energetic and happy. And I was like, okay, maybe I should revisit this song. But yeah, I don't know, man.
I love the fact that everybody just tries to sing like you cannot possibly sing all the words
Oh
of this.
yeah.
You're just yelling random words. This is if you ever want to get in your car and just yell random words at a certain note for over
Right.
this tempo, like that's a great one to do it to.
Yeah. I always thought it was funny that the thing that finally broke him was the Cola Wars. That's the rock and roll the Cola Wars. He throws his piano like it's like the Cola Wars. It's too much. But
Right. We can't take any more.
yeah, I just can't handle the Cola Wars. But yeah, the stupid pop song. I love the drums in that song. Like
Yeah.
yeah, I really really my ears perked
Well,
up. Like I said, I'm a big power pop fan. I love Cheap Trick and Material Issue and the Knack and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah. Well, that was the one song like stupid pop song. I really didn't think it was good enough to put on the record. I thought it was going to be one of those ones that we just kind of did for fun and then we, live every once in a while and we just kind of didn't worry about
yeah,
it. But like, put that on the record and people just went crazy. And the other song on the record that I didn't think was very strong, but it turned out to be like a fan favorite was The Worst.
okay. Oh
Because
yeah,
I thought like that song was just like uh we were running out of ideas, and it was like this is kind of funny where the idea came from because Corey Feldman had played in town that weekend.
okay.
And
Oh man,
yeah, well, I didn't get to go because I was out on tour, and so but our co-writers and stuff they went,
yeah,
and she said like after the show, of course, like Corey, I think Corey felt like his wife or his girlfriend or whatever is the keyboard player in the band or whatever.
yeah, yeah.
And she was like, after the show, like he was trying to get her to come backstage and hang with them. Like, and she's just like, I was like, did you go? And she's like, no. I'm like, this was your chance to hang out with Corey Feldman. You didn't go. And she's like, no, I didn't. It felt weird. I don't know. I couldn't get
Right.
out there. And so he kept like messaging her on Instagram. Like he found her on Instagram. And she's like, Corey Feldman actually messaged me, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not over. You could still get this chance. And she's like, oh, we're joking, we're laughing about it because she's married,
Right.
she's married too. And so we're just like,
Right.
and I was like, man, is he gonna give you a hall pass for Corey Feldman? She's like, he was like, yeah, go for it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Whatever. But she said it was like the show was so ridiculous that it's actually hilarious. Like it's entertaining because it's so crazy. Like
Yeah.
it's just like what you've seen, I'm sure, all the videos of him like shredding on the guitar that's not really
Yeah.
him playing, and it's
Yeah.
just hilarious like to watch it going on. And he's so into it and he's selling it so hard, and everybody's just like screaming. It's so over the top. It's like it's so crazy. But we were sitting there and she's like, well, I guess if you can't be the best at something, then you can always be the worst. And I was like, yeah, we
That's
can.
awesome.
We can.
Awesome.
So that
Yeah.
whole song was actually inspired by Corey Feldman's show.
There you go. Don't tell too many people that. He might sue you for
I need
creative
I like
licensing.
inspiration. Yeah, he was the
Yeah.
inspiration. Yeah.
Corey
But
Feldman.
I love it. I get it. Like it's funny to me because I'm just like he's out there killing it.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody
Yeah.
else is out there opening for Limp Bizkit right now. Like,
Right. Right.
you know?
Right. And I'm sure, like, in his mind, he's having these amazing shows. Like, he's just like, oh,
Maybe,
tonight was so fire.
but maybe not. Maybe he just realizes it is what it is. And it's just
Maybe.
like he's just acting his way through it and then like cashing the check and being like, haha,
That
idiot.
could be too. I mean, I wonder, like, how much of, like, that stuff, Corey's Angels
I mean,
and all that. I mean,
actor,
it's,
he might be just
yeah,
it might be it's just maybe it's just a show. Like
right.
it's another series in the I don't know. But I
Yeah.
mean, that's what's so funny. Who's talking about it? We are. There's something
Yeah.
about it, It's just like
Yeah.
good for him. He figured out how to be relevant in this really noisy world. He's got it.
Right.
He's doing it.
Yeah. It's funny because back in the early 90s, I saw Extreme
Yeah.
and Nuno Betancourt used a backing track during his solo. Like it was pretty obvious. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you remember. Some people might not remember this, but back in the 80s and 90s and probably the 70s too, which is before I was going to concerts. Every member of the band would get like a 20-minute or so portion of the concert to show off. Like they'd play their instrument.
Yeah.
So
Solo
Nuno during his solo section had a backing track and you could hear it. It was really loud. And it was
Yeah.
stuff that you obviously couldn't have been doing on one guitar.
Right.
And the guy, one of the people who went to the concert with me was kind of making fun of him for it. And I was like, dude, the stuff that he was doing over that was still amazing. Like, who cares? And now backing tracks are like,
Well,
everyone has backing tracks.
I mean, he probably played all the stuff that was on that backing track too. You just
Right. He probably just recorded it and then, yeah.
I mean, it's not that he's incapable. It's just sometimes there's more than one part in there and you can't do them at the same time. So,
right. Yeah. He wasn't Corey Feldman is what I was kind of trying to get to. but yeah, I think there's so many people now who try to catch artists because of the internet and like they show videos and they're like, oh, look, they move their microphone away from their mouth when they were supposed to be singing or blah. But that doesn't mean like they're not capable,
No.
like you're Chris Cornell is one of the greatest singers of all time. And in the studio, he harmonized with himself. And obviously he can't do that live unless there's another track. You know what I mean? So it's just I don't know. I think sometimes people nitpick that stuff too much. And Corey Feldman seems to be embracing it. So good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
It's the day and age now.
Yeah, for sure. So where can people find you? I mean, we talked about your Patreon, but we didn't talk about how to get to it and all that kind of stuff. Where can people find you on the internet?
So the best way to find me is just to go to jasminekane.com. And most of my links are there. I also have a link tree. You can search just Jasmine Kane. But yeah, Patreon is the same thing. It's just patreon.com/Jasmine Kane. I have a Twitch stream that I do. when I'm home, as much as I can. I do live like acoustic shows and sometimes full band shows on Twitch TV. So twitch.tv/Jasmine Kane. My Facebook page, of course, is just Jasmine Kane Rock. And Twitter page, or sorry, Jasmine Kane Rocks for Facebook and Jasmine Kane Rock for Twitter or X. So yeah, I just recently got back into my X account. It's crazy. They like deactivated my account January 1st. And so
Weird.
yeah, and so it's taken me all this time to be able to get in, but I'm back in. So every morning I'll be
Welcome
back.
back.
Excited to be back.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
we're actually gonna do a live stream here in about an hour. So I've got
nice. Okay. So, like we were talking about, you're broken down right now in Georgia. And finances for an independent artist are not always there. It's always kind of, but you've been making music since you were 4, which is amazing. What is it that keeps you going and keeps you creating music and keeps you putting stuff out to the fans? Like,
hands down, the people. It's like if I wanted to quit and I just said, guys, I just don't think I can do this anymore. So it's not sustainable. I'm just gonna lay it down and walk away. They just wouldn't let you.
Yeah.
Their support is just so is so overwhelming. And today they showed me again that's like not an option. So like the things, if whenever you start to think that like maybe it's time to just like move on down the road on something, the support of your fans, it'll come out of nowhere and it'll bring you to tears. It's unbelievable how um whenever you need somebody to step into the ring, they come in full force and they just jump in and they're like, what do you need? What can we do? How can we help? Like, we're there for you. And um I don't know how you could ever feel 100% alone or isolated in this business, even out here alone, when you've got the support of that many people at the tip of your fingers when you get online and say, I'm in trouble, I need help. And they come running. I can't. That's hands down what it is. It's all it is. That's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, Jasmine, thank you so much for joining us. And I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin, and ME Studios. Every single week I say it, but it's true. We could not do this podcast without him. He makes it all happen, to be honest. I just have the conversations. He's the one who gets it out to the world. So thank you so much, Tyler.
Well, I had a great conversation with you. I thank you so much for everything and spreading the gospel of Jasmine Kane. You rock.
Absolutely, for sure. Everybody, make sure that you tune in next week for the most excellent entertainment podcast. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and I am here today with a writer, a film producer, a comic book publisher, a very talented guy, Mr. Sean Hainsworth. Welcome to the
Thank you.
podcast, Sean.
Thank you so much. Very nice, very kind introduction. I appreciate it.
I do my best, man. So, I want to like give a little overview of how we kind of connected, because if if it's anything more than just an email, I kind of like to brief the fans of the podcast, the listeners, I suppose, on how this all happened. So basically, I'm a big comic book fan. I'm a big music fan, as a lot of the people who listen to this thing and watch this thing know. I'm scrolling through Facebook, and I see a comic book that also crosses over to music, and it seems really cool. So you could get a little digital preview. So I clicked to get a digital preview, and Sean was actually kind enough to send me the entire graphic novel. I sat down, I read it. I loved it. It combines a lot of things that I really enjoy. And that was Woodstake. And yeah, I mean, so and then I just messaged him and said, "Hey, would you like to come on the podcast sometime so we could talk about this?" And here we are. So
Great. Yeah, no, we're just trying to, so yeah, I mean, just briefly, so Woodstake, Vampire at Woodstock, 1969, working on the sequel right now, Woodstake 99. And in comic book stores now, final issue, second and final issue is in 2 weeks, and the final issue is in January, and the graphic novel will be next year. So yeah, just trying to find readers for our rock and roll vampire story.
yeah, it's really cool. So to back things up, now that we kind of know our connection, what was it that got you initially interested in the entertainment business, whether it was film or just storytelling in general or comic books? Like, where did that all start?
Yeah, like a lot of people, it started a long time ago. Like when I was young, I was really into film when I was a kid, and not so much comic books. I was more of a Mad Magazine, National Lampoon kid. I found comic books more in the 80s, and then in the 90s, when with Image and a lot of the indie comics came out. But yeah, no, I studied film in college, but I made mostly documentary films for a long time. But I was always working on stories, like always. And I ended up making 5 documentary features, going to a bunch of film festivals and doing all of that. But at a certain point, I just realized I really want to tell my own stories more than doing documentary. Documentary is a great way to cut your teeth because you're really structuring stories, but you don't control the material that comes in, right? Like you're not writing the story is evolving in front of you. So I had a bunch of stories I was working on. My first child was born in 2004, and I kind of took a break from filmmaking for quite a while, like 10, 12 years. But I was constantly writing. Had a couple novels in progress, and then the idea for Woodstake hit me. Vampire at Woodstock. It just the scenes just started popping into my head. I wrote it as a screenplay first, and I took an award at the Austin Film Festival, and I was down there. They have a great writers workshop and everything, but being a screenwriter is hard. Like you have no control over anything. You're just like, please take my screenplay and do whatever you want with it. And I just wanted to really make this. So that's when I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to just make my own comic book. Like a lot of creators out there, I was just going to do it. So I found Felipe Kroll, amazing artist, and I put that book into production. And then 2 others. I have a sci-fi, which is based on a novel I've been working on for a long time called The Killing Machine. And then another kind of half-written novel called Aerotech about a Silicon Valley startup that makes sex robots. So I put all 3 of those into production, and haven't looked back. I've had so much fun, and it's so great to bring the story to life myself, right? To not just hand it over to a producer and sit back and see what they do with it. And the other thing is, what I realized is that if you sell a screenplay, you own nothing, right? I mean, you basically sell all the rights to it unless you got a lot of leverage going into the deal. So, but now, like that I've published it myself, I own all the intellectual property. And so, if I don't even care if it gets made as a film because I like it as a comic, but if something were to happen in that world, I would be in a different position where now I own the intellectual property. I'm not just, I don't have a screenplay, I've got an actual thing. So that changes the negotiation a lot and allows me to have more control over what would ultimately come of it. But I'm having way too much fun making comics. I got 4 more in production right now. And we're really making a go of it. We got in the Diamond catalog for Woodstake and the Killing Machine. So we're out there with comic books, in comic book stores. I was at San Diego last year on a couple panels, and so making a real effort to turn this into an actual publishing company.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I noticed one thing when I was reading it, like without giving too much away, because I guess the ending and whatnot hasn't really been made public yet. But the story arc and the way that you can tell that you know story structure, because it definitely follows, every character has kind of an arc that you can follow through the whole thing, and you, if you pay attention, you can kind of see where it's going, but then there's some twists and stuff like um I really liked that. I'm a big fan of independent publishers. Some of them are really, really good, and then some of them are like you get a good concept, but they just don't execute the story. And so that was something that I really appreciated.
But it was a
Was
lot of drafts. I
Yeah,
actually really appreciate that because, yeah, it's like, the idea of Vampire at Woodstock is a great idea, but then
yeah,
how do you make that real? Like, and I wrote like 4 drafts of the screenplay. And then when I turned it into a graphic novel script, I wrote like 2 or 3 drafts, and I was constantly actually, I had a Kickstarter initially, and the first couple issues I wasn't really happy with completely, and I went back, and that prologue is new. That was like the prologue. So the question is, why is there a vampire in upstate New York?
right,
And what kind of vampire is it, right? Like you have to definitely reveal what your vampirology is. Where's your vampire come from? And mine is clearly a Bram Stoker vampire. So I had I had 8 pages, and the first issue was split between sort of how the vampire got to New York and the introduction of the hippies, and it just felt too short and unsatisfying. And so I just took the time and spent the money, and I took those 8 pages and I turned them into a prologue that really, really introduces the story, I think, much, much better. So yeah, no, I worked really hard on trying to make it all fit and come together and not just be a bunch of yucks about a vampire at Woodstock, right? Of course, the vampire has to
right.
trip on LSD infused blood, right? Like, so
Of course.
there's all the
Yeah.
fun stuff, but there has to be a real story and real characters behind it. And actually, Woodstake 99 is great because the ending is not fully resolved, right? So it's definitely a
Mhm.
2-part series. And the story will get a final resolution at the end of Woodstake 99. But I'm really, the character arcs continue.
Yeah.
And it's really great, because I just think culturally from that totally idealized peace and love hippie world to the 90s and just the cultural changes and all of that, and how hippies became yuppies, and there's just I'm having a lot of fun with it. And now the arc extends out 30 years for some of these characters, and the next generation comes in. So but once again, I'm writing many, many, many drafts because I want to get it right.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. So will Limp Biscuit feature in the second half?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't talk about Woodstake 99 without talking about Woodstock 99 without talking about Fred Durst or
Yeah.
yeah, so the issues are named after songs, right? So
Right.
so yeah, the first issue was Freak on a Leash, which is a
Mhm.
Korn song.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely Limp Bizkit will be in there. Yeah, actually, there's been two great documentaries on Woodstock 99, one on
Mm.
HBO and one on Netflix called Trainwreck, which is like a three-parter.
Yeah,
So if you haven't seen that, go see that because Woodstock 99 was a total train wreck, start to finish. And I mean, they basically burned the place down. Definitely, and the vampires a lot meaner in the second one. Like,
sure, sure.
the vibe has changed from, a vampire at Woodstock to like it's darker, definitely darker in
Yeah.
the second one. So yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, you could have just taken my first thought was a vampire at Woodstock would be a bloodbath. There's so many people who are
Yeah.
just so zoned into the music or zoned out of their minds on other things, and a vampire could just go nuts. But that's not the route that you took. It's very nuanced, and I liked it. I liked the surprise of it actually being a story, and there's minions and things like that. And he's not just ripping people's throats out like left and right, which it totally could have been.
Yeah, the 30 Days of Night scenario, like just the
Sure.
total feeding frenzy, right? Which is a great scenario. Yeah, for me, I really wanted the vampire to have motivation, right? Like, beyond just killing people, right? Like he really wants to build his family in the new world, and the people that he turns are not just victims, they're like his growing brood, his growing family. He has an emotional connection to them. So there's a sense of him trying to build something, not just drinking blood for the sake of killing people, but trying to build something to in the new world, because the whole thing is he comes over from Europe and needs to establish himself. So yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad you appreciated all that. Like,
Oh, sure.
that I've done so many drafts of this thing, and it's great when people read it and they're like, "Yeah, I get it, and I like it, and that's a good choice, and I appreciate that because that's what I'm working for."
Yeah, I mean, I've been reading comic books for I don't even know how long. I was 4, so 46 years when I started reading comic books. So I definitely think that I have I can pick out good stuff from bad stuff, I hope. You know what I mean? I remember, like you mentioned, in Image in the 90s and everything. I remember there was a lot of 90s comics that were really, really art focused and neglected the story. And so then the ones that did have good stories really stood out. And they weren't always successful on the market, but they meant a lot to me. Like comics like, Primal Force and stuff like that maybe went under the radar but had really good storytelling. So I
Yeah, and
appreciate.
I just think, yeah, it's a big wide world. So many different creators. I just feel like everybody's got something to say. But like you,
Mm,
I'm very story focused, and I don't know. People come to comics for all kinds of reasons, and I think that's great. But like you,
yeah,
I tend to be very story focused. That's always been and also I can't draw. I'm not an artist.
sure,
You know?
sure. Yeah,
So,
yeah,
but yeah. I love, boy, man, comic art though is just so cool. I mean,
yeah,
so
yeah.
much amazing. I mean, even, just the golden age forward, just so many great periods, so many great artists. It's just so rich. When I finally found comics in the 80s, I was like, wow, where has this been all my life? Like, this is just
Yeah.
amazing storytelling, visual storytelling.
Yeah, there's a comic, an issue of Marvel Fanfare, that Dave Gibbons drew, and it's a dream that Doctor Strange is having, and he's battling a nightmare. And there's like one word bubble at the beginning and one at the end, and the whole rest of it is told in this dreamscape with no words. But it's an
Wow.
amazing story, and that's Dave Gibbons is a master. I mean,
He
that
is,
guy,
and he had to recover from
so
working with Alan Moore, who has
right,
so many
right.
words.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So
mean, I
he's like, I'm
love
just gonna
Watchmen, but
draw
I'm
on this
sure,
one.
yeah, it's like no bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
So
have to dig that up. That sounds awesome.
yeah, it's really cool. And the art is so good. It's honestly my favorite comic book cover ever. Like the cover is so good. It's like Doctor Strange and then nightmares coming in from the distance. It just looks really cool. I've always thought
Yeah.
about getting a tattoo of it, to be honest.
Oh, cool.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Get a
So
good tattoo artist.
oh,
I'm
for
sure you
sure.
have one.
Yeah, bad
Yeah.
tattoos are bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
And being able to replicate Dave Gibbons is tall ask. But
Yeah.
so obviously I'm familiar with the Wood State comic, but you have other stuff. Did you want to talk about that at all? Because obviously I'm not going to be familiar, but I mean, for someone who you're introducing it to.
Yeah, well, so I will make you familiar. I'll shoot you links to the other ones. So yeah, you know, it's funny. I mean, one of the things the challenging things is of starting a publishing company is what is SHP Comics, right? Why do people come to SHP Comics? Especially when we're cross genre, because I got an all ages title coming out next year, right? Which is sort of a manga Western mashup. So I've got a sex robot comedy, an all ages manga Western mashup, a vampire at Woodstock, and like a cerebral sci-fi. So clearly, we're not defining ourselves by genre, you know.
Right,
And
right.
what I hope we're defining ourselves by is storytelling. Like all, I hope and believe, and I'm working hard so that all of these stories are really well written. So the Killing Machine is kind of it's cerebral sci-fi in the spirit of, you know, maybe Arthur C. Clarke or Ted Chiang or something like that. It's got some really good ideas behind it, but it's also got a fair amount of action. And like that was a novel I worked on for like a year and a half back. And then once again, I've done, you know, two or three screenplay drafts and like multiple drafts. And this one I've restructured the heck out of, you know, because it's a really big story and it takes a while to get into. But I think it's come out really, really well. I'm really pleased with the way it's come out. You know, finding an audience is harder for it. I think finding an audience for sci-fi is harder these days in general than horror. And you know, Vampire at Woodstock is an elevator pitch that you can't beat. The Killing Machine takes a lot more to get into, but we're working on it. Trying to get, you know, I'm hoping with the graphic novel, we'll be able to have more time to build an audience. I think that's the other thing I've learned, and sorry, I'm bouncing around topics here, is that, you know, my first books with Diamond, you know, I didn't realize how much work has to be done in advance of that first issue, because the number you sell of your first issue is your benchmark, and then everything falls off from there. And so I didn't get a huge push on the Killing Machine on the first one. So I'm really working on that. I would love to, the story has like an epic cliffhanger that I'm really proud of. I'd love to continue the story, but we got to find a fan base for it. So that one's, I'm working on that. I will send you the full graphic novel just for your edification. And then Aerotech, we have a lot of things going on with Aerotech. My partner in crime on that is a guy named Jeffrey Kroshek. He's the artist, amazing artist. I'll send you that one as well. Like great. It's kind of like Mad Men, like 1950s corporate, but with a really bright, unique color palette. Looks great. So we're doing an Aerotech anthology on Kickstarter in February. We've got 6 artists. We got Dean Haspiel and um, sorry, my Chloe Bransford and Katie Mansfield, and we had Hyena Hell, though I'm not sure if she's going to be able to follow through. Anyway, we've got this Brian McRae. We've got this amazing slate of artists that have done variant covers and worked with us or want to work on this story, who are all doing sex robot stories in their own style. Like there's no requirement. Our only requirement is that it has to have an Aerotech sex robot, and the robot has to be vaguely anthropomorphic, right? Like no 8 tentacled sex machines or whatever. Otherwise, go do anything you want. So we're gonna have this really cool anthology on Kickstarter, which I hope will do well and drive us into Aerotech will hit the shelves in probably May or June of next year. First issue on shelves in May or June. And I don't know, we'll see. I don't know what 18 plus titles are like. I've heard mixed bag. I've heard, you know, they don't do as well with retailers, and I've heard a lot of retailers, you know, love them. So I don't know what we'll do. And it's very schizophrenic because we're pushing the all ages adventure story, like, you know, at the same time of the sex robot comedy. So we shall see. But those are the ones coming up. And then there are actually 2 or 3 other stories that are in process that I'm not going to talk about because they're not going to hit the shelves till 2026.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But trying to keep the pipeline full. Like I don't want to be a flash in the pan. I want to be, you know, I want people to be like, oh, the new SHP comic is coming out, you know, at some point. Yeah.
Right. So, what was that Dark Horse? Or no, Caliber Press anthology. It had the first comic book appearance of Bone in it.
Oh,
I cannot
Yeah, I don't
remember what it
know.
was called, but it reminds what you're talking about kind of reminds me of that. Like there was there was bone in there, and then there was also like film noir type stuff and horror. And I think that with a lot of independent publishers, that's kind of what's missing in a way. Um, they'll focus on one genre. The bigger publishers never did that, you know. I mean, I
Yeah.
love Cosmic Times. They put out great comics. But I'm a big fan of sci-fi, and so for me, getting a bunch of sci-fi comics is cool. But somebody who maybe likes the writing but doesn't necessarily like sci-fi might not pick up another book from them because that's pretty much all they put out.
Yeah.
So I think that if diversifying is a good idea, you know, I think, even though it doesn't seem to be the route that a lot of people are taking these days.
Well,
Um,
the thing is, I find there's so many amazing creators out there who have their own voice, their own style, and it's just such a rich time for creators, right? But it's
yeah,
so hard to make a living as a creator. It's so hard. The marketplace is so crowded. There's so many Kickstarters. There's so many people at Artist Alley. There's so much out there that it's hard to find a space, right? Like to
yeah,
just
yeah,
and yeah, and I love the idea. Like the sex robot thing is an easy lift, right? Like
right.
it's a story that can be taken in 100 different directions. It can be horror, it can be comedy, it can be emotional, it can be anything, right? And so,
Mhm.
yeah, I just love the idea of getting all of these different artists who I think, Jeff and I, curated pretty carefully about who we really loved, who are going to bring something totally unique to it. So when you flip through this book, the art style is going to change, the type of storytelling is going to change, and the only thing that ties it together is the idea of an Aerotech sex robot. But yeah, it's a great way to to bring more artists' work out, to give another venue for them. Because I mean, Dean's really successful. He's at every Comic-Con. He just had a big Kickstarter. He does great. But it's always great to find more readers for these, because people will love this and then go look what else has Katie Mansfield done, or what else have Brian McRae done. And so that'll be fun.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the story, first of all, it's relevant right now. With, I mean, there's people who are falling in love with their AI. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
With
happening.
an
Like
AI
that's
that's just a chatbot, not even a
right,
thing,
right. It's just
right? Wait
talking
till it's
right,
a thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if it's actually like a replication of a human who is relating to you and emoting. You know, it just I could see at least one story where it could get very confusing. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely a direction to go. Um,
It's
and it also
so
kind of
rich.
reminds me of Outer
Yeah.
Limits. Like Outer Limits used to do things like that. You know, technology,
Yes.
human
Yeah.
relations, like that was a big thing that they used to do. Like so, and I loved Outer Limits. I liked the newer one better than the old one. Sorry, but but you know,
You like what you like. You don't have to
yeah,
apologize for
yeah.
it.
But
Actually, I don't, this podcast will come out because tomorrow. So, just to shift gears briefly, you said
sure.
film production. So we made a short film out of in the Aerotech universe, a film called Technical Support. It's 8 minutes, and
Awesome.
it's an
Awesome.
unboxing video of a man who unboxes his sex robot, puts it into dominance number 4 mode, and then it tries to kill him, and he has to call technical support. Um, so anyway, that's played festivals, done whatever, but we're putting it up on YouTube tomorrow for everyone to
Oh,
see.
awesome.
It's been a year since we've done the festival run, and in the description we're going to put a code for download the SEX 6000, which is the comic that is based on, for free. So all that's going to go out tomorrow. So if you go to YouTube and look up SHP Comics, you can watch the 8-minute film for free, and you can download the comic for free if you are interested.
That's awesome. That sounds hilarious, by the way. That
Yeah,
sounds
it's a lot
really
of fun.
funny.
We got a great cast. The woman who plays the sex robot, she does a stage show with a sex robot. She's
Oh,
unbelievably funny.
nice. Awesome.
Aparna Nancherla, who's in Mythic Quest and We Do in the Shadows. She's the customer support agent. It's really fun. We did a good
Yeah.
job. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, She's not the main girl in What
No,
We Do
no,
in the
no,
Shadows.
no,
Is
no.
she? Okay,
No, she
I was
plays
about to say
smaller
because that
parts and
girl is
everything.
hilarious. All
Yeah.
right, cool, awesome.
No, no, she's like on the cusp. Like
Yeah,
she's in these things. She's getting smaller parts. She has yet to have that
sure.
breakout role where she's a household name. She's also a stand-up. Like her stand-up's
Awesome.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's really, really funny. So
cool. Yeah, it sounds like you got people who it's in their wheelhouse, so
yeah, yeah.
definitely
We spent a long time finding the right cast for that one, and a cast we could
awesome.
afford.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tough.
yeah,
I'm producing a movie right now, and it's challenging for sure. Like making sure that everything's going to fall in the budget and that it still goes in the direction that you want it to go in.
I
So
tip
yeah,
my hat to you. It is not easy.
thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, so I've done a little bit of acting, and the last couple of experiences that I had weren't particularly satisfying. So and one day I just had this idea, and I write a little, but I don't think I could write an entire movie. So as soon as I got the idea, I was like, I'm going to hire a screenwriter, and I just did. And she's sent me a couple treatments, and they're really, really good. She knows exactly what I want, like as far as the characters and stuff. So I'm supposed to be getting the first draft in January, and I'm excited to see it and get it, But we've
That's
already
great.
cast everyone, which I guess is unusual to do off a treatment, but that's how we did it. So
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say the great thing is to know what you're good at and what you need help with, right? Like
yeah,
I was thought I'm gonna direct this film. I thought I'm not gonna direct this film. I've never directed a film like this before. I went out and got a director and she was amazing.
right.
So go get a screenwriter. Like, yeah, the ego, check the ego at the door, be
Yeah.
realistic about what you're good at, what you want to partner up with someone on and go from there. So yeah, I think that's great. I look forward to seeing what it is in the end of the day.
Oh,
You
thanks.
got to
Yeah, yeah.
send it to me when it's
I
done.
definitely will for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of there's secrets we don't want to give away until it actually is released. So
yeah.
we can't talk about it on here. But yeah, I'll definitely get with you later. So on the aspects of partnering up with people and whatnot, do you have any plans on bringing other writers into SHP, or are you gonna go
At
with your
this
ideas for now? I
at
mean,
this point, no, and I'll tell you why. It's so expensive and such a risk to make a comic book. And bring it to Diamond and print it, in the quantities and ship it to where Diamond, it's a big venture. And I at this point, until I can sort of turn the tables financially,
right.
I only want to take the risk on my own stories at this point because like that's what I care about, getting
Mhm.
my stories out there is the core of this. But as soon as we can turn that corner and become more of a viable publisher, I'm going to need a lot more content in the pipeline. And then definitely, like I know
Awesome.
there's so many great writers out there, and I don't want SHP to always just be my stories. But for now, like probably through 2026, I'm really hoping one of these titles can take off next year. Like
Yeah,
really find an audience. And actually, the great thing is like if it does find an audience and I've got a series, then the great thing is passing the series off to another writer to you do 7 through
sure.
12 or you do the next story arc, bringing in other writers because it's funny my I tend to be narratively I like sort of tight focused stories. I have a harder
Mhm.
time with open-ended narratives.
Right.
And so in a way, it would be great, once again, know what you're good at and what you're not good at. If one of these stories starts to go well and it does have an open-ended structure, I would love to bring other writers in to take it places where I couldn't take it or wouldn't think of taking it, right?
Sure.
So I think that's all coming, but we have to like just put a hold on that until I can turn the corner. So yeah. I'm really, really, I really want to make this a viable business,
Yeah,
where we're not, not making a ton of money, but we're making money and can continue to bring in talented writers, talented artists, get new voices out there. That would be awesome.
yeah. So how has the social media campaign gone? Because like I said, that's how I came across you, and I'm used to coming across independent comics on Kickstarter. But like I
Yeah,
said,
it's hard. Social media is hard. I'm so glad I found you on Facebook. Because I
yeah,
was starting to give up on Facebook. Like, who's out there? What am I getting? I sometimes I get I don't get a lot of engagement. I get some clicks. Doing a little better on Instagram. I'm not, like you, I'm in my 50s, or, you're close
Yeah,
to it. I'm in my 50s, so I'm not a native social media person. I also don't have the time to like be on the platform and do all this stuff. So it's good. It's good. Like you have to be on social media, and occasionally you find great people on social media. I'm just continuing to put stuff out there, keep my fingers crossed, and hoping that once again it will build enough momentum that at a certain point we'll get more engagement and more followers.
sure,
We're,
sure.
we're closing in on 10,000 followers on Instagram, so that's not bad.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, like
Especially like,
9,800. Yeah,
oh, nice. That's awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely be hard with so much content out there. Like,
that's
there's
it.
just, and
Yeah,
that's one of the blessings and curses of new media, I guess. Like, back in the old days, I guess, back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, you could find, you knew where to go to find the things that you liked, you
yeah.
know. Now it's like, it's almost like you're throwing a freaking pebble into the dark and hoping it hits something. Um, and
Well, and that's the thing. But in the 70s, 80s, 90s, if you had an idea, your ability, I mean, there was the
Mhm.
underground comics of the
Right.
70s where people were
That's
just
the
putting
other
stuff
part
out.
of it. Yeah.
You had a hard
Yeah.
time getting it out there, and now the
Right.
barrier to entry is very low. The gatekeepers are
Right.
gone, and that's
Right.
wonderful. But that also
Yeah.
means there's a ton of stuff out there. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think everybody is looking for a map. Like, what do I want to
Right.
read next? How do I get through all of the, like, just go to Kickstarter. It's crazy the number of
Yeah.
books that are out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing about running a Kickstarter campaign. It's like you've got to grab people in the first 24 or 48 hours, or you sink. And once you're down on the second or third page of the new comic book list, forget about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Simon Sama. He's a bass player. He's really, really talented guy. And I don't know why, but he was having some confidence issues with his Kickstarter. So he reached out to me and asked me if I would help him with his Kickstarter. I mean, he said that he noticed that I had bid on a lot of successful campaigns, and I'm like, doesn't I don't know if that means anything, but I helped him, and we pushed that thing right until, like, he literally hit his goal. I think it was 3 days before the end of it.
That's
But
awesome.
but it was desperation, you know. I was like, what are we gonna do? I just kept sharing it in jazz groups, man, and that was on sending out emails, you know, and just helping him as much as I could. And it was really, but you're right though, because I kept him going. I kept him being like, look, man, we can still do this, we can still do this. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking most campaigns are funded in 3 days or they're not funded. You
It's
know, like
that
that's
U
just kind of
shape,
how it
right? You get all
goes.
your backers
Yeah,
at the beginning, and then you get that lull where it's like one
right,
backer a day or no
right.
backer a day. And then in the last couple of days, you get a boost again.
Yeah,
But that's awesome that you helped him push that through. I actually think being a good backer is a great background for helping someone write a campaign, because you know what works, you know what you like and what don't like. You've seen a lot of variations of what people do. I'm always looking at
right.
successful campaigns, trying to steal ideas, for stretch goals, or just the way they
Yeah.
structured their rewards, or because it's tricky.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of my biggest things is, like, if I go to a campaign and the first tier is like $25, I don't even look,
Yeah, yeah.
because it's like, I'm not gonna spend $100 on a physical comic unless it's like Good Omens, which I did spend $100 on.
You know what's funny? Most people for their digital editions, they charge like $7 or $8, right? That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end. That's
sure.
the entry point. So Jeff and I, the last Aerotech campaign, were like, that's silly. Why charge $7 for a PDF? We put it out there for $3.
Nice.
We did not get any more backers at 3 than we had gotten at 7 on the previous campaign, which was interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because I thought a lot of people would be like, hey, I'll spend $3 on why am and also it's a PDF, it costs you nothing, right?
Right,
Um,
right.
but it didn't work. Like,
That's
or it
odd.
didn't work in terms of getting more backers. It's hard to compare campaigns, but Aerotech 1, we had, X number of PDF backers, and Aerotech 2, which went out at $3, we had the same number of PDF backers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah, I always go for the physical level. I collect comics,
Yeah.
so to me, it's like I want to hold it, you know. Um,
Well,
and
send me your mailing address and I'll shoot you a full set of wood stake if you want them.
Thank you
You know,
so much, man.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
first printings of all of them. I'll drop them in the mail to you.
Awesome, man. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
yeah.
I
No,
appreciate
that's
that.
great. Yeah.
That's great.
That's
Yeah,
nice to know they're in the home of someone who likes them.
absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
If
I
you've got
really am.
space.
I do. I do
Yeah,
have
okay.
space. So yeah, like where can we've already touched on it a little bit. The sun is shining straight across my face. I'm trying to
I know
figure
you're
out
getting this interesting pattern on your
a different
face.
way to go
Yeah.
here. But we've talked a little bit about it, but where can like you guys have a YouTube channel obviously, but where can people find you on the internet if they want to learn more about you and your comics and all
Yeah,
that
so
kind of stuff?
shpcomics.com. And we're SHP Comics pretty much everywhere, like Facebook, SHP Comics, Instagram. We're SHP underscore comics on Twitter. Um, but and SHP Comics on YouTube. And we are in a bunch of stores, maybe 120 stores or something like that. So ask your local retailer. They can, we always try to support the comic book stores, get people out to the local comic book store. They can order stuff out of the Diamond catalog. So if you want to go that route, go to your local store. But otherwise, we've got copies online. I've got some deals of getting starter bundles. Selling them like, what I'm trying to do is sell them so that you pay with shipping the same that you would pay in a comic book store, like $4.99 an issue. So trying to make the barrier to entry low so people will check us out.
Yeah. So, have you thought about Free Comic Book Day at all? I don't know how that exactly works for independent publishers, but with you being in Diamond, I would think that would be an option,
It's
right?
hard because
Yeah.
you have to print a lot of free comic books, like
Yeah.
10,000.
Oh my
Um,
Lord. Okay.
yeah, and
Yeah.
the cost
Yeah.
of that
That's a
is
big cost.
prohibitive.
Yeah.
So yeah, I asked about that, and they're like, no, 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 you're not near
Yeah.
that yet. That's for the big guys.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
But yeah, because you would be spending so much to give comic books away.
Right.
It's hard at this point to justify it. But
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the retailers pay for the comics, but I don't know how that money gets divided up between like the publishers and Diamond themselves and all
I
that
have
stuff.
no idea
Yeah.
either. Yeah, that's beyond
Yeah.
my pay grade.
But yeah, for sure. And 10,000, I mean, it probably would not be enough to justify that at this point.
Yeah,
This is more comfortable, so I'm just gonna have light across my face.
yeah. It
Have you
actually looks
thought
kind of
about
cool.
yeah, right. Have you thought about going on Blue Sky at all? I just
Yes,
I just hopped on there and it seems like it's thriving and it's pretty welcoming community.
I
So
just hopped on myself. In fact, there was an article in the Beat somebody had written about how they were talking about how Blue Sky was like Twitter was in the old days.
right.
So I hopped on. I've got 2 followers. I haven't done any work yet. I'll follow you. And
Thanks. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll have
but
to check you out.
I
I'll
like
get
Blue
on there and follow
Sky.
you.
Um,
Yeah.
it seems yeah, it seems very friendly, welcoming, what it should be, right? Like
Right. Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. From what I hear, Taylor Swift mentioned it or something, and they gained 22 million followers or 22 million subscribers or whatever. Yeah,
It
22
seems like
million
it's getting some
users.
momentum.
There's the
Yeah.
word I'm looking for. Yeah.
Yeah,
So they
users. Yeah,
users. Yeah. It's Taylor Swift was like, "Hey, Blue Sky's cool," and everyone was like, "All right, let's go." So the power of celebrity, I guess, cult of
exactly.
personality. Well, so one thing before we go, I wanted to ask you what is it that keeps you publishing comics, keeps you putting out movies and short films and things like that and writing things? What is it that keeps you going and drives you to keep being creative and
No, I really want to tell these stories and I really want to tell them well. It's like I've been wanting to be a storyteller my whole life and I'm in my 50s now. And if I don't do it now, I'm going to be sitting in a nursing home saying, I had a good idea for, and like I've just decided this is it. This is my moment. I'm going to do everything I can to get my stories out there and see if what I like other people like, right? Because it's easy to think I have a great idea for a story. It's easy to think you can do these things. It's another thing to actually make it happen. And but I'm committed at this point to getting, at least through 26. I've got, 4 more series in production. They will see the light of day. And if I can't make a go of it, can't really find an audience, can't turn the tables financially, I'll become that disgruntled disgruntled former creator. But yeah, I would love storytelling, and I want to write stories that I would want to read. I think like everybody, it just something that motivates me is to really try to tell a story well, like a good story well. There's nothing like reading a good story, right? I mean, we all have our favorites. We all remember how it made us feel, and I want to make that like everybody, right?
For sure. So before we go, first of all, I'm 50, so you're in your 50s, so you must be a little older than me. You look extremely good for being in your 50s. I thought you were younger than me, and when you kept on talking about how you didn't discover comics until the 80s, I was like, that timeline is not matching up. But but there you go.
Yeah. Thank you. I always say that deal with the devil is paying off, at least for
hey,
now.
yeah, it looks like you're doing good. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you. I'm so glad, and I'm sorry about last week. Just
no worries.
computers crashing everywhere. But yeah, no, this has been super fun, and I will get you out. I'm glad you're a sci-fi fan. I will get you out the sci-fi graphic novel and everything else. And like I said, I'll get you out the print editions of Woodstake because I would love you to have them.
Awesome. I appreciate it. And dude, honestly, no worries about last week because sometimes I record a couple podcasts a day and
Yeah.
And so it's okay to get a break every once in a while. Honestly,
Good.
I do 2 podcasts plus I guest on another podcast sometimes and I'll record more than one episode for this podcast sometimes depending on people's schedules. So getting a little break every once in a while. I appreciate you rescheduling. Because if I hadn't gotten to talk to you, I would have been disappointed because this has been a really cool conversation. So
Yeah,
I
me as
appreciate
well.
it.
Thank
Awesome.
you. I'm sorry, I'm losing
Thank
my
you.
light here. I'm like going to
Oh
become
yeah, I see you're dimming.
the FBI witness here soon.
And I'm getting more light, all just streaming in on my face. But yeah. So I want to thank everybody for listening. I don't know. I don't think you guys can see this, but we have been growing and growing and growing in the last couple months, and I'm really, really proud of everything that we've been doing heading into the end of this year and going into the next one. I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin. As I say every single week, I could not do this without him. He is the guy who gets my creativity and my ideas out into the world because I couldn't do it on my own. So thanks everybody for listening. Thank you so much to Sean, and we will see you guys next week with more Most Excellent Entertainment. Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and here with me today we have a professional wrestler, former mixed martial artist, actor, musician, Jordan Dye.
Do all the stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
How's it going, brother?
Let's go, man. It's a pleasure to be here. How's it going? How's it?
I'm hanging in there, man.
Yeah, I feel that.
So before we get going, I'm gonna give a little background on how Jordan and I know each other, because if I have a history with the folks who come on as guests, I like to talk about it before we get into the meat of the thing. So I moved to this little town called Connorsville in the middle of nowhere in Indiana, and there was nothing to do. So I decided I was going to start a wrestling promotion. And basically, I added all the wrestlers who could possibly be in the area on Facebook just to kind of check them out. And I was a manager at a fast food restaurant at the time. And and one of the dudes who I added that was a wrestler living in town ended up working at the freaking restaurant with me. So, and at the time, Jordan was probably the best wrestler on the shittiest shows in the area. But you know, we got together, man. We started traveling around a little bit, and when I did finally start booking shows, I brought him on, and it's been freaking awesome watching him develop over the years, and honestly go from being the best wrestler on the shittiest shows to just one of the best wrestlers in the area, period, man. So that's where we're at, dude.
Oh yeah,
right on.
Man, you left out man.
Well, I left out a lot, dude.
Dude, what was the one promotion that we went to in Franklin, Indiana, that I had you, because they didn't know what to do with us, and I was like, man, I'm just
they didn't
gonna
know what to do with
you.
anybody, dude.
No, they didn't. But
the Christian Pro Wrestling Association, is that what it was?
Yeah, ran by Army Stone Cold or whatever he was.
Yeah. For those of you who are in the area and familiar with Hulk Leeser, Alan Reed, Mighty Mike, Mighty Michael. Yeah, we went down. Dude, the first time I went down there, I brought my buddies Tevin and Matt with us, and they were doing security, and they ended up involved in the show because it's just how it was down there. That guy had no idea what he was doing. He had a fucking, geez, man, I'm cursing because I'm talking to you. I'm not even. he had a battle royal. Remember that battle royal where that Gunner cat did a DDT in the middle of the ring? Freaking, as soon as it started, he just grabbed somebody and DDT'd him. Like, good Lord. That was the worst. That was the worst. But yeah, no, I remember you brought your crackhead buddy Mike with you and wrestled him.
Yeah, well, because I tried to train him. Him. You know, I hate to say this was what I mean. I wasn't but maybe 2 years in the business, so I was still kind of learning. I thought I'll take fault for that, but like, yeah, I kind of trained him a little bit, and then I figured I could bring him on and have him do some stuff, and it was
it was the best match on the show.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. A lot of that was because of me, though. I was getting us a lot of heat. No, I'm just playing, dude.
Yeah, real quick. Can you forward like a baby thing in there? Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just putting myself over.
No, you're good. But yeah, man, sorry to all this. They like something's. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, man. So let's go ahead. Let's
yeah, brother. So enough about us. Let's talk about you.
No, I like talking about it, man. We call, like, so listen real quick for those, like, I've known Keith Miller for the better part of what, 5?
Yeah, probably about 5-6 years.
A little bit longer than that.
No, like 7-8 years, man. It's been a while.
It's been close to 10 years, and like,
yeah.
On, like, you know, I've worked for you. I've done stuff with you via, you know, wrestling or whatever. You know, your kid sometimes, when he's not being shy, calls me uncle.
Yeah.
So, you know, my kids know you. Your kids know me. You know, my wife knows you. You know, people. You know, so like we've all been around each other for a hell of a long time.
Long time. Yeah.
And I'll go ahead and say that as far we've known each other for a while. It's just I'm glad you're doing what you're doing that brings joy to your life, and this clearly is bringing joy to your life because you talk it up so much, and I can tell in the sound of your voice that you love it. So I'm glad that you're getting to do something you want to do. So, you know,
I
and thank
appreciate
you.
it, man.
I love you, man. I love you.
Love you too, brother.
So
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I don't have a ton of friends, man. Um, and I consider you one of my best friends, even though we don't get to see each other that much, you know.
because I moved
Still,
away, man. Because I got
yeah, I
out of
know,
here.
dude. Yeah, I feel you, man. Shit. All right. So let's man. Sorry, Tyler. Dude, there's probably gonna be a lot of shit for you to deal with on this because me and Jordan are fucking bullshitting and
Yeah,
technical difficulties and all that good stuff. But
yeah. No more technical difficulties. If so, I'm going to shoot my cat. No, I'm kidding.
bro,
Edit that
I'm
out.
gonna be honest, man. It's hard for me to interview you like I interview a normal person because I just want to fucking talk to you.
I mean, kind of what we'll do. Just ask questions, and we'll kind of go on.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of know the majority of my wrestling career and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know, and considering that this is really I mean, I've done other podcasts, and I'm not crapping on them. I love
Right.
you know, the guys at Pro Wrestling Edge, which they're, you know, RIP, they're no longer around. They're not doing their thing anymore. They were great. Dan Brewer and all those cats are great dudes. And even House, I did one with him, but we talked about that one. I was, you know,
Little different state of mind.
Because me and you were friends. Like we're friends. Like we know each other very well, inside and outside wrestling. So this will be interesting. I can share more with you, and we can just kind of we can just do the more of the you know, friendly vibe more than just like all, you know, Jordan Dye, how did you get into this business? You know what I mean? You know, typical freaking whatever.
Right.
So,
So, dude, I do want to ask you, man, because like we said at the top, you are a wrestler, but you've been involved in a lot of other stuff. Was wrestling always what you wanted to do, or like did you just want to be an entertainer? Like, where did that all come from, man? Where'd that start?
I mean, man, just like any kid, you know, I mean, I wouldn't say any kid, but just like, you know, I was a kid and, you know, obviously, you know, I was watching movies and cartoons. And I was like, oh, this would be cool to do this. And then that can kind of spark somebody's interest to want to be an entertainer or be a part of said, you know, whatever. But sorry, but you know, but I don't know, man. Like from the first time I got a chance to sit down and watch a pro wrestling match, which was Bret Hart and Mr. Perfect '91 SummerSlam. And people, whenever I say, "Oh, it was the fucking greatest match," and when people say that, when people hear me say that, they're like, "Oh, that's stereotypical. That's everybody's." Well, okay, maybe so, but in all honesty, that was as far as I can remember, that was the first match I ever actually sat down and watched. So from there, you know, it just kind of it's been wrestling.
Yeah,
dude. I mean, right after that, I think it wasn't '91 when I watched the match. I mean, I got it on Coliseum home video. I mean, that's how long ago that was. Obviously, you know,
right.
early '90s when WWF was doing their Coliseum home that was their video packaging production or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's you know, I was watching off this, so like I'd asked my mom, or at that point in time Santa Claus, for Christmas, you know, I would like this tape, and I got the greatest. What was it? The greatest WrestleMania matches up until that point. This is '94
or SummerSlam,
huh?
Or SummerSlam.
No, actually, I can't remember where I watched it. It was on. I think it might have been like a WWF was showing like some kind of
Maybe like
montage.
prime time or something like that. Maybe primetime wrestling or something like that.
Well, no, it was SummerSlam. It was that match. It just wasn't. I didn't watch it when it came out, and I didn't have it on tape. I know that for a fact. But that's what sparked my interest in like watching wrestling. So I got a tape that year, right? It had 4 or 5 matches, and 2 of the matches on it were Macho Man and Steamboat from WrestleMania 3. Love that match. It's one of my favorite matches. Probably one of everybody's favorite matches.
Right.
And Roddy Piper versus Bret Hart at WrestleMania 8 in Indianapolis. And that match, that's one of my favorite matches of all time, man. Like, just Piper, like, you've never really seen Piper work like that, man. And the fact that he, you know, I mean, it was Piper. So the fact that he put over, you know.
I mean, one of the things that not a lot of people know, I'm sorry, man, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I got something about this. Like, one of the things that not a lot of people know, unless they've read Piper's book or like know a lot about him, is he had it put into his contract that he would not lose by pinfall or submission while he was in the WWF. That match with Bret Hart was the first time he ever took a pin in a WWF ring, ever. Every other match he ever had, he lost by disqualification or count out.
And like, you've seen, like, since then, well, I mean, obviously he's retired now, but since then, like, he got that rub, and like, he was like, you know, like, after that, like, he's the champion, he's doing shows or doing matches with Flair and blah blah. So Bret Hart is probably, honestly, to get to that, I'm sure you're going to ask that question, so we'll get to that one if you do ask it. But that's my favorite pro wrestler of all time. Anyways, I digress. We're getting way off here. So anyways, man, so that sparked my interest to be a wrestler. I always liked music, man. Like, I've always been a fan of just any kind of music. I mean, if you look at my Spotify, if I were to show you my list, it would be Tupac, Johnny Cash, Garth Brooks, Taylor Swift, My Chemical Romance, you know, this and that. It varies. So as far as music, we're going to talk about, right? We're going to get into wrestling here a little bit, like a lot. But music, man. Funny story. Okay. I tried to try out for band when I was in 7th grade, and I just couldn't do it. I tried to play the flute because I don't. You see my hands. I honestly what they would call little girl hands. I can't play guitar, and I love. I wanted to play guitar so bad, I couldn't do it. So I tried to do band with the flute, couldn't do it. I had a buddy of mine show me how to use a keyboard. So I got to play the keyboard a little bit. So, you know, played a little bit of keyboard. I started making hip hop beats. You know, keyboard, and then you get the little drum, we would do this and do that. And one day I just started just rhyming out of nowhere. It was silly as crap. But I was like, but one of my buddies like, man, you should do that. And I'm like, okay. So I tried it. At first it didn't go very well. And then I started writing lyrics. And I started writing lyrics for stuff. I got into choir. I started singing. And then eventually I started recording my own music, to the point where I had me and a couple of guys. We weren't even friends, honestly. Me and my hip hop trio that were together. We considered ourselves the white Tribe Called Quest. I joke, but no, we had mentioned to somebody before, but we'll get to that. Nah, man, it just, honestly, I met these dudes one day. A buddy of mine. We talked about the crackhead earlier.
Mike.
His brother, his younger brother was like, "Hey, man, you know, you want to get high?" Yeah, let's go. So we go to these guys' house, and man, we're all sitting around smoking, and they start freestyling. I'm like, it's a bunch of white dudes freestyling. At that point, I hung out with a lot of you know. I'm trying to figure out a way to be politically black dudes. Okay, I'll just say that I don't know how to be politically correct in this sense anymore. I don't want to offend anybody. But we started hanging out with that's what I'm used to hanging out with. And then now I start hanging out with some of these white dudes. These white dudes are rapping, and I'm like, what the hell? Okay, cool. So we're sitting there, I'm listening to them, and they're doing the thing. And we start freestyling, we start smoking, and next thing you know, we wrote like 5 or 6 songs, man. And I'm like, where the hell did this come from? We recorded some. We started selling some of our CDs out of cars. We did a couple of shows around Connorsville, Richmond, Indiana area, and we didn't get very far with it, man. I mean, come on. 3 white kids from the Boondocks rapping about stuff they probably shouldn't be rapping about is not going to get you very far.
Yeah.
So But and then you mentioned actor, man. I took a couple drama classes in school. Did a few plays. I was mostly kind of like an ensemble cast. I didn't really
Mm,
do anything big. But it's not that it comes back to wrestling. Wrestling has always been a passion of mine. Ever since I seen that match and then had to watch other matches. Ever since then, I was like, I think this is what I want to do. I think I
yeah.
want to do some kind of combat sport, especially wrestling, because there's just such an art in pro wrestling than any other kind of craft of sport. You pull so much emotion out of people, and I know from that when I enter a room, I command it. I
Yeah.
could do that, and
Yep.
I've done that for years. So if I can do that if I can walk into a room and get all these people to just have an emotional, like have just a state of emotion for me, like whether it be happy, sad, pissed off, homicidal, like I want to pull that out of them and pull that into this and to get them to love or to hate me. And really, since my past, my 10-year wrestling career, it's been nothing but hate, which is great. I
Yeah.
would prefer nothing less, because I don't know. Well, I don't want to be
I
the
mean,
good guy. We'll
yeah.
talk about it. I don't want to be the good guy to other people. I don't have to be the good guy too. I'm a
Yeah.
better bad guy than I'm a good guy, and we'll.
I mean, this is the thing about like outspoken people, if you will. Um, you're one of the best dudes I know, man. You know what I mean? I know that if I came to you with a problem, you would help me. You know what I mean? To the best that you could. But you also talk whatever shit you feel like needs to be talked. And okay, yeah. And those are the people who in wrestling make the best heels, man. They just do, you know? The people who will go out there and say what's on their mind and freaking piss people off. And you are not afraid to do that. So
That's
that
that's that dude. That's what a lot of wrestling, in my opinion, is missing. Man, is the fact that there still should be a baby face and a heel. I
yeah,
mean, you can't have Batman without the Joker or the Penguin or this and that. You can't have Spider-Man without Doc Ock or
right.
uh, um, you know Green Goblin. Almost forgot his shoot name for a second. Like,
Jordan Osborne.
yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
you can't have that without having the other. So why? Why are we moving away from that? Like, I
right.
watch stuff like AEW when I did watch it. I don't watch it anymore, and I can't. I cannot. And there's so many guys on that roster that I Christian, for crying
Yeah.
out loud.
Love Christian.
Love
Yeah.
Christian, but I can't watch it because it doesn't. None of the stuff that they're putting on makes any sense.
Yeah.
And there's like they got the heels out there and they're cheering for them, and then they got the babies out there and they're cheering for them.
Mm-hmm.
What's the story? What is the story in
Yeah.
the match? There's two guys just doing these what people consider to be choreographed stuff, and we're trying so hard to expand your disbelief a little bit and to make you believe that this stuff is real. But how are you just supposed to believe that these two guys are like dislike each other when they're
Right.
all buddy buddy? They're shaking up on social media and hugging in pictures on social media, and they're trying to hate each other in front of you. Like, you gotta play that part. Kayfabe
Yeah.
should still exist in professional wrestling, even though it doesn't. It should, and it don't. And that's
Yeah.
the problem, in my opinion. If anybody were to ask me what's the problem with pro wrestling, that's what I'm going to tell them, because
Yeah.
it sucks, and it makes people like me or people like Jeremy Hadley around this area. I'm just using guys around this area.
Yeah.
Jeremy Hadley for to, to get over, in a sense, because you can't with all that, because it's why you got these guys being heels and they're coming out there and they're smiling and they're hi, and or not even that. Let's scratch it. Let's go to this. Nick Bockwinkel used to say, if a guy walks out to the ring and gets all this crowd emotion and then gets in the ring and there's nothing, how good was the match? What was the story that was being told? This guy comes out of the curtain. These people hate this guy. He gets it in the ring and puts forth none of that hatred to them to get the emotion back back from them. That's what's missing from wrestling.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with certain people too that want to go on and say, okay, well, this guy's the best wrestler of the year. Well, is he really? What? Because he did a 360 Hurricanrana pile driver, like that good wrestler. But but they were just sitting there with their hands on their asses, just watching it, like, oh. Or half of them went to the restroom during your match. Like, come on, man. Like, it's not entertaining. Like, yeah, okay, it's fun to watch, but are they going to remember the flip, or are they going to remember the fact that this heel beat this baby face to the point where they have to call the fucking ambulance in to come pick him up? You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to remember. But anyways, I digress. Like I said, I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say tonight. So
yeah, dude, I think one of the big things about indie wrestling, especially on a smaller level, like what I was doing with WFW, let's just say, we didn't have, TV and all that. We had IWTV, but the show days were so hectic, it was hard to even get anything done other than what's going on in the ring. So on independent wrestling, you learn to tell the story in the ring. If you don't tell the story in the ring, you don't get over.
Yeah, you don't.
I think that's missing a lot on the bigger shows. Like, they want to tell all these, they want to do all these vignettes and all this crap, and then when they get out in the ring, the story's already built in, so they don't need to do as much of the physical storytelling, especially like AEW, where they're just doing a bunch of moves,
And it's sad, dude, because like they have so much great talent over there. Swerve Strickland's great, man. I love Swerve. Shelton Benjamin. Oh my God, he just started. I heard he just started out wrestling over there, and I haven't got a chance to watch him over there. But I've never seen a bad Shelton Benjamin match. I love Shelton Benjamin. Like Daniel Bryan, the guys like that, like that they bring them over, and they're just because they don't do anything with them. They're not. What are they doing? They're not doing anything. We were just talking about NXT, and I guess I don't watch it, but they can say whatever about NXT or say whatever about this. At least NXT is investing in the talent that they see something in. AEW has so much talent that they can see something in, but they're not doing anything with, because they're doing a bunch of stupid stuff with. They're not telling any stories. That's the whole part. They say it's the entertainment business. Yes, there's entertainment in the entertainment with the moves, but if you're not telling a story with those moves, it doesn't make sense. You're just doing a bunch of gymnastics.
Right. I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest, like, and I'm not the only person who thinks this. I do a wrestling podcast on Fridays. It goes out live on Kish Radio, and then on top of that, it's on Spotify and all that good stuff. But there's a lot of people now, like NXT is probably the best wrestling on television right now. Like, honestly, because they keep the backstage stuff simple. They use to move stuff forward, and they really do tell the stories in the ring. And I mean, one of the problems with NXT, the same problem with the NWA, there's not a lot of clear baby faces and heels. Like you were saying, that is irritating. Like,
there needs to be, man. That's they're missing the whole premise of pro wrestling, and if we, and this is just my opinion, and I'm probably wrong. I have been before, but I feel like wrestling, maybe not so much WWE, because let's face it, like they're everywhere. I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah.
But beside them, like your AEW and all these other promotions, like pro wrestling is gonna die. It's gonna start dying.
I mean, it could, man.
If we don't pick it up. That's why MMA is and they better keep with it, man. Like when they had McGregor on, and McGregor was talking all that smack to fucking amp up those fights. That's what we need. We have so many scripted promos now. There's no real characters anymore. They're all made up. Like, come on, like you think Ric Flair had his promo scripted, Roddy Piper had his promo scripted, Arn Anderson, all these, The Rock, Stone Cold had all these, they were just kind of, hey, say this, and then they went on and did their own thing. Nowadays you could clearly watch somebody on TV cut a promo, and you could tell that the majority of it is coming from a piece of paper, not from here or
Dude,
here, really.
Did you hear about I mean, this is going to be a couple weeks old by the time we get it out there, but did you hear about what Jada Parker did on Tuesday?
I don't believe so.
Live network television, dude. She came out on NXT. She called the referee the N-word. She said shit. She said shit, and then she said bitch and ass, which bitch and ass is, borderline. But
don't they say that all the time on AEW now?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I don't really watch AEW, dude. But she went to the referee and she said, N-word, you hear me? And then she got in the ring and said, I'm tired of this shit. Get your bitch ass out here. On freaking the CW, dude.
I mean, WWE's going to Netflix, and apparently they're doing that TV-14 thing. So maybe they're trying to test the waters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude. I think she got nervous out there and freaking because man, that's FCC fines. You can't say that on network television. That's money out of their pocket. You know what I mean?
Probably gonna be off TV for a month.
And she, she's a kid, dude. She hasn't been around very long, and I don't think she comes from a wrestling background. I think she got out there and got nervous. That's what I think happened. And that little girl might need a script, dude, because she, holy crap.
Well, it's like the time I was cutting a promo on I won't mention it. I don't want whatever on them, but I'm cutting a pray. It wasn't long ago. I'm cutting a promo, and I call the two guys, which they came out to save the day because they're a bunch of jackasses. They don't want to ruin my fun. But they came out, and I'm sitting there cutting a promo, and I stop and I call them a bunch of butt pussies. And,
oh Lord.
And that they still, like, you'll still hear them at the show. I work the show every show they have, and it's just like hear them sometimes say, "Hey, butt pussy." So
that's funny, dude.
I get it, but anyways, yeah, man. So I think we've kind of, you're right. Like it's just not just, this is just, we're just BSing.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I knew that's what was going to happen, man. But, maybe some people will think it's interesting and want to check it out. Dude, I'm saying the interview that I put up this week, I was talking to John Easdale from Dramarama. They're my favorite band, dude. And I spent the whole hour and a half that we did just telling him how much I loved him and how freaking much music meant to me. Like, that was the whole thing, dude. It was just me kissing this dude's ass. A grown man, a 50-year-old man talking to a 60-year-old man about how freaking amazing he is, dude. So it's like, but,
you gotta stop flirting with other guys. You're gonna make Uncle Q jealous.
I can't help it, dude. I can't help it. It's funny because Casey's not here, man. But when I told him that you were coming on my podcast, he got all super excited. But then I'll bet if he saw you, he would just sit there. He wouldn't say shit.
He's a cute kid, man.
Yeah.
So I need. Hold up, dude.
No, go ahead.
I'm trying to put. My batteries are saying that they're low on my.
Oh shit. Okay.
So you'll be all right, dude. If anything, I'll figure it out. I ain't worried about it.
No, I just wanted to go back to what you were saying about like what got me into wrestling when I was a kid was I was a comic book fan. And wrestling was like superheroes and villains on TV, in real life.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, not having that conflict, not having good and evil, not having, clear good guys and bad guys, I think that hurts wrestling nowadays. I think it's harder to, and people are like, oh, well, I remember there's a wrestler that I was complaining about that. And
Yeah.
it's somebody that I know you don't think very highly of, but but he said it's more realistic now when there's not good guys and bad guys. It's just people fighting. It's a competition.
Who said that?
I'm not going to say it on the podcast, dude, but I'll tell you later.
Okay. Okay. Well, whoever said that, no, I'm not gonna. You said I don't like
Especially
him.
since I just said that it's somebody that I know you don't think very highly of. I'm not going to. But yeah.
So
But,
yeah, that person, whoever you're talking about, all I got to say is you're wrong. And if
yeah.
you're listening, you're wrong. And when I find out who you are, I'm gonna look at you in the face and tell you you are wrong.
I'll tell you what, dude. If you think about clotheslines,
Awesome.
you'll know who I'm talking about. Okay,
Nope,
you know
nope.
who I'm talking about. Yep, I got you, brother.
Listen, it'll turn into the Cat Williams interview if you start. No, I'm
Let's
just
see.
kidding.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
I don't have any cognac in front of me, so we're good.
Right on, right on. So once you I did want to talk about this for a second too, just because it reminded me of it. But I remember a few years back you were talking about wanting to play bluegrass, and that's how I found out that you made music.
Oh yeah.
I was like, you want to make a freaking bluegrass band, dude? What are you talking about?
So originally, okay, here's the story. So originally, I wanted to. My wife and I are really big fans of The Office.
Mhm.
Okay, there
Yeah.
is a scene. It is season 3, episode. It's either 7 or 17. I know there's a damn 7 in it.
All right.
Anyways, there's a character named Andy Bernard that he tries so hard through the whole episode to try to get the receptionist Pam
Yeah.
to go on a date with him or whatever. Okay, so they're feeding him all this stuff. Well, he eventually gets fed to believe that she likes the banjo, right? So
Right. Okay.
he plays Rainbow Connection on the banjo and sings. He tries to serenade her.
Right.
So I told myself, since we were such super fans, especially at the time before we got married, like if I learn how to play the banjo, I can do this at our wedding. And it never happened, obviously,
Right.
because I didn't have to learn how to play it. But that's kind of where it came from, because really, I think the banjo is more like relatable to bluegrass and stuff. So
Yeah.
I like I said, I'm a fan of all kinds of music, man. Like bluegrass, country, rock, metalcore, emo core,
Yeah.
heavy, whatever. There's so many hip hop, rap, R&B, stuff like that, man. Like I don't like today's
Yeah.
country. I'm a big fan of anything. I would say mid '90s and before.
Yeah.
Like I like Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight Yoakam's amazing, dude.
Dwight Yoakam's great.
Guitars and Cadillacs. That's one of the best songs ever written.
Yeah, it's good. It's good shit, dude. It's like
Yeah.
and like stuff like that, man. So like I'll go back and listen. Like and so like my grandma was real big into all that. My grandma was real big into Elvis, and so was my mom. So I'm
Sure.
a huge
Yeah.
Elvis.
Me too.
And obviously we go on about the acting.
Right.
The greatest actor of all time, right here, baby.
Nick Cage, baby.
Like
Oh,
yeah,
man.
man. Like, I'm a fan of many arts. I'm just a fan
Yeah.
of art. So
Did you ever get the Nick Cage pillow?
hold up. Let me see if it's sitting over here on this.
You did. I thought you did. I thought that's where I saw it, dude. That's funny. Oh, that's amazing. I was pretty sure you showed me that, dude. Oh, that's so nuts.
Yeah, bro.
Freaking Nick Cage pillow, man. Oh, so you can rest your head on Nick Cage's face.
Oh, dude, anytime, anytime I want to conversate with Castor Troy, it's right here, baby.
That's great, dude. Oh, man.
Not the bees. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my wife and I are huge Nick Cage marks, man. I think we own
Yeah,
every one of them.
that's
No
funny.
BS. Yeah, it's
That's
good.
funny.
Good.
I remember when I watched The Wicker Man, dude, and he's just like running that whole movie and yelling at people. Like that's the whole. It's just him running and freaking yelling at people the whole movie.
I
Like,
don't know. Like, he's supposed to he's a method actor. I don't know what his methods were in that movie. Like
to
the
run
old
and yell at people.
the original method. Original, I'm not calling it Method Man. Did you imagine Nick Cage starring
Yeah.
Nick Cage plays Method Man?
Method Man. Oh, that'd be great, dude. Oh man.
But yeah,
So
man, that's funny. It's funny shit.
yeah,
So,
yeah, that's funny. Ah! Yeah. Um. Oh, dude, that's
Whoopee.
awesome. They put the freaking bee mask on him, and he's just
Not the bees, not the bees.
good.
Like, yeah, everything. He's yelling at a group of people with his gun out at one point. He's
Yeah, the whole time he's just running around with his gun and freaking pointing at people and screaming. Yeah.
Where's my kid? Not the
So
bees.
so good, dude. I remember when I watched that movie, I thought it was so good, and then like I went online and people were just like, "This is the worst movie ever made." Like everyone was ripping it apart. I thought it was freaking awesome. But
Oh man, it's something, dude. It is
yeah,
something.
I think the stuff that Nick Cage has done recently though has been really good. Like the Janitor movie. Um the one in the with the it's like Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's freaking
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Willy's
Willy's
Wonderland.
Wonderland, yeah.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
and the because you know that's his name in the credits. His name in the credits is the janitor. That's his
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And the one where he played himself, obviously, that was freaking
Oh,
brilliant.
that's amazing. So the one he plays one called Pig. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah. No, I haven't seen that yet.
So it's basically like John Wick, but over a pig.
Nice. Instead of a dog.
Yeah, you took my pig.
Oh man.
He throws a bucket of bees on people. No, I'm just kidding. You took bees on me. Here's your bees. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It all comes from Lobo, dude. All comes from Lobo. All that
Lobo.
Lobo, yeah, dude. Because Lobo, the only thing that Lobo loves is dolphins. If you hurt a dolphin, Lobo will fuck you up.
Are you talking about the comic book
Lobo
character
from the
Lobo?
comics, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only thing he loves is dolphins, dude. If you mess with a dolphin, Lobo's coming to get you.
I'm staying away from dolphins, man.
Yeah, don't, dude. Lobo's crazy.
Yeah, dude, those things. Well, who's going to protect us from the dolphins, though, man? Dolphins.
Yeah, dolphins are an alien race, dude. They're invaders.
Yeah, dude, they
They're
are
here to
really
study us.
sons of bitches.
Yeah.
That's why so much.
That's why what?
That's why he likes them so much. They're aliens like him.
Well, yeah, in the comic books, they actually are aliens, dude. And he takes them out into space with him, and they fly around with him on his bike and stuff.
Do you remember that game from? I think it was a Sega game called Echo the Dolphin.
No.
You play that?
No, man.
And then you'd like echo and like you would echo and shit, and you would kill like the demonic fish or whatever it was,
Right.
or like the fisherman.
That's crazy, dude. No, when I had a Sega, I played NBA 95, NBA Live 95, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah.
The Spider-Man one that had the X-Men in it. It was mostly the X-Men, honestly, but it was Spider-Man video game.
I had maximum Carnage for Sega with.
Oh heck yeah! I remember the ads for that, dude, with the big Carnage. And I had Mega Man, dude. I love Mega Man. Mega Man was fun.
Yeah, who didn't like Mega Man? Jesus.
Yeah, Mega Man was dope. Well, I know who really likes Mega Man. Your favorite wrestler, Kenny Omega. Loves Mega Man.
You had to go there.
Hey.
You had to bring up Marco McFingerbang.
Hey now. Beating up little girls and freaking blow up dolls and stuff. It's awesome.
Fucking idiot, curly headed idiot.
So how long has it been since you watched AEW? Has it been a while?
So I listen to Jim Cornette religiously, so I keep up on kind of what's going on. I just don't watch it.
Right. I got you.
I listen to Cornette, but no, I haven't watched it in a while.
Because MJF and Osprey had a really, really good match that went 59 minutes and 58 seconds or something like that. They opened their show with that.
Yeah.
And then the next segment was Mariah May rolling around in the ring in lingerie, like literally rolling around in the ring. And then I want to say Nyla Jax and Mercedes Moné. And then the main event was Swerve Strickland and was it Okada? Who's the Japanese dude that runs with the Young Bucks?
Yeah, Okada.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Okada and Swerve Strickland having a kung fu match. Like literally, like it looked like they were dancing. It was the most ridiculous crap. So that's indicative to me of the whole problem with AEW. They put on like MJF and Osprey. That match had emotion and looked real. It looked like they were really trying to kill each other, and it went a freaking hour. Why would you put that on first and then follow it with all this silly crap and then have the last match be, like I said, a kung fu match? It makes sense.
Because MJF is probably one of the greatest workers of our time.
Yeah,
one of,
fair.
Not the best, but
Yeah.
he is one of the greatest workers of our time.
Yeah.
And so I think that, and Osprey's good. I know I talked whatever about flippy stuff, but
yeah, but there's a difference between guys like Osprey and Ricochet and guys like Ruckus. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
Dude,
Sorry, Ruckus. Just saying.
Don't you get on Ruckus now from CZW Ruckus?
Ruckus. Dude, Ruckus can't tell a story to save his ass.
Oh, but dude, he had some innovative looking stuff, dude.
Yeah, he did. Those sit-out arm drags and stuff. I remember when Q was training, he said he wanted to do a sit-out arm drag. And I was like, dude, you can't do a sit-out arm drag. You'll land on top of the person's freaking head. I was like, there's no way you can do it. And he was like, man, you can do a sit-out arm drag, I'm telling you. And then I got this videotape of this backyard company called HCW, the Hardcore Championship Wrestling. And Ruckus was on it doing backyard wrestling, and he did a freaking sit-out arm drag. And Q was like, see, they're doing it in this backyard wrestling. I told you could do it. I was like, right on, dude. I guess you were right.
You remember you remember Delirious from
Oh,
Ring
yeah,
of Honor?
of course, yeah.
So he would hit he would grab the dude's arms in between their legs from behind. He would flip him up and drive him down.
Yeah.
So Ruckus would I seen him hook a dude.
Yeah.
And flip him like that and spin him out and catch him in a fucking cutter. And I'm like,
oh, yeah, dude. I've seen him do that, too. Yeah, he does a bunch of cool stuff, man, but he doesn't. His matches don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry. And honestly, his flying stuff, like his drop kicks and any of the stuff that he's doing off the top rope, he misses, dude. He does not land that stuff very clean ever. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Ruckus. I'm sorry.
Ruckus is good at what he does, and what he does is creative moves, but can't tell a story, save his life. Yep. He's not a Stephen King of the
yeah, he's definitely not the Stephen King of the mat for sure, dude. We should send this to Ruckus.
Did he probably challenge me to a duel and I have to go fight him?
Dude, you'd get there and he'd have a bunch of weed rolled up and you guys would just
probably, hey man, so you want to take that movie you talked about on that podcast? No.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Flip me like that, but you'll flip me and I'm gonna break my neck on the way over. All right.
Yeah, brother. So man, we've been talking for freaking almost an hour. And
yeah. Let's get these questions in, man.
Yeah, let's do a few things. All right. So once you decided that you were going to be a wrestler, that was going to be the direction you were going to go in, what steps did you take to actually make that happen?
I Well, I know I told you I didn't want to talk much about my MMA stuff, but we'll go ahead and get into a very, very brief snippet.
I mean, you should talk about Rich Franklin kicking your ass. You should talk about that.
Nah, we'll save it for another time. We'll save it for another time.
Come on, man. It's Rich Franklin.
I sparred, he probably don't remember. I sparred with him a little bit. He beat the living piss out of me, and I was like, holy hell, what am I doing here? I need some more training. And he told me, he's like, yeah, he's like, you're gonna, how do you phrase it? Basically, you need to go get you some sleep and think, or sleep on it or something, and come back and let me know if you want to do it again. I can't remember. Something like that. But yeah, Rich Franklin sparred with me and kicked my ass.
Yeah.
So, funny story.
I bet he's crazy strong, right? He looks like he'd feel like moving a fucking house if you were trying to.
Oh, he's in his 50s now, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about back then, dude. You know.
Then that was what? Oh, fuck. When was that?
I mean, it was before we met each other, so it was
way before we met each other. 05, I think.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, so you were messing with pretty tough Rich Franklin in 05.
Yeah. But anyways, man, so I was doing a little bit of fighting. I was living in Cincinnati, Ohio at the time with my ex-wife, and was working at a Jersey Mike's. And Jimmy Yang comes in. Now, he came in a lot at this Jersey Mike's. I mean, I had to have free sandwiches or whatever. And we would just shoot the crap about wrestling. I told him how big of a fan I was of it. And he said, well, I got a training facility right up the road. If you're interested, give me the address. Cool. Talk to my ex-wife. She's been already trying to get me to get out of MMA because I received a concussion a fight before the fight I had last. Before we had this conversation, that was pretty bad. I lost a little bit of my memory for a little bit. It came back, obviously, but I mean, it messed me up pretty bad. Anyways, so we was talking about it, and she's like, well, is wrestling safer? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe not. Basically,
not if you wrestle Gunther.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. So we basically had discussed that I'm not going to do either. So she kind of shut my dreams down. Anyways, fast forward about I don't know, 5 years maybe.
Okay.
I was playing on Facebook and I seen I'm not going to mention their names because I'm not going to give them a shout out.
Right.
But I was scrolling through and I seen this wrestling promotion running around Indiana, around Connersville, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll go talk to some people. So I went and I was just talking to some people. I met a guy named Robert Stedham. I will mention his name. I will give credit where credit's due. Talked to him, and we kind of hit it off about wrestling. He's like, man, if you're interested in doing this, gave me the fee, gave me this, gave me that. He's like, we'll take you on the road with us. We will train you before every show. We got a facility in Ohio that we can train out of Tuesday. Every Tuesday, Saturdays, and Sundays, they run shows. So if you get there about 4 hours early, you can run a couple hours of training, which is what I did. That's how dedicated I was. So at that point in time, I was way done with mixed martial arts or competing anyways. And I was like, okay, bet I'm going to go and train with these guys. And basically what it was, man, and it was gruel, dude. Steve Collins and Robert Stedham are the two guys that trained me. Yeah, man, I took a lot of beating. I did a lot of I did a lot of training, man. It was hard on me. And that's the thing too, like I hear guys coming out of training or wrestling camps now. Oh, I spent 4 months right here. Motherfucker, I spent a year in like 2 months. I spent 14 months training every single weekend and every Tuesday, 3 days a week, killing myself. And not just for an hour or 2 hours, dude. Like I'm telling you, like Tuesdays, my first training session, it was like an 8-hour shift. I was there for like almost 8 hours. I went about noon and didn't come home till, I mean, it was well past 10 o'clock before I got home, and this was over in Ohio, man. So I was in Connors at the time, so it was like a 2-hour drive from where I was. That's 4 hours every Tuesday, 4 hours every Saturday, 4 hours every Sunday, just driving and then wrestling, bumping on concrete. I wasn't even allowed in the ring until I bumped on concrete. You know what I mean? Like I had to learn how to set up. I had to learn how to set up wrestling rings and tear them down. That consisted of my first Tuesday. I think I set up and tore down a wrestling ring twice.
Jesus.
Almost twice. Almost, because I didn't know wrestling ring then. So, but like other than that, dude, like it was that, and then like officially, you know, I was allowed to get in the ring, and then we would do stuff. When I wasn't allowed to get in the ring and do things, Steve Collins would pull me over to the side, and he would just lock up with me, and we would chain, and we would chain for, I mean, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, just going back and forth. And eventually we would lock up and we would chain and we would have conversations and didn't even realize we're just going into motions and, you know, and doing all this. And, as we're having conversations, and then the next thing you know, it's just, it comes more fluent. As soon as I lock up, boom, there it is. And it's just like from there. So like, that's kind of how I got into it. I wasn't forced into it. I'm not a second generation guy or a third generation guy. I've always just loved pro wrestling. I love the art of pro wrestling. I used to love everything about pro wrestling, and I still do. It's just now I'm kind of seeing that, I'm kind of seeing like how it's changed and not for the better, like we talked about a little bit ago. But yeah, man, that's basically how I got into wrestling, man. Just that's just kind of like a fly summary, like a quick summary of how it happened.
I think that one of the things that you do well, and is fluid chain wrestling that looks like actual wrestling. And you get guys in there, who are trying to do chain wrestling, and it looks like they're just, I don't know, dance like square dancing. You know what I mean? Like, I go over here, you go over there, we go over here, you come around. When you're doing it, it looks like you're actually thinking about going from move to move. And and I think that's important, man. I think that's something that like I know with Tice, I know you worked with our buddy Tice, and I know that you helped him out a lot with his positioning and how he moves in the ring.
I just wish I could get the kid to change the gimmick up a little bit. But but listen, I've always, so when I first got started, I came from Ohio before I came to Indiana. Indiana and Ohio is like night and day. A lot of people may not tell you that, but a lot of people may have not experienced the same things that I've experienced.
Well, definitely as far as wrestling, man,
Yeah. So you got to think like there were a lot of the Indiana style is more of a hybrid style. Than what I've seen. You got guys like Braden Lee, Cole Radrick, Sean Kemp, guys, Josh Crane, Sage Phillips, Eric Dillinger. I'm trying to throw out some names here. Trip Cassidy, Ace Perry. The list goes on. Dale Patrick. Shit, I can go all day. Okay. Apollo. All those. I mean, that should have been the first person I threw out.
Hey, Cassius.
Cassius. TJ Kemp. Hillbilly Jed. All these. And if I'm missing out any names, my apologies. I'm not. I'm just saying. There's different hybrid styles, and those guys like do different things. It's not just, oh, that guy's known for his technical wrestling. That guy's not just known for his brawling, or it's a hybrid style. They do all one. If you like, Ohio is more of, from what I've learned, is more of, you either got high flyers like Trey Miguel or Zachary Wentz. Or now it's Wesley. It used to be Desmond Xavier. Guys like that, like the more the Northern Ohio guys, are more of the high flyers and more of the whatever. And then you got guys like from like Central Ohio, maybe, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like Aaron Atlas. They're not Aaron Atlas. My fault. Love you, Aaron. But I'm not you right now. Aaron Williams, cats like that, Jack Vaughn, Cody Hawk, Jesus,
Yeah.
guys like that from the Ohio area, that are more of the technical style. So it's everywhere, man. So like going from a locker room in Ohio for 2.5 years to jump into Indiana and do strictly Indiana shows for how long I've been doing them.
Right.
It's a different crowd. It's a different scenario. It's a different kind of people. It's a different kind of wrestling style. So the fact that I came over from Ohio and learned that craft over there, and then brought what I learned over there over here to Indiana, and showed some of the guys, not all guys, not the guys that I mentioned, but the guys like Tice you did mention. I got guys like that now asking me, I want to learn your craft, because there's a lot of guys that don't do the style that I do, or
Right.
that try to do the style that I do, but can't do it quite as well as me because they're not as original. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So yeah. So I like guys like that. I try to help out, and I got a couple other guys that I've helped out under my belt that's gotten, that I think that's gotten better. That just needed a little guidance. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a trainer. I'm just kind of like a sculptor. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, man, from the time that you started working with Tice to when I first saw him, he's gotten so much better. And obviously a lot of that credit is to him too, for getting out and getting on better shows and working with better people. But
you got to work with better people. If you don't work with better people, you don't work with somebody that's better than you, then how are you supposed to be better? How are you going to tell yourself that you're the best person, that you're the best version of you, and not work somebody better than you, or wrestle somebody better than you to get better? It's not going to happen.
For sure.
It'll never happen. You got to work in front of different crowds and different people. You got to work in front of different, with different guys or women, whoever, to get better. If you're not willing to do that, if you're just going to stay in that shell and that one spot, you're never going to get better. You're never going to make anything out of yourself.
Yeah.
It's business. You have to go. You know what I'm saying? You have to go around. So.
Yeah. I remember, our first show, and I booked you with Cody Hawk, and Cody called me over and he's like, "Hey man, I think your buddy's nervous." And looked over at you, and you were like sitting there, like jittering, like you looked like you were going through withdrawals, man. You were like, like, dude, everything's gonna be all right. You're wrestling Cody Hawk, man.
So, at the beginning of the show, when we talked about that Christian Federation, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Other than the one Fed I won't mention, that was the only other wrestling show in Indiana I worked. And I mean, like I said, it's night and day. I didn't know anything over here in Indiana wrestling.
Right.
So whenever I thought these guys knew what they were doing, and they didn't. So I didn't know until I got on your show. And then you had all these guys. You had, Cody Hawk, Apollo Star. I think you had, did you have TJ on that show?
No, TJ wasn't on that show. Isaiah came down.
Yeah. Isaiah, that was one of the other big names I forgot to mention. Yeah, he was on that show. So you had a lot of names. I knew who they were. I knew who Cody Hawk was.
Of course,
the second week, my trainer was trained by guys that he ran with, or was trained by, or something. I don't know how that story goes. So like I've heard the name, and then I've obviously heard the name. I'm on a YouTube and look. I'm like, oh, this dude's good. And then you're like, yeah, that's your first match of my tournament. I'm over there, kind of crapping myself. Like, this dude's really good. He's been on Ring of Honor, been in there, trained this guy, trained that guy, and he's got this slump dude, coming in from, this pear-shaped guy coming in from Ohio. About the wrestlers, so yeah, I was nervous, man. I was at first, but then I ended up. I think that first outing, I had a really good match with Cody, minus the little setback we had at the end, and then me and Donnie Idol's match in the second round of that tournament.
Good, yeah,
phenomenal. Such a good match, man.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, by the time you got to the finals and it was you and Apollo, like the crowd was so hot, like everything was perfect, man. Like
Yeah,
it all
it was
went
good.
exactly how I saw it going. So
It's crazy to think that I'm still, after being that was the first time I ever wrestled Apollo. Like every time I've wrestled Apollo, it's gotten better, and we've
yeah,
had a lot of matches.
yeah,
And then the fact that I get to wrestle his son is amazing, dude. Like
yeah.
Cassius is such a good talent, so great. He's only going to get better. And Apollo, I mean, man, the dude's been doing this for years, and he's aging like fine wine, baby.
I know,
He's still great. Like
I know.
I would. You couldn't tell, like, if he was hurt or if he was whatever by how smooth he is. You would never know.
Right, right.
You would, he's so goddamn smooth in the ring. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
Well, man, I don't
always
know if
a,
you. I know you didn't have it. I don't think you had a chance to watch it, but on the last show that I did, which we didn't know was going to be the last one, but it ended up being the last one. Apollo
yeah.
wrestled Mitchell Taylor, and
Okay.
put together, that's over 40 years of experience, man. And
Yeah.
watching the two of them in there, man, that match, Deontay Davis was sitting there at the curtain, just, man, studying it, you
Yeah.
know?
Hell
And then
yeah.
when they came back, he was like, I had to watch you two. Like, it was just, everything was so good. Like, he was like, I was learning while I was watching it. And that's when wrestling is great, man. Like,
Yeah.
you get two guys, and it doesn't have to be two guys with 40 combined years of experience, just two guys who know what they're doing,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
somebody who knows how to lead somebody and put the stuff that they can do in the right places.
Yeah.
It's not good when it's two people just out there blowing their load, you
It's
know?
like people on they're like, oh, I got gas for days. Yeah, but why not conserve that gas? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Why not use just a little bit of it? Why do
Yeah.
you got to go from full to E within 15 minutes? You don't need to do that. Tell a story. It doesn't make sense to do super kick. They spin around. There's a German. They roll through. There's another super kick. They go to the outside. There's a roll them back in. Then you do a springboard clothesline, and then you go to hit them with a brainbuster. Right after that, 1-2, they kick out. And then you pick them up, and then they hit you with a fucking European uppercut. 1-2-3. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah.
You
What is
just
that?
you just hit them with 7 freaking finishes, and they kicked out at 2, but they hit you with a European uppercut, and you're done. Makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's not anything specific that I've seen. It's just kind of like, man, like,
That sounds like a match, though, man. Honestly.
yeah,
Like,
dude, that's the majority of I that's the majority of a lot of the indie matches nowadays, man.
yeah.
It's a lot of that shit, man, and
Yeah.
it's not fun to watch for me. I'm not that kind of a wrestling fan.
Yeah, for sure. I feel you, dude. So I'm saying, man, we're probably gonna wrap up in a minute. I
Man,
did want to talk.
you asked me many questions, man. We just been yapping about
We're
shit.
talking about. I mean, this is the thing about this podcast too, though. I like people to tell stories. I like the freaking. So the basic thing is, you talk about how you start. You talk about kind of the middle, and then we're getting to the end. And in
Okay.
between, it's just whatever we want to talk about. So, and it seems like it's working. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Seems like
no,
it's working.
that's probably the easiest one I've done. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all kind of easy. Like, but it's like the majority of them is asking me questions about wrestling. We're just kind of shooting the stuff, and we're talking
Yeah,
about
dude.
wrestling, but we're not.
Yeah, exactly. I would rather
Yeah.
do that than like, a 20 questions type of thing. That's just not, I don't think that's entertaining. It would make every podcast the same.
No, because
So,
I've already done that. I've done it on 2 other
yeah,
podcasts. Why do I need? I mean, not the ones I mentioned, but I've done a lot of podcasts. Like, why do I want to keep doing the same thing on every podcast I do?
right. Yeah, dude,
It's
I
not.
know you haven't listened to my shit, but if you did want to go back and listen to it, um, it's kind of the same format, but every podcast is different because I let the guests
Yeah.
I let them
No,
talk.
dude.
You know what I mean?
Honestly, like with everything I got going on, I ain't really had time to really do a whole lot of anything but
Yeah, I was just
You know
messing
what I
with
mean?
you anyway. It's all
You're
good.
good. I've been meaning to be honest with you. Like I
Yeah,
was telling her, like, I probably need to look into some stuff, and I haven't, dude. Like
yeah,
I just,
dude. I'm
I
saying,
don't.
man, our highest listener count is like 800. Like we've got a podcast that has almost 800 listeners, almost 800 people tuned into it. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
pretty dope. Pretty dope. But
oh yeah.
no, I know before we came on, you were talking about this tag that you're doing with Sage Phillips now. So I wanted to see like what you had going on right now as far as that. Like you got any belts floating around? Where you working?
I was just previously the Summit Pro champion, based out of Greenfield, Indiana. For those who don't know what that is, it's a wrestling organization ran out of um, Greenfield, Indiana. It's got talents such as Sean Kemp, Sage Phillips, Dylan Cole, Cavron Kenyon, a
Mm.
bunch of cats, man. Alice Crowley, Chase Holiday. There's a lot of guys that work out of there. A lot
The
of
Sins still out there?
who?
The Sins?
Holy crap! Yes, Tyler Lytle, Mean Dick Michaels, bunch of assholes. Yeah, they're still out there. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Those are my people. But yeah, man. There's a bunch of people out there working out there. But I was just recently their champion. I just had lost it. The show in December against Chase Holiday, he cashed in what they called a Mountaineer piece. You
Okay.
collect 3 pieces, and it's kind of almost kind of like the Money in the Bank style. You cash it
Yeah.
in on a championship of your choice whenever, as long as you have all 3 pieces. He did that to me, and I beat him fair and square after he did. And then Zane, Punk Ass
Paisley?
Braceley had to
Crazy. Yeah.
tell me that he runs the company now, and that now he's reversing the decision. And Chase decided to put a fist pack in his hand and blindside me with a backhand. So yeah, knocked me stupid. So now I'm not championing, but all is well because now Sage Phillips and I are now freed up, or now I am freed up to tag with a guy that I consider a great adversary, and a great friend. Probably one of my best friends in the business, if not outside the business. But great dude. Just don't get on his bad side because he'll stretch you from asshole to appetite. But yeah, man. We just decided one day. We wrestled all over Indiana, dude. Like, we beat the hell out of each other all over Indiana. We were having street fights, I quit matches, false count anywhere matches, this and that. We were just beating the piss out of each other, man. And we just kind of looked at each other one day as like, why not just join forces? Why not just tag? Why not just do something? And we were, yeah, let's do it. And, we formed the Matt Daddies. So,
Nice.
yeah, so we're looking as of right now to fill 2015 or I said 15. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ. 2020. No, we're not backtracking 10 years here. The 2025 calendar, we're looking to fill that up with. So if anybody's listening, any promoters, Outlaw Mud Show promoters, Ian Rotten, talking about you. No, I'm kidding. He's no longer around. So, but if anybody's listening, by all means, feel free to contact me at diehappy86@gmail.com, and we'll get those availabilities out to you. But yeah, man, we're looking to win some gold. We got Summit Pro coming back up next month. We're looking to shoot for some gold then. We got Wrestle Arts in February coming up. We're looking to shoot for some gold then as well. And you just never know where else you might see us end up. We're looking for gold. We're the Matt Daddies. We're here to make everybody our bitch. Because who's your daddy, baby?
All right, brother. So, very last question.
Okay.
All right, man. So I know you. We've had personal talks. You know what I mean, on a personal level.
Good God,
and I know that
you send. Sorry, but like me and you send like 7 to 8 minute voice messages on Messenger almost constantly every day. Why don't we just call each other? You know what
I
I
don't
mean?
know, dude. I mean, honestly, because okay, so like with the messages, I can do shit. You know what I mean? Like I can still be doing stuff, and I'll just pop something off, blah 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 blah. Blah. But
Yeah.
if I'm on the phone, I will sit and concentrate on being on the phone. That's part of the reason why I don't use the phone as much as I used to. Because I'm the kind of person where like when I get on the phone, that's all I'm doing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you're like that, but that's how I am. So yeah,
Not so much anymore, but like it is easier to send voice messages whenever, like, if I'm cooking and I'm like, hey,
right, right,
geez, I'm gonna bitch about this person, or we're gonna vent about something's going on, or you
right,
know,
right.
stupid exes.
But obviously we can sit here and talk for over an hour. You know,
Yeah,
freaking yeah.
obviously, you probably got 12 questions you ain't even asked me yet.
Yeah. Well, dude, honestly, man, the podcast usually consists of like I was saying, three or four questions and then conversation. But
Yeah.
all right, so yeah, but this is the big question that everybody gets asked. So I was just gonna bring our personal relationship into it because you have told me before in the past that you had doubts about wrestling, and there were times when you wanted to quit. You know what I mean? There were times when you were just like, I can't do this anymore for whatever the reasons were. But you didn't. You kept going. You're
Yeah.
still doing it now, and you're doing this thing with Sage. You still got plans to keep doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I want to know is what is it that keeps you going? What is it that keeps you wrestling, keeps you going out there in front of the crowds, keeps you doing this?
I know a lot of people will say that if your mental health gets bad, professional wrestling people, not just regular people, because we are not regular people. um, People will say if your mental health gets bad and you're stressing about this kind of stuff, that you should walk away, take a break for a while. It'll always be here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not wrong. Okay, anybody, and this is just my personal opinion. Nobody else's. Okay, so like, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know, but this is just the way I feel. It will always be here for you, but your spot won't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you're on, if you're on top, or if you're getting a push, and these people are biting into you and they're loving you and they're enjoying what you're doing, you take that away from them, and then you come back, they're not going to feel the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to say that, my mental health is messed up. Everybody's mental, especially men's mental health. Nobody really ever looks out for us men when it comes to that, because we're supposed to be the strong species, right? We're supposed to be that, but we need as much help as the next. So, and in pro wrestling, you deal with a lot. You kind of learn. I guess not to quote Vince McMahon, but I'm going to quote him. And he goes from a business aspect, but I'm going to say from a pro wrestling aspect, you eat shit and learn to like the taste of it. You kind of have to. You got these fans out here telling you suck. Okay, that's a part of your gimmick, but also at the same time, some of the stuff they say to you, certain people, it could really mess with them a little bit. Like if if you're a little out of shape, they're gonna say, you look like plump something or whatever, and it's gonna upset. It's not gonna upset you at the time, but you're gonna get back, in your car and ride home. You're like, man, this 12-year-old kid just called me a walrus, dude. Man, am I really that fat? You know what I mean? Like it's like stuff like that'll get. So to answer your question, when people go on and they're like, about the mental health thing, if I didn't, there has been times where, and I know we talked a couple of days ago, I think it was about me telling you about my jealousy kind of.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Being,
Yeah.
man, I mean, it happens sometimes. I didn't want to talk about a list, but now we're gonna talk about a list. When you get,
All right.
no, it's okay, but but I'm gonna keep it brief.
It's all good.
When you feel like you're out here and you're busting your ass to be the best version of yourself, to try to put on the best matches, you got fans telling you your matches are amazing. You have guys that have been in the business 20, 30 years coming up to you and telling you that your matches are amazing. You know, and then people that get on here and want to make these lists, and it's not all people, okay? But people that don't really know a whole lot of what it takes to do this, and they want to get on here and they want to talk about, you know, you're not high on my list. Well, the guy you got on there has only wrestled 3 matches for the year. He's your number 1 guy for the year. He's put on 3 matches. You're telling me those 3 matches that he wrestled were better than the 50 matches I wrestled in an 8-month period or something like that? Like, it does eat at you, and people tell you not to take this list stuff personal, and you shouldn't. But at the same time, it does feel like a blow to you. So really what gets me going is to prove people wrong. All my life, I've been told I wasn't going to be anything. All my life, I was told that you're just a screw up street rat. You're not going to be anything. You know, I mean, hell, I had my first, you know, trial by the time I was 15 years old, bro. Like, I was, you know, breaking and entering shit. Like, I got a criminal, like, before I was 18, my criminal record's like probably like a half a mile long. Like, and that's no bull crap. Y'all can look it up if y'all want. You know,
Wade Castle.
No, yes, Wade Castle. Look up Wade Castle. That son of a goon. But yeah, man. So like, when you get people telling you that your whole life that you're not going to amount to anything, you're going to be a criminal, and you find something that you were really good at, I think you got to hold on to it. And I think that I need somebody like you and my wife and other people, when I talk to them and tell them, man, I'm just not very good at this, or I don't think I can move on, or I don't think I can do it, to people to tell me, you know, nah, man, you're worth it. You're good. You're good enough. You got this. You know, and just recently, man, like, I was talking to Sage, and you know, I was just telling him like how over it I was. Like, I'm having fun with him, like wrestling him. This is before we start tagging, and that's when I think the idea for the Matt Daddies came up. So in a sense, the Matt Daddy tag team has kind of saved my career, because honestly, probably back in June or maybe July, I think, even, I was gonna hang it up, dude. I was gonna wait to the end of the year, and then I was just gonna be like, you know what, I'm just gonna slowly go away. But now that I feel like I have something here, I think that I think that we got something. I think that me and Sage and I think we have something in this tag team. I think that we are going to exceed expectations of what we can do as a tag team, and we're both technical wizards in the ring, man. You know, we're both mission, you know, wrestlers. So I think that if, you know, you combine that in, you know, into a tag team, and, you know, it gets the best out of us, and same with him too. You know, I'm sure he's been down and out and over stuff, and then since we got this, you know, I think we've been getting a little bit of oohs and some ahs and some reactions and stuff that we've been wanting to get. And I think this is a good thing, and I think that this is going to keep me going for a little bit longer. And, you know, this, as an athlete, man, you know, your body's not going to last forever. I mean, even as a human, our bodies are not going to last forever. But as an athlete, you know, it cuts it down half, you know, because you put your body through so much damage, man. So, I mean, February 15th is my 10 year in the wrestling business. I'm gonna push to 15, I think.
Okay.
And obviously by that time I'll be probably 43. Yeah. 44 maybe. So I'll probably around that time I'll be like, okay, yeah, I think maybe I'm done. So I think I got a little bit more gas in the tank. It's just like anybody else, man. You know, the mental health gets to you. You need a little bit of that motivation. You need a little bit of that pick me up. And I think that I've surrounded myself with people that believe in me more than I believe in myself. And that's why I keep going.
Hell yeah. Right on, man.
Especially because I'm telling you right now, if I stop wrestling, I'm going to drive her nuts. So she's like,
right.
Go to damn shows, hit somebody, get your aggression out, and then come back home and you'll be fine.
Nice. Oh man. All right. Well, Jordan, thanks, man.
Dude, thank you,
it's
man.
been a good time, dude.
Yeah,
so yeah, for sure. I want to thank Tyler Martin, my producer, for he's gonna have some editing to do on this one because some shit happened. But
dude, hey, no, man, it's the extended cut. It's the extended
we'll just
cut.
leave it all in. Screw it.
Just leave it in, man. Just leave it in.
Yeah, right on. I want to thank everybody for listening to the podcast. Jordan, thank you again, man.
Thank you, brother.
And everybody, make sure that you tune in next week for more Most Excellent Entertainment.